Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Went Quirkless in USA? Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Ivy Helen, Jackie McFarling, Jonah McFarling, Hayes Martin, Eleanor Shera. Izuku's POV. Go take a swan dive off the roof of a building for all I care. Maybe you'll have a quirk in your next life. Kaken spat, his two friends laughing as they looked down at me. He made a dismissive sound before striding out of the classroom, his buddies following after giving me a light kick in the stomach. I sniffled, wiping away the tears that had trickled down my cheeks, and picked up the items Kaken had dumped from my bag. I slowly exited the school doors and made my way to the fountain where my notebook lay. I picked it up with 2 fingers, staring at it in disgust. Why am I even trying? I whispered to myself, tossing the notebook into the trash. It had been filled with information I analyzed about every hero I admired. I wanted to be a hero, but I couldn't without a quirk. On my 4th birthday, I was diagnosed as quirkless. It's a rare condition with only 20% of the world being quirkless, so I guess I'm just that lucky. While walking home, I decided to take the shortcut. Little did I know I was about to meet my idol, who would shatter the last hope I had of becoming a hero. No, you can't become a hero without a quirk, sorry kid, my idol, All Might, had told me not even 30 minutes ago. He left me standing on a rooftop after my childhood friend had told me to jump off. I stood at the edge of the roof, looking down. The wind whipped around me. I stretched my arms out and closed my eyes, inching closer to the edge. I wasn't worried about falling. If I fell, I fell. The breeze felt nice against my face, but I wished it would push me forward instead of back. I took a deep breath and thought about my parents. I knew they would be devastated if they lost me. I shouldn't be here wishing for death. I sighed, taking a shaky step back from the edge. I should get home to Mama before she starts to worry. Later, I heard Mama call from the kitchen, "Izuku, baby, is that you?" "Yeah, Mama," I replied, a bit bored. "Come here, I have news," she yelled with excitement. I sighed and made my way into the kitchen. "What is it?" I asked, sitting on a stool as she turned to me with a sad smile. "I found a job that pays really well," she said timidly, rubbing the back of her neck. "Really? That's good," I exclaimed, but she slowly nodded. "It is, but it's in America. We're going to have to move," she said almost in a whisper. "It what?" My eyes widened in shock. "We'll be moving to America Friday morning. I talked to your father, and we'll be staying with him," she explained nervously. Friday was only 2 days away. "Oh," was all I managed to say. "I'm sorry for telling you on such short notice, Aizu, but I didn't know how to." "It's fine, Mama," I said with a smile. "It'll give you enough time to say goodbye to your friends. We can throw a going-away party for you," she suggested happily. I quickly shook my head, raising my hands. "Oh, no need really. I don't really have any friends, so it's fine," I replied hurriedly. She tilted her head. "Well, you have Katsuki. You guys can have a sleepover before we leave," she suggested. I immediately shut that down. We aren't friends anymore," I said with a frown. Her eyes widened before she gave me an understanding smile. "Oh, I'm sorry, baby," she said softly, pulling me into a hug. "You'll make some friends in America, I'm sure of it." "Maybe." 3 days later, I arrived at the taxi with my bags. "Hey, champ," my dad exclaimed as I stepped out. "Dad," I said, walking toward him. "Long time no see." I smiled as he pulled me into a hug. It had been 3 years since I last saw him. "I'm sorry, buddy. I've been busy," he said, pulling away with a sad smile. Yeah, I know being a pro can take up a lot of your time. I get it." I gave him a reassuring smile. I looked behind me to see what he was staring at when he didn't respond. My parents had divorced a few years ago because of the long distance. I stayed with Mom because Dad wouldn't be home much anyway, and it was dangerous being quirkless and living with a pro hero. I could tell my parents still had feelings for each other, but they thought they made the right decision. The look Dad gave my mom screamed, I am still in love. I hoped they would get back together with us living here. Hisashi, Mom said with a warm smile as Dad grabbed her bags. Coco, Dad smirked and Mom rolled her eyes. Still with that ridiculous nickname? She raised an eyebrow playfully. Of course, love. Oh, for the love of... I cleared my throat and nodded toward the front door. Dad chuckled and opened it for us. Did I mention this place is huge? Whoa. Did you change the place? I exclaimed, quickly taking off my shoes and running to look around. You like it? He asked, using his foot to shut the door behind him. Yeah. I replied, running upstairs. Your room is the third door to the right, he shouted from downstairs. Thanks. I called back before throwing the door open. My room was, of course, All Might themed. I put my stuff down and started taking posters off the wall, being careful not to ruin them. I could sell these. I was boxing up All Might figurines when I heard a knock on the door. I turned to see my dad leaning against the doorway with a sad smile. Not a fan anymore? He asked. I shook my head and continued boxing the figurines. What happened? He asked, folding the All Might bedsheets. He told me I couldn't be a hero without a quirk, I sighed. That idiot, Dad mumbled under his breath, but I still heard it. You know it's my dream to become a hero, quirkless or not, I said, frowning. I know, champ, and you still can, he said. I stopped boxing and turned my head to him. What? But All Might is mistaken. He can't say anything when he paused. I'll go get different blankets from the hallway closet. He stood up and walked out of the room. What was he going to say? I was planning on selling them but decided to donate instead. Tomorrow was going to be my first day at Narwin Middle School. Dad wants me to homeschool and train with him during the day. If I want to become a hero, I have to know how to defend myself. I have to work hard if I want to achieve my goal, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. 5 months later, I was sitting at my desk studying when I heard a knock and my door creak open. Midoriya, your father would like to see you, Zura, our housemaid, said softly. Okay, I replied, setting my pencil down and pushing off my rolling chair. Knocked on his office door and opened it after hearing, "Come in." You need me? I questioned, sitting in the chair across from him. He nodded. Yes, you've improved so much, not only in your fighting skills but in your academics too. He paused. I was talking with one of my good friends from Japan. He'll be coming to New York for a few days, and he's impressed with your skills. I'm not going back out there, I blurted, and he held his hand up. Let me finish. No, you aren't going back to Japan anytime soon. What I'm trying to say is that he has an enchantment quirk, and I want to know if you would like to learn how to handle a certain weapon and get it enchanted. He explained, and my eyes widened. Absolutely, I exclaimed, and he chuckled. Thought so. Do you know what you'd like to learn in the meantime? Remember, you need to know how to use it by the time he gets here, he said sternly. How long do I have? I asked. 10 months, he replied, and a smirk reached my lips. That's more than enough time, I said. Are you sure, Izuku? That thing is bigger than me. Dad exclaimed as I traced my fingers along the cold metal. This is perfect, I said, and he sighed. Fine, I called someone to help you train. Do your best, son. I'll be back later to get you, Dad said, patting my shoulder. I smiled down at my scythe. For the past 10 months, I spent getting over my shyness and boosting my confidence. I'm not going to let anybody walk all over me because of something I can't control. I'm going to become the first Quirkless #1 pro hero and look good while doing it. I'll make sure that all the Quirkless out there know that it is possible to achieve your dreams without a power. My name is Izuku Midoriya, and this is the first step into my journey to becoming the first Quirkless #1 hero. 10 months later, Izuku Midoriya, is it? I'm Kai Sato, Sato said, holding his hand out for me to shake. It's nice to meet you, I smiled, holding my scythe over my shoulder. May I see that? He asked, and I nodded, handing it to him. He inspected it before shrugging and tossing it behind him. I have a better one, he said, opening a giant suitcase. I looked inside and gasped. It was a scythe twice as big as the one I had. It was black with green lightning starting from the handle to the blade. It was beautiful. I was eager to touch it. Go ahead. Once your fingers touch it, it will respond to you and only you. I guess you could say that it will automatically trust you, Sato briefly explained as I picked it up. Good thing for all that weightlifting, huh? Dad joked, but I completely ignored him, mesmerized by the beauty in front of me. As soon as I touched it, green lightning sparked through it. What does it do? I asked Sato, not taking my eyes off the scythe. This is your ultimate weapon. It controls fire. Go on and try to use it, he said, and my dad stepped back. I smirked slyly and swung it at the wall in front of me. I watched as green fire erupted and covered the walls. As I lowered the scythe beside me, the fire died down. Cool. You could also summon it. But for now, say, Dakuseisu, come to me. You can say it in your head or out loud, and once you learn how to fully control it, you'll be able to summon it whether you say the words or not. When you don't need it anymore, well, it'll go away. But don't worry, it's still with you, he explained, and I almost began to shed tears. Thank you so much, I said, smiling happily, tears in my eyes. You're welcome. You've been working so hard. You deserve it, kid. You will definitely achieve your dreams. I know it, he said as I wiped a tear that had fallen. After crying some more, I began learning how to properly control my upgraded weapon. When I got home and showed Mom Dakuseisu, she may or may not have fainted. But it's okay. I also got to know Kai until he left back to Japan. He mentioned that UA, the most prestigious hero school in Japan, wanted to meet me to see if I wanted to attend their school, but I was set on not going back out there, especially if Katsuki was attending. It's been 2 weeks, and today is Sunday, the day before my first day at NA High. I guess I'm sort of nervous. I haven't been to school in a whole year. I can't wait until people find out that I'm Quirkless attending such a prestigious school. I wonder if they'll try to make fun of me like people from my old school did. I got a good handle on Dakuseisu. All I had to do was practice controlling its power, which I got the hang of pretty quickly. I can't wait to show it off. Izuku, come down here please. I heard Mom call from downstairs. I scrambled out of bed and made my way downstairs. What's up, Mom? I just want to know your thoughts. You know that people might be nicer out here than in Japan, I interrupted her. It's okay, Mom, I'm not worried, I reassured her, and she smiled sheepishly before tears began to run down her cheeks. I walked up to her and wrapped my arms around her. My baby's all grown up, she cried as I rubbed her back. Stop crying or you'll make me cry, I said as tears started to well up in my eyes. She pulls away and wipes her tears. Sorry, she chuckles, and someone clears their throat. Why wasn't I invited to the crying party? Dad asks as he walks over to Mom and kisses her head. Did I forget to mention that they got back together and Mom is almost 9 months PRGNT? Because we didn't want to? I state, tilting my head, and Mom playfully slaps my shoulder. I'm sorry, I laugh. You should get some rest, Aizu. Tomorrow's your first big day, Dad says sternly, and I nod. And I mean it. Don't stay up setting your room on fire again. He finishes and I roll my eyes. Yeah, whatever, I mutter before trudging upstairs. I shut and lock my door and flop back onto my bed before summoning Dakuseisu. I trace my fingers along the green linings before making it disappear. I dim my lights and get under my blanket. I feel like tomorrow will be an eventful day, I think before drifting off to sleep. The next morning, I wake up to the sound of my alarm blaring and the sun's bright light pouring through the window, illuminating my bedroom. I throw my phone across the room and groan while groggily rubbing my eyes. I should have asked to continue online school. I take a shower before changing into black jeans, a green shirt, and my red sneakers. I drape my yellow backpack over my shoulder and slip on my glasses. I ran out of contacts. I mess with my hair a bit before leaving my room. I jog downstairs and meet Mom, who is making breakfast, and Dad, who is reading the newspaper. Morning, Mom, I say, kissing her cheek. Dad, I say flatly, and he rolls his eyes. What, I don't get a kiss? He jokes and I scrunch my nose. No. I say, popping a piece of bacon in my mouth. All right, I'm out. I exclaim. Wait, you haven't had breakfast, Mom says as I make my way to the front door. I don't eat breakfast like that anymore, and besides, I had some bacon. Love you guys, bye. I holler, closing the door behind me. Since I live close to the academy, I can walk there instead of catching a ride, and frankly, it's not that bad. I finally make it to the front of the school, and before I even reach the stairs, someone bumps into me from behind, making me stumble forward. I quickly turn and catch the person before they can fall. Are you okay? I ask, looking down at the girl. She has dark skin, black eyes with 3 scars on the left one, and shoulder-length black curly hair. Ella, we told you to be careful. Ha, told you she'd bump into someone. I help Ella up and turn to the voices in the distance. Stop it, guys, I didn't mean to, she pouts. You better not have broken my skateboard, love, a guy with black hair and green eyes mutters. He has a black lip piercing, 2 silver stud eyebrow piercings, and multiple ear piercings. If you did, that would have been hilarious. A girl who looks similar to the guy laughs before blowing a pink bubble. She has a black ring piercing on the right side of her nose and a green ring piercing on her right eyebrow. She has long black hair. As the twins begin to bicker, I take my time to analyze the other 2 people who seem to just be listening in on the conversation. But one of them, a boy with shiny brown hair and piercing yellow gold eyes, is typing away on his phone, ignoring those around him. I think that his quirk may have something to do with felines, judging by his face. I look to the girl. She is staring me down. Okay, 2 can play at this game. She has long white hair and icy blue eyes. She has a lip piercing, nose piercing, eyebrow piercing, and several ear piercings. That's a lot of piercings. What's your name? She speaks up. Izuku Midoriya, I reply. Sorry for bumping into you, Izuku. I'm Eleanor. Eleanor says, excitedly grabbing my hand and shaking it vigorously. I am taken aback by the use of my first name being used by people other than my family. I forgot that they call you by your first name here. I'm Jonah, and this is my twin sister Jackie, Jonah says, and Jackie blows a bubble, giving me a blank look. And that over there is Hayes. Hayes, say hi. Eleanor pokes him, and he glares at her before looking back down at his phone. Hi, he says without giving me a single glance. I'm Ivy, nice to meet you, Midoriya, Ivy says, and I smirk. So she knows her stuff. The bell rings. Where's your class? Where's your class? We're all in class 3A. Wow, she's such a hyper person. I'm in class 3A2, I reply, and she squeals. Sorry, you're stuck with us now, Jackie shrugs. I don't think I mind. Izuku's POV. It's lunchtime, and I'm sitting with Ivy, Jackie, Jonah, Hayes, and Eleanor. So far, this school isn't that bad. All we did today was go to homeroom and orientation. They told us about the school and whatnot. So, Aizu, what's your quirk? Eleanor asks, bouncing in her seat. Oh, I don't have one, I reply, taking some noodles into my mouth. When I don't hear a response, I peer up to see them staring at me. What? Eek. Eleanor squeals, and I flinch back, my eyes widening. This is going to take some getting used to. That's so cool and rare. So you fight Quirkless? I do too. All I can do is manipulate emotions, she exclaims. It's not all flashy, but it helps when the time comes, she says sheepishly, and Jonah drapes his arm over her shoulder and kisses her head. They're so cute. Mine is shapeshift. I can turn into any animal, Jonah says. He can turn into any feline. Eleanor points to Hayes, who is too caught up in his phone. I can blow huge bubbles with my gum and capture people. If they pop it, they turn into a sticky mess, Jackie shrugs. I turn to Ivy. Ivy's quirk is so powerful. Tell him, Ivy. Tell him. Eleanor cheers, and Ivy throws away her finished apple. I can control the 4 elements, fire, water, air, and earth, she says, and my eyes widen. That's so cool, I exclaim, and she shrugs. Yeah, and what about you? How do you fight Quirkless? Do you use a support weapon or something? She asks, and everyone's attention turns to me, even Hayes. I smirk and nod toward the door while getting up. They look at each other with confused expressions before following me outside the cafeteria. This classroom was abandoned years ago, Eleanor says. How'd you know that? Jackie turns to her, and Eleanor shrugs. Overheard it from some seniors. I walked to the front of the classroom and turned to them. They watched intently. I held my hand out to my side. Daxi, come to me, I whispered, and black, bubbly smoke enveloped my hand, forming the shape of my scythe. I heard gasps as I twirled it around me, swiping it at a desk and watching it erupt into flames. I lowered my scythe, and the fire extinguished. Looking up at the group of 5, I saw them staring at me wide-eyed. That was amazing. Can I try? Where did you get that? Is it enchanted? Wow. I chuckled as Dakuseisu vanished. I walked up to the group and sat on a desk in front of them. Yes, it's enchanted. My dad has a friend with an enchantment quirk who helped me out. It only responds to me, no one else can summon or touch it, I explained. That's so cool. You're so cool, Izuku. Eleanor exclaimed. Who's your dad? Is he a hero? Jonah asked, and I nodded. Yeah, you know the pro dragon? I said shyly, and their jaws dropped. Yeah. He's your father? He has a son? Yeah, but you can't tell anyone, okay? I said, waving my hands, and they all nodded. We stayed in the classroom and talked for a while, getting to know each other. Since no one ever came into this classroom, we decided to make it our hangout spot. When the bell rang, we headed to class. I chatted with some of my other classmates, and they seemed pretty cool. They didn't make fun of me for being quirkless. In fact, they thought it was interesting because of how rare it is. All I can say is that people in America are much nicer than in Japan. Hey, Midoriya, every day after school, we chill at Shake and Skate Diner. Do you want to come? Ivy asked, and Eleanor chimed in. Yeah, they also have free roller skating. You should come. Yeah, sure, I have to tell my parents first, I replied. Okay, we'll meet up after school. Girls get ready at mine, and boys at Izuku's. Eleanor cheered. It. I stammered, mentally scolding myself. Yep. Bro, can I pierce your ears? Jonah asked, but Jackie shoved him away, making him lose his balance. She moved my green curls aside and tilted my head up with her fingers. You should let me give you an eyebrow slit, she said, while Ivy draped her arm around my shoulder and pulled me toward her. Guys, leave the poor boy alone, she rolled her eyes as the twins huffed. It's all right, I could go for a change, I blurted out. Really? Good, because this plain look isn't cutting it. It's giving boring. Ivy sighed and turned to me. You sure? You don't have to change yourself for them, she reassured, and I nodded. Actually, I could go for a little change. But maybe not the eyebrow slit and piercings, that seems a bit much right now. I smiled, rubbing the nape of my neck. Oh, let me go shopping for you. Please. Eleanor begged, and I chuckled. Okay, but don't go overboard, please, I smiled, and she nodded. I'll go with her to make sure, Hayes said. Let's go now, she cheered. We still have one class. Hayes was dragged off down the hall as the bell rang. I guess they were skipping. Let's go to our last class before heading to my place, Jonah said, and I nodded. 2 hours later. My mom is going to be shocked when she sees me, I said, looking at myself in the mirror. It's not much, though, Jackie shrugged. You pierced my ears. I exclaimed. They're just ears. I could have done your tongue if you hadn't said no, she shrugged, and I groaned. My mom would have killed me if I came back with a tongue piercing, I mumbled. How do you like your new look? Jonah smirked. The twins had pierced my ears, and Ivy wanted to give me an eyebrow slit, but I politely declined. However, she did give me an undercut and dyed my roots black. I like it, I replied as Jackie handed me big silver rings. Thanks, I said, slipping the rings on. Do you like karaoke? Jackie asked, and I smiled and nodded. Yeah, I think it's fun. I am back. I turned to see Eleanor skipping toward me, with a tired-looking Hayes holding multiple bags. You look so beautiful, she screeched, and I blushed. She then ran back to the bags and pulled out some clothes. Go change, she said. Okay. I took the clothes and walked out of the bathroom and into Jonah's room. I looked at the outfit she handed me, a fitted white shirt that showcased my arms and abs, black baggy jeans, and white sneakers. I walked out of the bathroom, and everyone looked shocked. What a change, Jackie stated, popping her gum. I knew you had muscles. Eleanor exclaimed, clapping her hands together. You look so good, Aizu. How long have you been hiding that? 5 months, I replied, walking toward them. Come on, I still need to put the finishing touches. Eleanor said, taking my hand and dragging me into the room. I stumbled in and was pulled down onto a chair. We knew, by the way. It was kind of obvious. Ivy chuckled while putting a silver chain around my neck. Are they trying to make me look like a heartthrob? No, what? I questioned, tilting my head. Eleanor giggled. We saw you checking out Hayes earlier, she whispered to me. My eyes widened and I felt my cheeks flush. Don't worry, your secret is safe with us, she winked, and Ivy nodded. Plus, the others wouldn't judge, she assured, and I nodded. You're going to be so attractive when we're done. Jackie grinned while painting my nails. Let me do the lip gloss. No, me. No, me. I laughed as Hayes and Jonah playfully argued over the lip gloss with high-pitched voices. We don't act like that, you two, Jackie said, snatching the lip gloss and tossing it on the bed. The boys chuckled. She walked up to me and began to work her magic. I felt something wrap around my ankle, and when I tried to look down, Jackie playfully slapped the back of my head. I tensed and glared at her. Done, she shouted, dragging me in front of a mirror. Wow, I look different. I touched my hair and noticed it was soft and a bit damp. Eleanor smiled playfully. Your hair needed a little touch-up from that mess you had on your head, she said, and I shot her a look. Wow, Eleanor, Jackie chuckled, and she shrugged. I'll give you a list of moisturizers and products to keep your hair nice and healthy, she added. I smiled, grateful. Thank you, I love it, I said happily, unable to take my eyes off my new look. Good, you like it? Now, to the rink. She clapped her hands together and pulled me out of the room as everyone laughed at her antics. Today was the most fun I had in a while. When we arrived, people came up to me, both boys and girls, asking for my number. Eleanor taught me how to skate, and everyone laughed when I stumbled. They introduced me to all sorts of delicious food at the diner, and I really liked these guys. They felt like the siblings I never had. Well, almost, since Mom was expecting my baby sister or brother. We all decided to wait until she gave birth to find out the gender. When I got home, I felt a rush of nerves because Dad met me at the door. But he told me he liked my look. When Mom saw me, she fainted for a moment after noticing my piercings and dyed hair. When she woke up, I talked to her, and she said she loved my new style, though she was a bit shocked. After we shared a family hug, they expressed a desire to meet my new friends. A few weeks later, they did, and let's just say they seemed to adore them even more than me. I also learned that the twins and Ivy had grown up together in the same orphanage, and when the twins turned 10 and Ivy 11, they were all adopted together. If you had told me a few years ago that I would move to America and meet these amazing people who genuinely liked me for who I am, I would have thought you were crazy. But right now, I couldn't be happier and wouldn't change anything that happened for the world. I just hope things stay this way forever. Chapter End. Izuku's POV. 3.5 years later, he's 17. Zuzu. Zuzu. Wake up. It's been almost 4 whole years since I've lived in America, and a lot has happened. I have a 3-year-old little sister named Izumi, born after Mom gave birth and Dad remarried. I earned my hero license and made a name for myself, Aki. Many people question why I chose that name, but I guess they'll never know. I made a name for myself. One night while patrolling with Dad when we encountered a villain with a sleeping quirk. I still don't know what it was, but it reminded me of Sleeping Beauty's tale, where she pricked her finger and fell into a deep slumber. This villain shot needles from his fingers, and when one hit Dad, he said he felt sleepy and passed out, leaving me to stall until other pros arrived. Fortunately, it didn't take long for me to take him down with my scythe. I'm up, Izzy, I said groggily, stretching. Ivy, Jackie, Joe, Ellie, and Hazy are here, she giggled, pulling on the blanket over me. All right, I groaned, sitting up. Izumi tugged on my covers, trying to climb onto the bed. I chuckled and picked her up, settling her on my lap as she wrapped her arms around me. This was our morning routine before I left for school. She would get her morning cuddles in before I headed out. On weekends, She'd wake up early to cuddle with me and then fall asleep again. After a few moments, I stood up with her in my arms, put on my glasses, and walked to the bathroom while stifling a yawn. I set her on the counter and began brushing my teeth and washing my face. After that, I returned to my room to choose an outfit. I opted for an oversized white tee, red sweatpants, and white high-top Converse. I slipped on a silver ring on my pointer finger, which had chipped black nail polish, and followed my morning hair routine that Eleanor had taught me years ago. She helped me take care of my hair and brought my curls back to life. I inherited my curls from my dad's side of the family. He is half Japanese and half African American, so we get it from my nana's side. When I finished, I turned to the bathroom, only to find the door shut. I approached it. "Izzy, what are you doing?" I asked. You should never leave a toddler unattended in the bathroom, especially if they're quiet. The last time I did, she got into all my skincare products, $250 worth of good stuff wasted. "I'm going potty," she shouted, and I hummed in response. I walked to my dresser, picked up my car keys, and pulled out 2 lollipops from my drawer. I heard the water run for a few seconds before it turned off, and the door opened to reveal Izumi. She ran up to me as I unwrapped the lollipop, handing it to her before unwrapping mine and popping it into my mouth. "Let's go," I said, taking her hand and draping my yellow backpack over my shoulder before flicking off the lights. "Took you long enough," Jonah said with a groan. "You think it takes 5 seconds to look this good?" I replied, raising an eyebrow, and he chuckled, shaking his head. "Umi!" Eleanor exclaimed, making Izumi giggle and run to her. "Your sister loves her more than her own brother," Jackie teased, and I rolled my eyes. "Izuku, please don't tell me you gave her that lollipop this early in the morning," I heard Mom groan as I walked into the living room. "Oops," I said innocently, approaching her. "Morning, Mom," I said, leaning down to kiss her temple. She huffed, shaking her head playfully. "Here are your lunches," she handed me a bento. "Have a great day." I leaned over again for her to kiss my cheek. Everyone saw and rushed to her. "I want some sugar too." "Move, Izuku." Jonah shoved me aside and turned his head, pointing to his cheek at Mom. She giggled and kissed his cheek before handing him a bento. Then it was Jackie, Ivy, Hayes, Eleanor, and finally Izumi, who didn't get a bento since she doesn't start preschool until next year. Mom placed Izumi on her hip and walked us to the front door. We waved goodbye and climbed into my Jeep Wrangler. Once we arrived at school, we walked down the halls, feeling the weight of everyone's stares. Initially, I had disliked the attention, but I grew accustomed to it and eventually began to enjoy it. Hayes had one hand in his pocket while scrolling on his phone with the other. Eleanor skipped happily, her hand entwined with Jonah's, who looked down at her with admiration in his eyes. Ivy glared at anyone who dared to meet her gaze, while Jackie chewed her gum obnoxiously, blowing bubbles larger than her head. I draped my arm over Ivy's shoulder, swaying my hips confidently with a smirk on my face. I opened the door to our squad's classroom and shut it behind me. "So tonight," Eleanor began, clapping her hands together. "Shake and skate. Bring Izumi too, I want to finally teach her how to skate," she exclaimed. "Oh yeah, she's been begging me to take her," I replied. "I'm down, I have nothing better to do," Jonah shrugged and Jackie scoffed. "Let's face it, we all have nothing to do, and this is probably the last time we'll be able to spend together until we start hero work again soon," Jackie said, blowing a bubble. "Yeah, I hate to admit it, but I'll miss you guys," Ivy said, and Jackie chuckled. "Yeah, we won't have much time for each other like we used to," Eleanor whined, sitting on Jonah's lap as he wrapped his arms around her waist, resting his forehead on her shoulder and nodding. "I wanted what they had." "I think you guys are exaggerating, we'll always have time for each other," I said cheerfully, but everyone still wore sad expressions. "At least we'll be achieving our dreams," I added, and everyone began to nod slowly. "Oh, stop, Hayes, you love your phone more than us," Jackie pouted, tossing her chewed gum at him. He dodged it effortlessly, and it landed in the trash. "Whoa, that was impressive," Jonah exclaimed. "Mph." Jackie poked him, and he swatted her hand away with a glare. He tucked his phone into his pocket, transformed into a small cat, and hissed at her before climbing onto my head and getting comfortable in my soft curls. I picked up his jacket and slid it on, flicking the hood over my head to cover him. I could tell he was already asleep. "Oh, just date already," Eleanor yelled, and I rolled my eyes. They had been trying to ship Hayes and me since sophomore year when he saved me from drowning in the pool. Yeah, I couldn't swim. After that, he spent the entire summer teaching me how to swim, and yes, feelings began to develop. We were each other's first, but we never officially dated. We hooked up a few times but decided to stop and remain friends. We didn't want to ruin our friendship, even though it felt somewhat strained after that one night. But neither of us spoke about it. It was as if we silently agreed to avoid the topic. We interacted normally around everyone else, but things sometimes felt awkward when it was just the two of us. We struck up a random conversation before the bell rang. We groaned and got up from our desks, Hayes still fast asleep on my head. As we entered the classroom, the bell rang again, signaling the late bell, but for once, we were on time. All eyes were on us as we settled into our designated seats before Ms. Honey entered the class and began taking attendance. "Marisol?" "Here." "Jackie?" Ms. Honey glanced up from her clipboard to see Jackie staring her down while loudly chewing her gum before looking back down. "Jonah?" "Sup?" "Ivy?" "Absent." "Izuku?" "Present." "Hayes?" Ms. Honey looked up to see his seat empty and then glanced at me as I pointed to my head, revealing a sleeping orange and yellow cat. She nodded and continued taking roll before starting the lesson. We didn't do much in class other than train and learn about the importance of becoming pros. I had the opportunity to patrol with Dad for a bit, taking down low-life criminals and stopping reckless drivers. At home. "Mommy, I'm home," Jonah shouted, slamming the front door open. I heard Mom holler for Izumi to stop running in the house as her tiny footsteps echoed throughout. "Joe!" she yelled, extending her arms to him. "My favorite little green bean." He picked her up and twirled her around before enveloping her in a hug. When Eleanor walked through the door, he held Izumi's head to his chest and glared at her. "Don't word. And let me have my moment, you witch," he sneered, while Eleanor rolled her eyes at his words. As you could probably tell, Eleanor was Izumi's #1 favorite. She never left her side when she was around, meaning no one could pick her up other than her. So for her to run to Jonah was a big deal since she rarely did that. We all, and by all I mean Jackie, Ivy, Hayes, Eleanor, and I, snuck to my bedroom, letting Jonah have his moment with Izumi before she ditched him for Eleanor. "I'll never get over how soft your bed is," Ivy said before belly flopping onto it. "I know, right? It's like a big cloud," Jackie added, laying down and closing her eyes. That didn't last long, though, as Eleanor jumped on her stomach, making her gasp for air and sit up. Hayes made himself comfortable on my green beanbag, his eyes never leaving his phone. I sat down in my spinny chair and rolled my eyes at their dramatics. After several minutes of silence, Jonah entered the room with a grin on his face, holding Izumi. "Can I go skating with you guys?" she asked excitedly. "Yes, but you have to ask Mama," I said sternly, and she nodded frantically before running out of the room, shouting for her. "Ha, she loves me more than you," Jonah teased, pointing at his girlfriend. "We all know that the only reason she came up here is that she was looking for me," Eleanor said, raising an eyebrow, and Jonah scoffed. "Whatever," he mumbled, laying beside her and pulling her to his chest. They had been dating for 4 years now. A few minutes later, an out-of-breath Izumi burst through the doors. She said yes. Mama said yes. "Come on, Zuzu, help me pick out an outfit," she exclaimed, dragging me out of the room while everyone else slowly followed behind us. After what felt like an eternity, Izumi settled on a pink skirt, a plain white shirt, and white sandals. Eleanor brushed her hair into 2 ponytails while Jackie painted her nails pink, and Ivy added a bracelet and strawberry lip balm to her look. Izumi wanted to go all out for her first day of roller skating. I changed out of my red sweats into green ones to match my roller skates. When we arrived at the rink, we changed into our skates. Mine were green, Ivy's were blue, Eleanor's were purple, Jackie's were black, Jonah's were gray, and Hayes's were yellow. "Ah, I don't have pretty skates," Izumi pouted slightly. Hayes approached her with a neutral expression and his hands behind his back. Izumi looked at him, a bit intimidated. I couldn't blame her, he did look a bit scary, especially since he rarely smiled and often wore a scowl. He revealed a pair of small pink skates, and her face lit up. "Thank you so much, Hazy," she exclaimed, hugging his legs tightly. To our surprise, he smiled down at her. Wow, he actually smiled. We watched in awe as he took her hand and helped her sit in a booth, assisting her in putting on her new skates. He held them up while she proudly tied them. What can I say? My little sister is smart for a 3-year-old. He helped her stand up, and she stumbled a bit, gripping his hands tightly. She looked up and smiled proudly as she started to get the hang of it. She reached out her hand for me, and Hayes hesitantly let go, allowing me to catch her before she fell. "Watch me, Izzy," Eleanor called out, demonstrating how to skate properly. Izumi tried to copy her but almost fell in the process, huffing in annoyance. "It's okay, you'll get the hang of it, Bug," Jonah reassured her. My phone began to ring, and I pulled it out of my pocket to see my dad's contact flashing. "Scrawny old man is calling." I chuckled at the nickname I'd given him and handed Izumi off to Eleanor as they all made their way to the skating floor. "Hello," I shouted over the loud music while heading to the bathroom. "Hey, Izu, just wanted to let you know I'm heading on patrol," he said. "Have fun fighting evil, old man," I joked, and I could practically hear his eye roll. Yeah, whatever, son. I love you, goodbye." "Goodbye, I love you too," I replied, hanging up. Every night before Dad went on patrol, he'd call me and Mom to let us know when he was about to go out and that he loved us. After a fight that nearly cost him his life, we decided to say our "I love yous" and goodbyes before patrols, just in case we never got the chance again. I know it's sad, but that's just how things are. I shoved my phone back into my pocket and skated over to my friends, who were helping a struggling Izumi. After about an hour of skating, we decided to get milkshakes. We sat in a booth filled with laughter and jokes. Izumi had gotten the hang of skating and wanted to go out again once we finished eating. Ivy was sitting next to Jonah, who had Eleanor on his lap since there was no space, and Izumi on my lap, with Jackie and Hayes beside us. Jonah and Izumi were challenging each other to see who could make the most bubbles out of chocolate milk. We had to order it since Jonah had foolishly decided to start a challenge with her. I couldn't believe he was losing to a 3-year-old. As we cheered on Izumi and laughed at Jonah for losing, there was a loud crash, and the place quickly filled with smoke and dust. What on earth? Ivy used her air quirk to quickly clear the air, revealing the skating floor covered in rubber from a giant creature lying on it. "What is that?" The creature soon got up and ran off. I cursed under my breath as screams filled the place and people ran in all directions. I turned Izumi to face me and covered her eyes as we got out of the booth. Eleanor, Jackie, helped the people caught in the rubble. "Ivy's, Jonah, come with me," I ordered, and they nodded. Eleanor and Jackie ran toward the scene, while Jackie popped multiple pieces of gum into her mouth. I held Izumi close, and she gripped my torso tightly as we guided people out of the building. When we got outside, chaos reigned. Heroes were battling villains left and right, and civilians were running in all directions, trying to find safety. Huge monstrous creatures were flying and running all over the place. New York was in shambles. "Hayes." I turned to him, and he nodded, transforming into a large dark orange wolf. I placed Izumi on top of him, and she looked up at me with tears in her eyes. She looked terrified. "Zuzu, don't leave," she hiccuped, and I pressed my forehead against hers, closing my eyes as she did. I placed my hand on her head. "I love you, Izumi. I'll be back before you know it, okay? Right now, I want you to hold on tight to Hayes. He's going to take you to safety, okay?" I told her softly, and she nodded, resting her head on his fur while holding on for dear life. "Keep her safe," I instructed Hayes, petting his head. He nodded before running off. I turned to Jonah. "You know what to do." He nodded and transformed into an eagle, flying toward the fight to assist the heroes and find out what was happening. I checked my phone to see multiple missed calls from Mom and Dad. I would have to call them later. I dashed back into Shake and Skate to check on the girls, who were already helping injured civilians out of the building. Paramedics were rushing in to assist them. "You guys okay?" I asked, and they nodded. Jonah flew back, shifting back to his original form. "They definitely need help. A group called the League of Villains is here, and we need to change and help fight." Jonah shouted, and my face drained of color. "Aren't the League of Villains supposed to be in Japan?" I shook my thoughts away as Eleanor spoke up. "Where's Hayes and Izumi?" she asked frantically. I told her he was taking her to safety. We split up to change, and my hero costume was simple yet effective. I wore a fitted long-sleeve compression shirt with a vest and a black hoodie over it. My black pants had protective knee pads and a gray belt where I secured my gadgets, just in case I needed to defend myself. My red shoes had special soles that enhanced my jumps and speed. I finished the look with black gloves to protect my hands, which were already scratched from previous missions. People often ask why my hero costume is so plain. I prefer it this way because it's also suitable for undercover work. I made sure my hair was tucked under my hood, and my mask concealed my freckles. Before joining the rest of the group to confront the villains, I put on a black surgical mask. I summoned Dakuseisu and began battling the low-life villains. Eleanor distracted them with her quirk, instilling fear and anxiety, while Ivy used her vines to bind them, leaving them for the authorities. Hayes returned after ensuring Izumi's safety, transforming into a lion to take down a bizarre brain-like creature. Jonah transformed into a gorilla, tossing villains aside and rendering them unconscious before Ivy's vines quickly ensnared them. Jackie skillfully dodged attacks, blowing bubbles that stuck to the villains like glue. She created large bubbles to trap them, and when they popped, it was game over for them. Meanwhile, I fought off villains and strange bird-like creatures with Dakuseisu's help, using support items like quirk-canceling cuffs and sleeping darts to subdue my opponents. The group regrouped. "Is everyone okay?" I asked, and they nodded. It started to feel hot as I stood on my tiptoes, scanning the area. I spotted my dad glaring at a man with light blue hair and a rough face, Tamura Shigaraki. "Kids, get out of here," I heard Honeybun, our homeroom teacher, say as she stood beside me watching the fight. "It's dangerous." "No. We have licenses and are allowed to fight alongside you. Plus, you need our help," I replied, remaining in my fighting stance and not glancing at her. She ignored me and rushed to confront one of the monsters, a villain known as Nomu. "Come on, Aki, more people need help," Ivy urged, but I shook my head, keeping my eyes on my dad. "Go without me. I'll stay here just in case my dad needs assistance." They hesitated but eventually nodded and ran off. I watched as my dad and Shigaraki fought, my dad dodging his punches skillfully. I battled Nomus and villains trying to harm civilians. Damn it! I looked up to see my dad holding his arms, panting and staring at Shigaraki, who wore a triumphant smirk. Dad stood up and unleashed fire from his mouth, but a massive Nomu blocked his attack. The Nomu grabbed him and threw him harshly against the wall. My eyes widened in horror as he fell to the ground, coughing. "The #1 hero of America isn't as strong as I thought." "That's fantastic," Shigaraki taunted, approaching my dad with a menacing grin. Before he could reach him, I grabbed Shigaraki's hair and threw him against a brick wall. The Nomu lunged at me, but I dodged its punches and pierced its skin with Dakuseisu, igniting it. It screamed in pain and swatted at me, but I evaded and threw a sleeping dart, which had little effect. I glanced around to see the group helping civilians, their faces filled with concern. Shigaraki was starting to regain his composure, but he was halted when vines wrapped around him. He disintegrated them, but more vines kept coming, making him furious as he searched for the source. It was almost amusing because it didn't seem like Ivy was controlling them. Then I looked at my dad. Why wasn't he moving? I let my guard down for just a moment, and the Nomu seized the opportunity to pick me up and throw me against the wall. I gasped for air as I hit the ground and looked up to find myself beside my dad. The Nomu tried to grab me again, but the pro-hero venom distracted it. Wake up," I spluttered. He slowly opened his eyes and gave me a weak smile. "Son," he coughed, lifting his hand from his chest, and that's when I realized Shigaraki had touched him. "Did it know?" I shouted, drawing the attention of those around us, including Shigaraki and the Nomu, which was now approaching me. Hayes and Jonah, in a cat-like form, pounced on it, while Ivy used her vines to bind it. "Oh, this is your son." Shigaraki laughed, and Hammerarm growled before throwing a punch at him. Shigaraki immediately turned Hammerarm to ashes. "Aizu, listen to me," my dad stuttered, and my eyes filled with tears. This couldn't be happening. "Dad, don't do this. Please, we need a medic." I cried, cradling his head. "I want you to promise me something." "No. You're not leaving me again. Why, you hear me?" I screamed, my voice cracking. "Will help you, I'll get help." I tried to get up, but he gripped my hand tightly. His quirk. It's more powerful than before. It's spreading. He managed to touch where my heart was. "I'm sorry, Izuku. I don't want it to be this way. Can you promise me something?" I nodded, tears streaming down my face. "Tell your mother that I'm so sorry and that I love her. Tell Izumi that I'm sorry I won't be there to walk her down the aisle when she gets married. Tell her she'll always be my princess and that I love her." I began to sob, holding him close. "I want you to promise me that you'll never stop pursuing your dream of becoming the #1 Quirkless hero. You're almost there, Izuku. Promise that you'll always take care of your mother and little sister. Promise me." "I promise," I sobbed. He let out a dry chuckle before coughing again. "I love you. I'll wait for you in heaven, sea champ." I began screaming as he went limp in my arms. "No. No, Dad. Don't leave me again, please." I cried in agony as his body slowly began to turn to dust before my eyes. I shut my eyes and held him closer to me. I hear an unsettling laugh echoing in the air. "Oh, look how pathetic this is." I glare at Shigaraki as he walks forward slowly, his hands out beside him. You would think that the #1 hero in New York would be somewhat of a challenge, but it turns out he was my weakest opponent yet. He laughs, and I growl before standing up. Dad was gone. "You son of a beach!" I scream, glaring at Shigaraki as hot tears roll down my face. "Dakuseisu, come to me!" I shout before charging at Shigaraki, tears blurring my vision. I swing my scythe at him but fail to notice the large purple creature standing before me. Its stomach is slashed open but quickly begins to heal. What is happening? "Haha. Face it, kid." He grins maniacally at me. The Nomu punches me and I crash against the wall, falling forward and coughing. "Aki!" I hear Eleanor shout. "You're weak. Just like your father." I continue to cough, feeling something warm trickle down the back of my neck and a hand on my shoulder. I look up to see Eleanor, her expression filled with concern. She drapes my arm over her shoulder, and I wince in pain. "The #1 hero is dead. Who is going to protect you now?" Thunder rumbles ominously as he laughs. I glare at him, trying to hide my pain as I grit my teeth. "You can't defeat something 100 times your strength," he yells, his laughter echoing in the chaos. Slow clapping sounds from a distance. I turn to see Ivy handing an injured Hayes to Jackie, who is also supporting her brother. Eleanor helps me over to them. "You're funny," Ivy begins, a dark shadow passing over her eyes. "What? You hurt my friends." Ivy strides toward the Nomu. "You hurt my family." Thunder rumbles in the sky. "You hurt my home," she declares, her voice rising. She glares at him, her eyes glowing gray as her hair begins to levitate. "And you killed my father," she screams, her entire being radiating energy. The ground shakes, and lightning streaks across the dark sky, a tornado forming around her as she stands her ground, focused on Shigaraki and the Nomu. "You killed him." Vines erupt from the ground, surrounding us and extending from her back. The glow intensifies, forcing us to look away. "You will pay." With that, the vines shot from her back toward Shigaraki at full speed. Purple smoke envelopes Shigaraki. Ivy leaps toward the Nomu, her fist connecting with it, and in an instant, it disappears, a blinding light cascading over the city. I squint my eyes, searching for Ivy, hoping she's all right. She stands, looking worn but victorious. The silence is broken by cheers for Ivy's hero name, and I smile, relieved that she's okay. She turns to us, offering a weary smile before collapsing. Exhausted. And no Nomu in sight. Ivy's quirk allows her to control 2 or 3 elements at a time, but she had never used them all at once. Quirk specialists warned her that her power was too great to unleash fully, as it could harm herself or others. I suppose her anger drove her to unleash everything, but thankfully she managed to control it. Soon after, we were all taken to the hospital, facing the harsh reality. Dad was gone. 2 months later. Izuku's POV. 2 months since the fight. 2 months since Dad passed away. 1 month since his funeral. 2 months since everything changed. Mom was devastated, lost in her grief, barely eating, drinking, or sleeping. I can't remember the last time I saw her smile. After that night, Izumi kept asking where her dad was and why he hadn't come back to cuddle her to sleep during that scary night. It was difficult explaining to a 3-year-old that her dad wouldn't return because he was in a safe place called heaven. And me? Izuku, please, Mom pleaded, gripping my arm. I could hear Izumi crying in the background. Let go of me. I shrugged her off and slammed the front door shut. We had another argument. She thought moving back to Japan would be a good idea. She insisted there was nothing left for us in America. That was nonsense. My family was here. The people who supported me when I needed them most. The ones who laughed and cried with me. When she said there was nothing here, I was furious. I didn't want to go back to Japan, where the nightmares were. But I couldn't blame Mom for wanting to escape her problems. I went to the one person I knew I could always talk to. Hey, Dad. 2 weeks later. We're going to miss you guys. Eleanor cried, holding Izumi tightly. Jackie and Ivy embraced me in a bone-crushing hug while Hayes watched with tears in his eyes, Jonah comforting Eleanor. After visiting Dad's grave, I felt a little better. I gathered the group and told them I would be moving back to Japan soon. Of course, there were tears, and we decided to spend as much time together as possible. They took time off school to stay at my house and be with Mom, Izumi, and me. We went skating. Every night, had movie nights, and slept in the living room for the past 2 weeks after the workers cleared out our rooms. I don't want to go, Mama, Izumi hiccuped, clinging to Eleanor as if her life depended on it. Last call for Flight 7 a.m. New York to Tokyo, Japan. Come on, guys, Mom said, walking into the boarding bridge. She didn't even say goodbye. I sighed and began to cry as they formed a huge group hug. We love you guys so much. You better visit every holiday. We'll visit every holiday. FaceTime us every chance you get, no matter the time difference. Stay safe and out of trouble, okay? We briefly pulled away from the hug, and I picked up Izumi as she wrapped her arms around my neck and her legs around my hips, nuzzling into my neck while softly crying. I love you guys, I said, before walking onto the boarding bridge, giving them one last look as they waved us off with tears in their eyes. The last thing I saw was Eleanor covering her face with her hands, crying into Jonah's chest as he and everyone else went to comfort her. Ma twisted her key in the door and pushed it open, revealing a cozy-looking place. This isn't home. Here we are, she sighed, looking at me. I didn't meet her gaze. I'm going to lay Izumi down, I whispered, Izumi sleeping peacefully in my arms. Ma nodded. Okay, can I talk to you afterward? She asked timidly, and I hummed a yes before walking to the door that had Izumi's name hanging on it. After laying her down, I went to the kitchen where Ma was to talk. Izuku baby, she said, standing up and wrapping her arms around me. I hugged her back. You know I love you, right? I did this for us, she said, sobbing quietly. No, you did this for you. I know, I mumbled quietly. I know your dad's passing took a toll on you. It did on all of us, and I think this was the best decision. She said, and I nodded. She pulled away, holding both of my arms. You start school tomorrow. I know it's soon. You don't have to go if you don't want to. It's all right. What school will I be attending? I asked, and she looked down and whispered, Don't get mad at me. Hi, she said, biting her bottom lip as she searched for a reaction from me. Okay, was all I replied with before walking to my room. I could hear Ma's sigh of relief in the distance. When I shut and locked the door behind me, I took a deep breath before grabbing the vase on the stand beside me and throwing it at the wall, watching it shatter into countless pieces. I slid down my door, gripping my hair as I tried to hold back the tears that threatened to pour out of my eyes. I began to laugh. Why? I looked up, laughing through the pain. Why did my life have to become so messed up? What did I do? What did I do? My voice cracked on the last sentence as I began to sob. I wish Dad were here. If he were, I wouldn't be here. I would be out patrolling with him, then going to shake and skate with my friends and Izumi. I would have continued to fight against those foolish villains. Why did you have to leave? After crying for another 30 minutes, I began to clean up the glass. Izumi might come in here to cuddle later, and I didn't want her stepping in it. I took a shower and changed into a pair of black basketball shorts and a brown plaid jacket. I heard a knock on the door. Aizu? I have your uniform, and can you come down here? There are people here to see you, I heard from the other side. It better not be who I think it is. Who's here? I questioned. Silence. Mitsuki, Masaru, and Katsu. I cut her off. I'm not going down there to see him. If they want to come up to say hi, they can, I said sternly, before sitting next to the door after locking it. Not him though, I added. Izuku please, she begged and I ignored her. After a while, I heard her footsteps fade away. A few minutes later, footsteps returned, followed by a knock on the door. Izuku, may I come in? Auntie Mitsuki. No, I replied. Silence. Please, she added after, and I sighed, unlocking the door. It creaked open, and she walked in before closing and locking it, sitting down beside me. She pulled me into a side hug, and I leaned into it. I missed you so much. And I'm so sorry for what that brat did to you years ago. It's all right, I don't care anymore, I replied, and she turned to me shocked. You really have changed over the years, she said. I nodded. I'm sorry for your loss. Hisashi was an amazing hero and father, she then said, and I tensed. I nodded again. You know, I saw you on the news. You're going to become an amazing hero, and I can tell that you're inspiring other Quirkless kids out there. They, too, can become heroes, she said briefly. I nodded again. There was a knock on the door. Hurry up in there, Mitsu. I want to talk to him too, you know. I let out a dry chuckle when I heard Uncle Masaru's whining voice. Auntie Mitsuki clicked her tongue, rolling her eyes before kissing my cheek and getting off the floor. Don't do that again, dumbass, she said, walking past him as he chuckled. He shut the door before staring down at me. I'm too old to be bending down, so I'd appreciate it if you stood up to hug me, he said with a sly smile, and I shook my head before standing up, towering over him. His eyes widened. Goddamn, my boy. How tall are you? I chuckled. I'm 5 feet 8 inches, Uncle, I said with a smile, and he dramatically stumbled back. I could have sworn you were this short the last time I saw you, he said, leveling with his hip. I shrugged my shoulders, and he pulled me into a bone-crushing hug. I missed you, Izuku, and I'm sorry for your loss, he said, and I hugged him back. He pulled away. How are you feeling? He questioned, and I shrugged. All right, I guess, I lied. He seemed to buy it. Katsuki's been asking about you, he then said, and I scoffed. Of course he has. He was probably wondering where his punching bag ran off to. Would you like to see him? He asked. I shook my head and he nodded. All right, I'll go get your uniform, he said and walked out of the room. The door burst back open, revealing a hyper Izumi holding her pink skates. Zuzu, can we go? She asked, holding up her skates to me. I looked down at her with pity. She had gotten so much better at skating and begged us to go every single night so she could practice. I couldn't say no to her. I slowly nodded, and she smiled brightly before running out of the room. Mama! Mama! Zuzu said yes. I heard her shout in the distance. Masaru returned to give me my uniform, and I closed my door to change. I slipped into a long-sleeve black turtleneck and layered a gray knitted sweater over it. I paired it with black ripped jeans, black Vans, and adorned myself with a gold anklet and necklace. After applying some chapstick, I slid a silver ring onto my pointer finger, the one Ivy had gifted me before we left. I put on my glasses and grabbed my keys and skates just as Izumi burst into my room, dressed in a brown long-sleeve top, a plain brown skirt, black tights, and black boots. Her green curly hair was tied up in a high ponytail, secured with a brown bow. "Come on, Zuzu," she exclaimed, grabbing my hand and pulling me down the hall. She released my hand and dashed past everyone to the door. I kept my head down, ignoring the stares, determined not to meet his gaze. "We're off," I announced. "Izuku," my mother called, and I halted in my tracks, not turning around. I heard her footsteps approach until she stood directly in front of me. "Sweetheart, I know you're upset with him, but please." "He's changed," she said, a hint of sadness in her voice. "No. Yuki, you should come too. Can you skate?" "I can skate really well because Ellie and Zuzu taught me." Izumi chimed in proudly as she ran to him. I couldn't believe Izumi. I shot her a glare as she beamed at me. I rolled my eyes and she stuck her tongue out at me, prompting me to mimic her. "Wow, Izuku, when did you get that?" I lifted Izumi and turned to Masaru with a blank expression, shrugging. He was referring to my tongue piercing, which I had let Jonah do last year after he had persistently asked. Surprisingly, I liked it. He always had it. "Open up, Zuzu," Izumi urged, and I stuck my tongue out. She tried to tug at my piercings, and I playfully bit her finger. "Ouch," she exclaimed, holding her finger and glaring at me. "I told you to stop that, Izzy," I said, kissing her cheek and setting her down. She pouted and slapped my leg before turning back to him. I glanced at him, and he was staring right at me. He still looked the same to me, but undeniably more handsome. "What? There's no denying the truth." "Yuki, come," Izumi said cheerfully, tugging at his pant leg. Sorry Umi, I think I should stay here," he replied softly. Katsuki Bakugo speaking softly? Last I checked he disliked kids. I expected him to yell at her and call her a brat. "But, please? Can you skate? If not, it's okay. I will teach you," she pouted. "Zuzu, he can come, right?" I shrugged my shoulders. Mom gave me a soft smile, kissed my cheek, and mouthed a thank you. I smiled back at her and kissed her head. "Come on before I leave you," I said firmly, holding out my hand for Izumi to take. She grabbed my hand and we walked out the door. Aside from Izumi's loud singing and bouncing in her car seat, the ride was slightly awkward. I could feel his gaze burning into the side of my face, my scowl unwavering as I focused on the road. "Deku. Who's Deku?" I snapped. He sighed. "Izuku. Better." I pulled into the skating rink driveway and got out of the car, with Katsuki following suit. I smiled brightly as I opened Izumi's door, lifting her out of the car seat and placing her on my hip. At the cashier, I took out my wallet and paid for us. "You're not paying for me." "Shut up." I handed the cashier the money and gave Katsuki his ticket before opening the door and entering the rink. Izumi bounced out of my arms and went with Katsuki, who was buying skates. I found us a table and began putting on my skates. "Zuzu, Yuki's never been skating, we have to teach him," Izumi exclaimed, dragging Katsuki to our table. "Okay," I replied, smiling at her as I sat her on my lap and helped her put on her skates, holding them up so she could tie them. I glanced at Katsuki, who was tying his red skates. I stood Izumi up and positioned myself behind her. Checking my phone, I saw messages from my friends expressing how much they missed and loved us. I smiled softly at that. I heard Katsuki clear his throat, and my expression turned neutral as I looked down at him over my phone. "What are you doing?" "Stand up," I instructed, and he complied, beginning to wiggle. I snorted and he shot me a glare. "Zuzu, don't laugh, that's mean," Izumi scolded before going to his side and taking his hand. "Now you take his other hand, Zuzu," she said, and I frowned at the thought. I wasn't sure where that hand had been. "You can help him, Izzy, I'm going to test the floor." That sounded silly. Izumi nodded, and Katsuki gave me a confused look. I rolled my eyes at him and skated to the rink. As soon as my skates hit the smooth surface, I began gliding faster and performing tricks. I always fell into my element when I skated. I loved the feeling of the air rushing past my hair. Each time I saw someone struggling to get up, I swiftly helped them before the workers could arrive, skating backwards to wave and smile at them. I passed Izumi and Katsuki several times, noticing him struggling to stay upright while gripping the wall and Izumi's hand, careful not to squeeze too tightly. She laughed each time he let go, only to stumble and grab her hand again. I couldn't help but wish to see him fall. An idea sparked in my mind. As I passed them for the 5th time, I turned to skate backwards, facing them. Izumi giggled when she saw me, and Katsuki watched in awe. I blew him a kiss and winked. His eyes widened, and a blush crept across his cheeks. When Izumi called his name again, he flinched, lost his balance, and fell. I burst out laughing, turning back around with a playful grin on my face. As I passed them again, I slowed down when Izumi called my name. "Zuzu, it's your turn to help him. He's a lost cause," she sighed, and I raised an eyebrow at her. "How do you know what a lost cause is?" I asked. "Mama called our old neighbor Chad that all the time," she replied happily, making me laugh and shake my head. "Here, you help him." She connected our hands, and I flinched at the contact. "And I'm going to help him. He looks like he needs it," she said, glancing at a boy who appeared to be around her age, maybe 4. I nodded. When she skated off, I tried to pull my hand away. When I did, he began to wobble and wrapped his arm over my shoulder, gripping the wall as I instinctively put my arm around his hip to support him. "You really need to work on this," I muttered, trying to maneuver us away from the wall, but he held on tightly. "Katsuki, let go of the wall," I insisted, and he shot me a glare. "No way. I don't want to fall again." "That was so embarrassing," he whispered, looking away. "I promise I won't let you fall," I replied flatly. He searched my face for any hint of deception before slowly releasing his grip. I could have thrown him to the ground like he did to me years ago. I dragged him a good distance away from the wall. When I moved my arm from his hips, he flinched and held on to me tighter. "Pinky," I said blankly. "What?" "Pinky." I held out my pinky and he entwined his with mine, wobbling slightly. "We'll skate a few laps to help you find your balance before I teach you how to turn and stuff so you won't fall," I explained, and he nodded. I noticed Izumi helping a little boy skate properly and smiled to myself. After about 3 laps, he started to get the hang of it, and I began teaching him how to turn and other basics. He stumbled a few times but was improving. A slow, romantic song began to play, and I noticed some people leaving the rink. Izumi skated between us. "Zuzu, I'm going to sit down and drink my juice," she said, and I nodded. I chose a seat where I could keep an eye on her at all times. She smiled at us once more before skating off. Couples began to hold hands and sway to the music. "Are we getting off too?" Katsuki asked. I shook my head. "Nope." I skated in front of him, turning to face him while gliding backward, slightly swaying my hips to the beat. He watched me intently. I slowed down a bit, letting him catch up as I wrapped my arms around his neck, playing with his hair. His eyes never left mine as I bit my bottom lip. My expression shifted to a glare as I looked up at him, feeling a mix of disgust and something else as I leaned closer to his ear. I dragged my hands down his broad shoulders and wrapped his hands around my waist. "You know I can't stand you, right?" I whispered, and I felt him tense up. I clicked my tongue, my lips brushing against his jawline as I met his gaze again. I smiled sweetly before pushing off him and skating over to where Izumi was sitting. Izuku's POV. I sat down across from Izumi, who smiled at me. She set her juice box down and exhaled dramatically. I chuckled. "What would you like to do for your birthday tomorrow, Izumi?" I asked, and she placed her finger on her chin, pretending to think hard. "Skating rink," she cheered. "What about something else?" "We skate every day," I reasoned, but she shook her head vigorously. "No, I want to go skating. Mama can come. Auntie can come. Uncle can come. And Yuki," she exclaimed happily, raising her hands. "Thanks for the invite, Bug," Katsuki said, ruffling her hair as he sat down beside her. "Don't call her that," I snapped, and he turned to me. "Joe calls me that." "I miss Joe," Izumi said sadly, slumping in her seat. Joe? Katsuki asked, staring at me intently. None of your business, I retorted, rolling my eyes, and Izumi frowned at me. Zuzu, why are you being mean to Yuki? She asked, tilting her head slightly. I'm just tired, Izumi, I sighed. Oh, can we skate for a little while longer? She asked, and I nodded, standing up. Izuku, can we talk? Katsuki asked. Before I could respond, Izumi interrupted. Tyson. Zuzu, stay here, she said before running off to the boy she had been helping earlier. I turned and glared at the blonde. Look, I don't care if you've changed over the years. That doesn't erase the fact that you tormented me throughout our childhood for something I couldn't control. So do me a favor and stay out of my way, or better yet, my life, I spat, taking in his shocked yet guilty expression. I shot him one last glare before looking for Izumi. I didn't want to be there anymore. The car ride back home was silent. Izumi was asleep in her car seat, clutching a stuffed panda she had won from the claw machine. Katsuki hadn't tried to start a conversation the entire ride. He just stared out the window. When we reached a red light, I sighed, leaning back in my seat and glancing at him once more. You can't deny that he's good-looking. From his messy, spiky blonde hair to his crimson-red eyes, defined jawline, and full pink lips, everything about him is undeniably attractive. And I hated it. Izuku, the light turned green. His low, husky voice pulled me back to reality. I rolled my eyes and looked back at the road. We finally made it home, and I got our skates out of the car. Katsuki unbuckled and picked up Izumi, who wrapped her arms around his neck and her legs around his hips. I unlocked the front door, and everyone stopped their conversation to look at us. Did you guys have fun? It seems like Izzy did, Mom said, and I nodded slightly, putting the skates down and taking Izumi from Katsuki. I'll go lay her down, I mumbled before walking down the hall to her bedroom. I took off her shoes and tucked her in bed, kissing her temple before cracking the door and walking back into the living room. Mitsuki was hugging Mom, and Masaru was grabbing the car keys. Finally, Mitsuki walked up to me and enveloped me in a tight hug. I'm so glad you're back, Izuku, she said softly. Yeah. Auntie, let go, you're kind of crushing me, I grunted, and she released me with a chuckle. See you later, boy, Masaru said, and I smiled. Izuku, I turned to see Katsuki looking at me. The smile immediately faded from my face as I glared at him. No, I replied before walking to my room, ignoring Mom's calls for me. A few seconds later, I heard the front door shut and footsteps heading toward my room. The door opened as I was taking off my jewelry. Izuku, why are you acting like this? He's obviously trying, Mom fretted. Well, he should stop. I clearly stated that I hated him today at the rink, I grumbled. Why would you say that? Mom, do you know what he did to me years ago? He hurt me, not just mentally but physically, because of something I couldn't control. He even told me to jump off a roof. I shouted, tears welling in my eyes. Do you have any idea what that did to me? My voice cracked. Mom only stared at me with pity, tears streaming down her cheeks. What if I had taken his advice, huh? I added, wiping my tears away. But Izuku. No. No buts. Just get out of my room, I muttered, walking to my dresser and pulling out a pair of shorts. I soon heard the door close behind her. I angrily wiped my tears and changed before lying in bed, letting sleep consume me. The next morning, I woke up to the sound of my alarm blaring. I shut it off and groggily rubbed my eyes, stifling a yawn. I looked down to see Izumi cuddled against my chest. I kissed the top of her head. Izzy, it's time to wake up, I cooed, and her eyes slowly opened. She smiled. Happy birthday, I said. Before showering her with kisses, she erupted into giggles, trying to push me away. I picked her up and walked down the hall to find Mom, but instead I found a note. Good morning, Aizu and Omi. I'm out early running errands, so can you drop Izumi off at Mitsuki's house? Thank you, Pumpkin. Lunches are in the fridge. I frowned and crumpled the paper before tossing it in the trash. She could have woken me up early so we could both get bathed and dressed. I put Izumi down and knelt to her level. We had an hour and a half. All right, Buttercup. We have an hour to get us both dressed and fed before I take you to Mitsuki's and head to school, I said, and she looked at me with determination. Aye, Captain. But where's Mama? She went to run errands. Now move. Move. I shouted at the end, and she giggled before running to her room. I laid my uniform on my bed along with my rings and necklaces. After that, I went to check on Izumi, who was picking out a birthday outfit. Can I wear this? She held up a white and pink dress that said, Birthday Girl, with a number 4 on the back. Of course, we were going to have you wear that anyway, I said, and she jumped up and down. Okay, come on. You're going to take a bath now since you didn't last night, I said as she grabbed my hand. After getting Izumi bathed and dressed, I put cartoons on in the living room and ordered breakfast since I wouldn't have time to make any. I took a quick shower and got out. As I was patting down my hair, I heard a knock on the door. Zuzu! Someone's at the door! Izumi yelled from the living room, and I wrapped a towel around my waist. Izumi laughed at me as I rushed to the front door in my towel. I stopped in front of her and shook my hair, laughing as water splashed at her. Now who's laughing? I joked, and she pouted at me, but it didn't last long before she started giggling. I opened the front door and saw a young man staring down at me, surprised. I smiled at him. Is this for Izuku? He stammered, and I nodded. Thanks, I said, taking the food and handing him 2,000 yen as a tip. I shut the door and locked it before walking into the kitchen with a giddy Izumi following closely behind. I sat her in her high chair and placed her birthday pancakes, bacon, and eggs in front of her. I'm going to get changed, I said. Are you going to eat anything? She asked with her mouth full, and I shook my head. Not hungry. We'll leave when I'm done, I stated before walking down the hall to my bedroom. I took the uniform that was neatly packed in a plastic bag. I placed the nicely folded pants, shirt, and tie on the bed. I put on deodorant and strawberry-scented lotion before getting dressed. I made sure my tie was loosely done and 2 buttons were undone. I put on my necklace and silver ring before putting on my glasses and making my way down the hall. I picked my keys off the key hanger. I made sure I had everything in my backpack, including my school ID. I had Izumi take a few pictures of me to post before getting her buckled in her seat. Hello, Izuku, Izumi, Mitsuki said happily when she opened the door. Auntie! Izumi cheered, hugging her leg. Happy birthday! How old did you turn? 10. Mitsuki asked playfully, picking Izumi up as she giggled. No, Auntie, I'm 4, Izumi corrected, lifting up 4 fingers. I'm off, I said, stretching. I kissed Izumi on the cheek and told her I'd see her later before driving off to a place I called hell. I checked the time, and it was 7:25, meaning there were 30 minutes until the bell rang. I walked through the front gate and to the front of the school. I took a deep breath and gave myself a small pep talk. I knew it wouldn't be the same without the squad by my side, but I needed to make the most of it, be confident, and stand tall. I kept telling myself these things to hype myself up, but truth be told, it wasn't working. I was nervous as ever. So I did the one thing I knew would calm me down. I prepared myself for whatever came next. Izuku! I called out to Hayes, knowing he'd be on his phone with everyone. I heard their excited voices through the mic and pulled it away with a chuckle. I missed them. Hey, I'm at the front of the school, but I'm really nervous, and I knew you guys would help me feel better, so. Oh please, you have nothing to be nervous about. Yeah. Hayes, flip the camera this way. Eleanor cheered, and Hayes switched to the back camera. She winked and began to strut toward the phone, waving and blowing kisses. Oh God, Ella, I'm not doing all that, I laughed, and she giggled before sitting on Jonah's lap. Hayes zoomed in, and I heard Jackie snatch the phone away. EW. Hayes, you pig, she exclaimed, giving him a disgusted look while laughter erupted in the background. Ivy leaned into the camera and blew kisses. Izuku, babe, you got this. Go in there and show them who's the fiercest person in school. Yeah, be fierce, Izu. I'll kick anyone in the nose who has something to say to you. Remember Cody? Make their nose bleed like you did to him. I scrunched my nose at the memory. Thank you. I miss and love you guys so much. Mwah bye. I kissed the screen and watched as they all jumped in front of the camera to say their goodbyes before hanging up. I felt so much better now. I could walk in there as if they were right beside me. They wouldn't want me to walk in with my head down. Taking a deep breath, I opened the school doors. Now all eyes were on me. Izuku's POV. All eyes were on me. With a blank expression, I glanced down at my phone to see what class I was in. Class 3A. Just as I was about to put my phone back in my pocket, the group chat buzzed with notifications. These guys. I started walking down the hall, smiling at my phone as Jonah and Jackie playfully argued over who was the better twin. I knew they were trying to distract me, and it was definitely working because this was the second funniest thing I'd seen since arriving here. The first was seeing Katsuki fall flat on his back. I glanced up and caught Katsuki staring intently at me. I shot him a glare. It looked like he was with his usual group of friends, one who resembled Pikachu, another with red hair, one whose elbows looked a bit odd, a girl with earphones dangling from her ears, and a girl with pink hair. They looked like a fun group. I walked past them and spotted the door labeled 3. Just as I was about to open it, I heard an irritating laugh. Confused, I turned to see a boy with blonde hair pointing at me. Class 3A? You're the one who replaced the guy with the purple hair. What's your quirk, huh? He reached out to touch me and I instinctively punched him in the face. Who even is he? I looked at my hand in disgust before pulling out hand sanitizer and rubbing it on my hands vigorously. Gasps echoed through the hall, and I looked up to see everyone staring at me. I rolled my eyes, turned around, and opened the door to the classroom, walking in. I sat down at the second desk next to the window and kicked my feet up. I had only gotten 4 hours of sleep and was exhausted. I might as well catch some rest now. I put my arm over my eyes and dozed off. Hey, new kid. I groggily opened my eyes to see a guy with blue hair and glasses making chopping motions with his hands at me. What was that, some kind of secret code? You cannot have your feet up and you cannot sleep at school. It's inappropriate, he said in a monotone voice. I yawned and pulled out my phone to check the group chat, which was still buzzing. I lifted my phone to take a picture and send it to them. Hey, are you listening to me? He asked, sounding annoyed. I sighed, slamming my phone on my desk and turning to him. What's your name? I asked politely and he looked taken aback. Titenya Ida, he stammered. All right, Ida. May I politely ask you to give me some space? I said sweetly, causing everyone in the class to stop their conversations and look at us. Ida gaped at me. Move for eyes. Just my luck. He's in this class. Bakugo, I'd appreciate it if you'd use the words, excuse me, instead of Ida began, but was interrupted when Katsuki made small explosions from his palms. Ida gulped and adjusted his glasses. All right, I'll be on my way, he said before scurrying off. It was nice meeting you, Ida. I called out, waving him off. Hi, dude. I'm Eijiro Kirishima, the redhead said, extending his hand. I shook it. Izuku Midoriya, I replied with a smile, and his cheeks turned crimson as he pulled away. I'm Denki Kaminari, in case you were wondering, the Pikachu guy said, moving his hand toward me. I shook it and giggled. I'm pretty sure he wasn't, the guy with the odd elbows said. Hanta Zero, he introduced, and I nodded. I heard a high-pitched squeal and looked up to see the girl with pink hair jumping up and down. I'm Ishido Mina. Oh my gosh, you're so cute, she cheered, and I blushed slightly, thanking her. I'm Kyuka Jiro, the earphone girl said, looking me up and down. I like your piercings, she added with a slight smile. Before I could reply, the door burst open, revealing a man who looked disheveled, with glaring red eyes and wild hair. Everyone rushed to their seats. Good morning, class. Today we have a new student joining us, and I want you all to be on your best behavior. He stopped when his eyes landed on me. I glared back at him with equal intensity. His eyebrows raised and his expression softened. You were supposed to be in the principal's office before coming in here, he said, and I shrugged. I didn't know, I replied, and he nodded toward the door before walking out. I stood up, ignoring everyone's curious stares, and walked out after him. The piercings aren't school appropriate, and your undone tie and buttons are highly inappropriate, he started, but I cut off his rambling with a scoff. You're just going to have to deal with it. I crossed my arms and glared back at him. You know I could have you expelled with the snap of my fingers, he spat. I chuckled. You'd think I'd follow the dress code if I really wanted to be here. The truth is that I don't. I hate this school. So do me a favor and expel me. I shot back, and before he could respond, someone behind him clapped their hands together. You must be Izuku Midoriya. It's a pleasure. I'm disappointed I didn't get to meet you properly beforehand. A small, mouse-like creature stepped in front of Aizawa and shook my hand. You don't look disappointed, I said, glaring at him, and he just smiled. I'm Principal Nizu, as you might already know, and this is your homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa. Please head to class while I have a quick chat with him. He explained briefly, sipping his tea and gesturing for me to go. I rolled my eyes and walked into the classroom, taking my seat behind. Oh, for goodness sake. Aizawa later entered and shut the door behind him, his gaze fixed on mine. I grimaced at him and rolled my eyes before raising my hand. Yes, Midoriya? Is there any other open seat? I asked, and Katsuki turned to me, his eyebrows knitted. I scrunched my nose at him in disgust and scooted my chair back. No, he said, sounding bored, before starting the lesson. Finally, it was lunchtime, and I packed my bag, waiting for everyone to leave. When Katsuki got up, I grabbed his wrist and he turned to me. Izumi's birthday party is at the skating rink at 6 p.m. sharp. If you're late, I'll make sure they lock you out. I explained, letting go of his wrist and walking away. Izuku, he cleared his throat, and I turned to glare at him. You know I'm sorry. For what I've done to you. I'm really sorry. When you left, I held my hand up to stop him. Stop. I don't care anymore. I shrugged and he seemed to relax a bit. So you don't hate me? He asked and I snorted. Oh yes, of course I do. I replied cheerfully before walking out of the classroom. As I entered the cafeteria, I heard my name being called. Midobro. Over here. I looked to see Kirishima waving me over. I smiled and walked to where he was sitting. So how are you liking it here at UA? Kaminari asked. I hate it. I said, opening my bento. Oh why? Is it because of what happened with Monoma? Mina asked as I took out my chopsticks. Nope. I replied before slurping my noodles. What's up with him? I questioned, pointing to a boy with red and white hair sitting alone, eating soba. Oh, that's Todoroki. He's kind of a loner. Kirishima shrugged. Have you guys tried talking to him? I asked. Of course, he's been our classmate for almost 3 years, but he's made it pretty clear that we're only competition. Yeah, he walked up to Bakugo once and told him that he would beat him and become the #1 hero. Jiro briefly explained, and I nodded. I'm going to talk to him, I said, standing up, packing my stuff and walking to his table. Good luck. I sat down across from him, and he didn't notice me until I extended my hand. He looked up from his phone with the blank expression. Izuku Midoriya, I said with a smile, and he stared at my hand. You were the one who punched Monoma and was rude to Ida and Aizawa. He replied flatly, and I slowly put my hand back at my side. You're really observant, I said, crossing my arms and resting my head on them, staring into his heterochromatic eyes. He nodded and looked back down at his soba. Is that cold? I asked and he nodded. I like cold soba, he said, his gaze intense. He was kind of intimidating. What's your name? Shoto Todoroki. You're the son of Endeavor, right? I feel bad for you, he's awful, I said, and he seemed intrigued. Yeah, I hate him. He grumbled with a frown. I met him a few times because he was friends with my dad, and when he found out that I wanted to become a quirkless hero, he told me. I deepened my voice. You can't become a quirkless hero, that's pathetic, deadly, and impossible. That dream is unreal. I rolled my eyes at the memory. So when he stayed over one night, I placed quirk-canceling bands on his wrist and threw the key into the ocean. It took them hours to find it. I laughed and he cracked a smile. You're quirkless? He questioned and I nodded. Yep, and I'm aiming for the top. I grinned. Well, I wish you luck because I am also aiming to be #1. he said, and I snorted. Of course. Todoroki and I talked for the rest of lunch. I shared stories about my pranks on Endeavor each time he visited my dad. It got to the point where he stopped visiting altogether. It was the funniest thing ever. The bell rang and we gathered our things and headed to class. As we entered the room, still laughing about the time Todoroki drove Endeavor's car into a lake, everyone stared at us with curiosity. You two seem to be getting along, Mina chirped. I guess, I shrugged. Todoroki went to his seat, and I followed. He continued telling the story he had started before we entered the room when Aizawa opened the door and immediately used his quirk. Everyone rushed to their seats and sat quietly. I rolled my eyes and slowly made my way to my seat, glaring at the older man as I did. He scowled at me before beginning the lesson. The final bell rang, and I was walking out of the building. Hey, Midoriya! A voice called. I turned to see it was Mina along with Kirishima, Kaminari, Siro, and Bakugo. Hey Mina, what's up? Tomorrow night I'm throwing a party and wanted to know if you could make it? She exclaimed. I'll be there. I started and she squealed. It reminded me of Eleanor, they'd be great friends. See you tomorrow, she said happily. I waved at the others before making my way back home. Wait, Midobro, the dorms are this way. Kirishima shouted. I'm staying home for now. I shouted back before hopping in my car and driving off. I made a quick stop at the market to get decorations for Izumi's party later. I bought her a midnight action figure since she's obsessed with her and wrapped it up in a birthday bag. I bought a card and signed it. Mom should have made reservations at the skating rink for a party room, so I drove there to drop off some decorations. I took the gift and decorations out of the back seat and entered the rink, meeting a middle-aged woman at the front counter. She smiled. Hello, party room reservation for Izuku Midoriya, I said, and she typed on the computer before looking back at me. Sorry, no reservations were made under that name, she said, and I gave her a confused look. Izuku Midoriya? I questioned, and she typed again before shaking her head. I pulled out my phone and held my finger up, signaling the woman to hold on. Hey, Zuka baby. Mom's cheerful voice boomed through the phone. Ma. HM? Is everything all right? She asked, concerned. Ma, did you make reservations at the Looney's skating rink in the party room? I questioned. Reservations? For what? She hadn't. Ma, you did not forget. I felt my face heat up in frustration. Honey, I don't know what you're talking about. Ma, today is Izumi's birthday. You were supposed to make reservations for her birthday. Please don't tell me you forgot. Silence. Aizu, I'm so sorry, she apologized. It's fine, I guess. I'll just make the reservations. It starts at 6 p.m. I said, and I heard shuffling on the other side. Oh, I won't be able to make it. She said, What? Baby, I can't. Tell Izumi I love her and wish her a happy birthday for me. I love you, she said quickly before hanging up. What is up with her? I stared at my phone in disbelief. I slowly closed my eyes and took a deep breath before reopening them and smiling at the surprised woman in front of me. Can I make a reservation in the party room under the name Izuku Midoriya from 6 to 8:30 p.m.? I said with a grin. The woman smiled softly at me and nodded. May I ask what the birthday girl's name is? She questioned, looking at her computer. Izumi, I said, and she nodded with a smile while typing on the computer. She looked up at me with a beaming smile. All right, it's done. You may head in, she said, and I paid her before picking up the bags off the floor and entering the rink. After setting up a few things, I left the rink and went to pick Izumi up from the Bakugos. I couldn't believe Mom really forgot her own daughter's birthday and had the audacity not to show up. I just hoped Izumi wouldn't be too upset about it. I knocked on the door, and it opened to reveal a beaming Mitsuki and a sleepy Izumi. Zuzu, she cheered, stifling a yawn. I picked her up, and she rested her head on my shoulder. She's exhausted. I laughed. Yeah, she was almost asleep, but then you knocked on the door. What did you guys do today? Well, first we went to pick out a toy for her since it's her birthday. Don't tell her, but she'll be receiving another one tonight. She whispered quietly, careful not to wake up a now sleeping Izumi. We went to the park, got ice cream, baked cookies, and made some chocolate strawberries. Seems like she had a fun, exhausting day. At least she'll be awake by the time we go skating. I said. Yes, she was so excited, she wouldn't stop talking about it all day, Mitsuki stated. I bet. Well, I'm going to take her home and lay her down for her nap. See you later, I exclaimed, and Mitsuki waved us off as I walked down the steps to my car. When we got to the house, I laid Izumi down in her bed before heading downstairs to take out the stuff to make her cake. Strawberry is her favorite. After a few hours, the cake was done and boxed up in the fridge. I checked on Izumi to see her still asleep, and I took the little time I had until she woke up to take a 30-minute shower. I stepped out of the shower, dried off, moisturized, and wrapped the towel back around my waist. I exited the bathroom to see Izumi lying down in my bed, half asleep. Zuzu cuddles, she said groggily. Izzy, we have to get ready for your party, I said softly, and she perked up. Oh right, it's my birthday, she said before jumping off my bed and running off to her room. I could hear her rummaging through her drawers. I chuckled, shook my head, and walked to my drawers looking for an outfit. I chose light blue baggy ripped jeans, a tight green crop top that showed off my toned abs, and white sneakers. I went into my bathroom to touch up my hair before finishing the look with my usual jewelry. I grabbed my skates and checked to see if I had everything I needed before calling for Izumi and making our way to the rink. I held the cake in one hand and Izumi's in the other. I turned around and pushed the door open with my back. The same woman from earlier gave me a sweet smile and wished Izumi a happy birthday before holding the door open for us and opening the door to the party room. I thanked the woman, who I now knew as Sammy, and felt Izumi's grip on my leg as a high-pitched squeal rang through the room. I looked down, confused, at Izumi before looking up to see the Bakugos and Mina, Kaminari, Shiro, Kirishima, and Jiro staring back at me. Is this the birthday girl? Mina squealed, and Izumi tightened her grip on my leg. I glared at Katsuki as he glared at Mina before giving me an apologetic look. I'm sorry, when I told these guys that I was going to a kid's birthday party, Pikachu's immature self got all giddy and wanted to tag along, saying how much he loved kid birthday parties, and everyone else wanted to tag along. He explained rather quickly as I raised an eyebrow at him. They bought gifts, he added, and Izumi let go of my leg and began bouncing around. Gifts? Izumi excitedly questioned. Izumi ran to go meet the others, and Mitsuki and Masaru walked up to me with slightly confused looks. Where's Inko? She questioned, and I rolled my eyes. She forgot all about her birthday and can't make it. I grumbled, and Mitsuki's face dropped. Oh, I'm sorry, she said, and Masaru patted my shoulder with a sad smile. I shrugged. It is what it is. There's nothing I could do about it, I said blankly. Ellie! I heard Izumi scream and run out of the room. I turned and looked out the window to see the squad outside the room with their skates hugging Izumi. No way. I let out a laugh, dropped my stuff, and ran out of the room, leaving everyone else confused. What the heck, guys? I ran to hug them, which they all returned. Surprise! Eleanor exclaimed. Ella refused to miss Izumi's 4th birthday and made us all fly out here last minute. Jonah said, earning a slight glare from his girlfriend. We missed you, babes. Ivy said. I cried and hugged them tighter, not wanting to let go. Zuzu! Zuzu, pick me up. I'm stuck. I looked down to see Izumi tugging on my jeans, trying to escape the tight space. I chuckled and lifted her for a brief moment before Jonah swooped in, showering her with playful kisses that made her giggle uncontrollably. My turn, he exclaimed. Catch! Jonah tossed Izumi to Eleanor, making my heart skip a beat as she laughed and squealed while Eleanor joined in on the kiss attack. They really need to stop tossing my sister around like this. It's become their annual tradition, and no matter how old she gets, they treat her like a rag doll on her birthday. Hayes recorded the whole scene, slipping his phone into his pocket when Izumi ran to him. After he finished his playful assault, Izumi was gasping for breath from laughing so hard. I took her back from Hayes, holding her close and giving the others a stern look. What? Jackie shrugged and I rolled my eyes. I noticed a few others watching us with puzzled expressions. "Oh right, I forgot about you guys," I said, turning back to the squad and silently mouthing, "Behave." I turned to everyone else with a cheeky smile. Before I could say anything, Izumi jumped out of my arms and grabbed Katsuki's fingers. "This is Yuki," she announced happily. "Katsuki," I muttered, and their smiles faltered slightly. "And Shima," she pointed to Kirishima as Katsuki lifted her onto his hip after she asked to be picked up. "Kami, Mimi, Han, and Kyo." She pointed to everyone in order, and they waved back. I guess they gave her their first names for easier nicknames. "And that's Auntie and Unsi," she pointed to Mitsuki and Masu. "It's nice to meet you all," Ivy said cheerfully until her gaze landed on Katsuki. She added with a glare. "I'm Eleanor. And this is my boyfriend," she introduced. "Jonah," he chimed in. "Ivy," she replied. "Jackie," came the next introduction. Jackie then playfully slapped Hayes, who was too absorbed in his phone to notice. "Ow," he exclaimed, rubbing the back of his head and glaring at her. "That's Hayes," Ivy said, nodding toward him as he argued with Jackie, who was laughing at him. I face-bombed. "I love your piercings. They're awesome," Kaminari said. Jackie, having pushed Hayes against the wall, flipped her hair dramatically. "Thanks. I did them all myself," she bragged, and Jonah scoffed. "She cried when she got her first one," he added casually. Jackie jumped on him, and they got into a playful tussle, which led to Eleanor and Ivy having to pull them apart. I looked around at the shocked faces. Izumi was laughing and cheering Jackie on like this was a normal occurrence, which it was. "They're twins," I shrugged. "Izzy ready to skate?" I asked, changing the subject, and she nodded vigorously. She skipped to grab my hand, and I led her back into the party room to put on our skates. "I like them, they're fun," Mina exclaimed as she walked into the room and sat next to me to lace up her skates. "Yeah, they are. You can skate?" I asked, and she hummed in response. "I used to come here with Kirishima back in middle school," she said with a grin. "You and Kiri, huh?" I teased, wiggling my eyebrows. She snorted. "No, we're just friends. Plus, I don't swing that way," she corrected with a chuckle. I nodded, standing Izumi up. "And I think he's into your friend," she added, pointing out the window. "Huh," I said, confused, and peered over her shoulder to see him helping Hayes over the wall, both of them blushing as Hayes thanked him and shook his hand. "Come on, Mimi, Zuzu," Izumi called, grabbing our hands and dragging us out the door. Despite Izumi's complaints, we waited for everyone to get their skates on before heading to the rink. It seemed like everyone knew how to skate except for Kaminari, who had a death grip on Mina as she yelled at him to let go, Mitsuki, who was clinging tightly to Masaru's hand, and Bakugo, who was struggling but laughing at his mom. "Zuzu!" I heard Izumi call from a distance, and I slowed down to let her catch up. "Where's Mama?" she asked, tilting her head slightly. I couldn't just tell her that her mom forgot about her birthday. It would break her heart. "She couldn't make it, sweetie," I said softly, and she frowned. "Oh, okay," she replied, smiling sadly before skating off to Eleanor. I sighed, feeling the weight of her disappointment. Before I could speed up, someone crashed into me, sending us both to the floor. "What the heck?" I groaned, rubbing my head. "Sorry, Izuku, Kirishima pushed me." I looked up to see Katsuki on top of me, staring down with a mischievous grin. I glared at him and shoved him off. "Next time, control yourself and watch where you're going," I snapped, getting back to my feet and skating away. "Aizu!" I turned my head and felt a hand on the back of my head. "Ouch!" I glared at Eleanor, who frowned at me. "That was mean," she said with a slight pout. "He deserved it," I replied, but she grabbed my arm, stopping me from skating away. "But he apologized, and he doesn't seem that mean at all." "Maybe he's changed," she argued. "Why does everyone keep saying that?" "You don't know him, Ella," I said, and she released my arm, crossing her own. "I know, but what you just did seemed like something a bully would do. I know you hate him for what he did years ago, but don't stoop to his level," she said, turning back toward the rink and glancing over her shoulder. You're better than that. With that, she skated off. I sighed, looking down. She was right. I skated onto the rink and saw Kirishima gliding and swaying to the beat of the music. Hayes was recording himself in front of him, and an idea popped into my head. "Hey, Kiri," I called out. He turned around and I smirked. "What? Fresh?" I pushed him into Hayes. I laughed as he stumbled and struggled to get back up, and Mina crossed her arms, shaking her head at me while trying to stifle a laugh as Kaminari still clung to her arm. "Come here, Kami," I said, holding out my hand. "I'll teach you." "Thank you," Mina said, pushing him toward me. I caught him before he could fall, and she skated away to Jackie with a grin. "Oh my God, Kami, stand up straight. You're going to fall if you keep bending over like that," I laughed, and he straightened up, still holding onto my arm. I helped him balance and glide so he wouldn't fall. After a few stumbles and wobbles, he finally got the hang of it. "I got it," he exclaimed. "I'm a pro now," he cheered, and I laughed. "Hey, Bakugo, look. I'm a better skater than you, and I only learned in." Izumi zoomed past him, causing him to lose his balance and fall. She turned to skate backward, pointing and laughing at him. "Sorry, Kami," she called before turning back around and wrapping her arms around Masaru, holding his hand and smiling up at him. I smiled softly at the sight. I felt two arms drape over my shoulders and looked to see Ivy and Jonah. "She's growing up so fast," Jonah said dramatically, wiping a pretend tear from under his eye. "When do you guys go back?" I asked. "Tonight. We may or may not have snuck out here, so we have to be back by tomorrow or we're in big trouble," Ivy explained briefly, and Jonah nodded vigorously. Ivy smacked him playfully. "Stop being a weirdo," she said, and he pouted, rubbing his head. "So, Joe," someone called. "That's my cue," Jonah said, and with that he skated off. Ivy chuckled and shook her head. I felt a strong hand tug on my arm and looked down to see Kaminari smiling weakly up at me, struggling to stand. I laughed and helped him up. "Your sister is evil," he said, making me laugh even more. "Kami, is it? What's your quirk?" Ivy asked, and Kaminari blushed slightly. "Electrification. What's yours?" "I can control the 4 elements," she grinned as his eyes widened. "Really? That's cool," he exclaimed, a wide smile spreading across his face. Ivy chuckled. A slow song began to play. "Come on, Sparky," Ivy said. "Wah." Before he could finish, Ivy grabbed his arm and dragged him away. I rolled my eyes and noticed how everyone was paired up. Masaru and Mitsuki were practically slow dancing, Kiri and Hayes were holding hands, as were Mina and Jackie, and Siro and Jiro, as friends I assumed, while Ivy and Kaminari were off together. I spotted Eleanor and Jonah arguing over who would get to skate with Izumi, who was giggling at their antics. I chuckled and skated in between them, grabbing both of Izumi's hands and bending down slightly to spin us around. I looked back to see Eleanor and Jonah's shocked expressions. I stuck my tongue out at them, and they rolled their eyes, entwining their pinkies and gazing at each other with so much affection. "Zuzu, you're too tall," Izumi exclaimed, and I bent down to her level, skating backward. "You got my back, Izzy? Because if I skate into a wall, I'm making you eat carrots," I teased, and she scrunched her nose. "I got your back, Zuzu," she replied, nodding. I nodded back and kissed her cheek. "Happy birthday, Izzy," I said, ruffling her hair. Izuku's POV. "Zuzu, won't you skate with Yuki like last time?" Izumi asked, gesturing for me to turn. "I couldn't find him," I lied, shrugging. "He's in the party room." "He seemed sad, Zuzu," she said. I shrugged again. "Zuzu, go make him happy again." "He looked happy skating with you before," she encouraged, smiling. "Izzy," I whined. She frowned at me and dragged me away from the floor. We skated to the front of the party room door, and she opened it. "My feet hurt so much from skating," she said dramatically, catching Katsuki's attention. She was right, he looked a bit down. "Zuzu, don't be sad that you don't have anyone to skate with," she said, looking up at me with a sad smile. I raised an eyebrow at her. She turned and gasped. "Yuki, so glad you're here. You can skate with Zuzu while I sit here and drink juice." She skated up to him and grabbed his finger, dragging him to me. "Have fun," she said, pushing us out and slamming the door shut. She peeked out the window and grinned at me. "Izuku," I muttered, turning my attention to Katsuki and glaring at him. I scoffed and grabbed his hand, skating to the rink. I sighed and looked down at my skates, avoiding his gaze. I could feel some of our friends watching us, and I looked up to glare at them. I wanted to swat his hand away so badly, but every time I glanced at the party room window, Izumi was staring right at us. I looked up at Bakugo to see that he hadn't taken his eyes off me. My glare softened slightly as I admired his features. I may dislike him, but I couldn't deny that he was attractive. I spotted an eyelash under his eye and reached up to grab it. He flinched and blinked when my fingers grazed his skin. I grabbed the lash and wiped my hand on my shirt. "It was bothering me," I muttered. He nodded, a blush creeping across his nose. Suddenly, someone behind me lost their balance and bumped into me, causing me to stumble. I closed my eyes and braced myself for impact when I felt a pair of hands grip my waist. Instinctively, I grabbed their shoulders. I opened my eyes to see Katsuki staring down at me. "You okay?" he asked, and I nodded, helping myself up. I looked away from him, frowning and trying to hide the blush that was creeping onto my cheeks. I glanced up to see Kaminari looking at me with guilt while Ivy pointed at me, silently laughing. I glared at her and flipped her off. I looked down to see Katsuki's hands still on my hips. I looked up at him, ready to tell him off, but his eyes were already on mine. I quickly closed my mouth and looked away, frowning again as my blush returned. "What is wrong with me?" "Stop looking at me like that, dumbass," I mumbled. I peeked back up to see him tilting his head at me in confusion. I parted my lips and covered my cheeks with my hands, looking down in an attempt to hide the stupid blush that wouldn't go away, which only seemed to get brighter. Stupid, handsome, confusing, cute. I can't stand you. "Izuku," he whispered, gently removing my hand from my face and using his finger to lift my chin, forcing me to look at him. His dark crimson eyes bore into mine as I stared up at him. It felt like he was searching for something as he began to lean in. I leaned back slightly, glancing from his eyes to his lips. I looked back at his eyes to see them focused on my lips before he met my gaze again. We began to lean in, our lips just centimeters apart, when a loud thud interrupted us. We flinched and bumped heads. I looked over to see Kaminari on the ground as Ivy laughed, helping him up. The slow song ended. "Izuku," I cut him off, pushing him away and skating off the floor toward the bathroom. I sat on the big stall floor with my knees to my chest and my face buried in my hands. I can't believe we almost kissed. Stupid Izuku, I scolded myself. What is wrong with me tonight? I hate him. I hate his very being. I heard the door open, and I hoped it wasn't who I thought it was. "Aizu! You can't be in here." "Like hell we can." Ivy slid under the stall along with Eleanor, Jackie, Jonah, and Hayes. "We saw everything," Jackie said, draping her arm over my shoulder and resting her head on it. "Yeah bro, what was that?" "You were blushing and frowning at the same time," Jonah said, sitting cross-legged in front of me. "You guys were about to kiss too," Eleanor added, sitting on Jonah's lap. I groaned, hitting my head against my knee repeatedly until Ivy stopped me. "I'm doing fine all by myself," I said, my words muffled. I lifted my head. "I don't know. I know for a fact that I hate him, but then I'm attracted to him in a way, you know?" "Physical attraction?" Eleanor questioned, and I nodded. Hayes yawned and transformed into a cat. I picked him up and placed him on my head as he fell asleep. "But I don't want to be near him. I used to like him years ago, but that changed when I moved to New York and realized how much of a JRK he really was," I said, briefly pulling my hood over my head. "I think you like him," Jonah shrugged, and we looked at him as if he were silly. "You know, hate like." "No, babe, he's just physically attracted to him," Eleanor said flatly, and Jonah huffed before mumbling a whatever. "Okay, enough about me. What about you guys?" I wiggled my eyebrows as they blushed. "I really like Mina," Jackie said. "I do too, she's amazing," Eleanor said happily, and Jackie rolled her eyes. No, idiot, I mean I like her, Jackie specified, and Eleanor made an O shape with her mouth. Sparky's alright, he's a terrible skater, Ivy shrugged, but I noticed the blush that painted across her nose. I'll answer for Hayes. He likes Kirishima for sure, Jonah nodded. He has a long name, he added. Ivy face-bombed. Idiot, did you not do your research? They go by their last names out here unless you're family or a lover. Why do you think I called Izuku Midoriya for a few months? Ivy rolled her eyes as they gasped at her. Really? They said in sync, and I nodded. Oh no, Midazu, we're sorry, Jonah said, and I chuckled. You can still call me Izuku, you know? You guys are my family, I smiled, and they looked somewhat relieved and nodded. It's time to say happy birthday, Mina said through the door, and we stood up and did a group hug before exiting the bathroom. Blow out your candles. Everyone shouted as Izumi giggled and began blowing them out. Everyone cheered as Katsuki ran around the room with Izumi on his shoulders, laughing as he lifted her up and handed her to Eleanor, who jumped and spun around. We ate cake and opened presents. Unfortunately, it was time for the squad to head home. Bye-bye, Izzy. We promise to visit again soon, okay? Eleanor cried, holding on to her tightly. Izumi, who was also crying, nodded. Did you guys have to go? She hiccuped. Unfortunately, honey, Jackie said sadly. We all shared a long group hug before Izumi was back in my arms. Everyone exchanged numbers and said their goodbyes before leaving. The Bakugos helped put all of Izumi's presents in the trunk after I buckled her into her car seat. See you guys later. I waved to Mitsuki and Masaru as they got into their car and drove off. I got into mine and drove home. When we got home, I decided to take Izumi's toys inside in the morning and carry her to her bedroom. I unlocked the door and pushed it open, turning on the lights. What I saw in front of me was something I would never forget. Chapter End. Izuku's POV. I quickly laid Izumi in her bed before closing her door and stomping back into the living room. Mom was sleeping on the couch with a bottle in her hand, surrounded by others on the table. What the heck? I shouted, turning the lights on. Mom groggily opened her eyes and set the bottle down. She looked at me with no emotion. Oh, you guys are back? My nose scrunched in disgust at the smell of alcohol. My face flushed with anger, and my knuckles turned white. I took a deep breath and let it out, giving Mom a hurtful glare. You couldn't make it to your 4-year-old's birthday because you were too busy drinking? I asked, my voice cracking slightly. Mom rolled her eyes. What is up with her? So what? I miss one birthday. I don't need to go to every one, Izuku. She raised her voice and I was taken aback. You not being there isn't what hurt the most, it's the fact that you forgot. How do you forget the day your only daughter was born? I also began to raise my voice. Tears started to fall from my eyes in anger. So what? She questioned with a glare. I sniffed. Her face softened slightly. What happened to you? I asked quietly. She looked at the bottles around her and shrugged. I shook my head, storming out of the room, slamming my door shut and locking it. I walked into my bathroom to remove my jewelry. I changed into a pair of shorts and slid into bed, soon falling into a deep slumber. I woke up to the sound of crying and sniffing outside my door. I slowly got up and walked over to my door. I opened it and was met with Izumi sitting in front of it, holding onto her midnight plushie while staring up at me with tears in her big green eyes. "Why are all the doors locked?" she sobbed. I picked her up and rocked her as she rested her head on my shoulder, wrapping her arms around my neck tightly. "I'm so sorry, Izzy," I whispered, closing the door. Mom's door was locked too. "I thought you guys left me," she sighed in relief, loosening her grip on my neck as I rubbed soothing circles on her back. "Why is that, Izzy? We'll never leave you. I had a bad dream that you and Mom got into a big fight and left me and never came back," she briefly explained. I laid us down on the bed. "We'll never leave you, okay? I promise." I kissed her temple, and she laid her head on my chest, beginning to doze off. I soon fell asleep after. The next morning, my alarm clock woke me from my slumber. I shut it off, stifling a yawn. "Izzy, it's time to wake up for school," I say softly, rubbing her back. She peeks her eyes open and smiles at me. Today is her first day at preschool. I had to enroll her since mom forgot to multiple times. Good morning, Zuzu, she yawns, placing her hand on my cheek. I take her hand and kiss her palm before standing up with her in my arms and walking into her bedroom. She picks out a white long-sleeve dress with a brown bear design, white stockings, and brown boots. Yes, I know my little sister has style. She gets it from her big brother, of course. How about you brush your teeth and wash your face while I take a quick shower and get dressed? I suggest, and she nods, running into her bathroom. I'll do your hair when I'm finished. Also, make sure to have all your things ready. I call after her before heading into my bedroom and closing the door. I take a shower, brush my teeth, wash my face, moisturize, change into my uniform, and put on some sneakers. I slip on a few rings and my glasses. I make my way into Izumi's bedroom, and when I walk in, her hair accessories are laid out on the bed. Can you do 2 ponytails? She asks, and I nod. She sits on her knees on the bed while I take a seat behind her. I spray and apply leave-in conditioner to her long, curly hair before parting it. I want these 2 bows too. She lifts her hand, offering me 2 brown bows. I take them and set them beside me. I repart her hair and tie one side off to the side. I place a hair tie between my teeth before brushing her hair into a high ponytail, using gel to slick it down and secure it with the hair tie. I repeat the same process with the other side before adding the bows. All done, I say, clapping my hands together as she hops off the bed and runs to check her hair in the bathroom. I love it. Thank you, Zuzu, she beams as I wash my hands. I remind her to grab her bento and backpack before we leave while I gather my things too. I head back to my room to get my backpack and keys before checking if mom is still home. I knock on her door and open it to find a note on her dresser. I read it. Good morning, Izu. I'm sorry for last night. I didn't mean for any of that to happen. I promise to make it up to both you and Izumi. Lunches are in the fridge. Have a great day. Love. Of course, she's gone. I sigh, crumpling the paper and tossing it away. I walk down the hall and into the kitchen to see Izumi enjoying a donut. Mom left lunch, she says with her mouth full, chocolate smeared on her face. Don't get your clothes dirty, I chuckle, wiping the chocolate off her cheek. Okay, she replies, continuing to eat. While she finishes, I put our things in the car and start taking her toys from the trunk into her bedroom. A little later, we are in the car, singing along to Beyoncé on our way to drop Izumi off at preschool. When we arrive at the school, I unbuckle Izumi from her car seat. She immediately grabs my hand and hides slightly behind me. As we enter the small school, a middle-aged woman greets us with a warm smile at the front desk. She walks around and extends her hand for me to shake. Hello, I'm Lucy Togata, she says. I'm Izuku Midoriya, Izumi's older brother, I reply, and her smile widens as she looks down at Izumi. She kneels. Hello, little Izumi, she says softly, extending her hand. Izumi peeks around my leg and stares at Togata. Hesitantly, she takes her hand. Izumi gasps, her eyes wide as she holds the older woman's hand. I wasn't surprised. I had given permission for this when signing her up. Cool. Is this your quirk? Izumi beams, handing the woman her hand back. The woman hums in agreement. It sure is, she confirms. A small voice calls Izumi's name, and she turns, her smile growing wider. Tai! She shouts, tugging at my pants until I bend down to her level. She stands on her tiptoes and gives me a quick kiss on the cheek. See you later, Zuzu, she exclaims before running off. That was quick. Looks like she's already made a friend, Togata observes, hands on her hips as she watches the two. I think that's the boy she helped when we were at the skating rink. I shrug and turn to the woman. So she hasn't gotten her quirk yet, correct? She questions, tilting her head slightly. My stomach drops. I completely forgot about that. She should have received it on her birthday. Maybe she's just a late bloomer. Correct, I say. And she just turned 4? She asks, and I nod. She hums in response. I was just checking. A lot of the kids have already received their quirks. We have a quirk handling program where we spend 30 to 60 minutes helping the children control their quirks, she explains. I nod in response. I'll be sure to let you know and sign her up for the program if she gets her quirk, I say, and Togata nods with a smile. I wave goodbye and blow Izumi a kiss. Are you excited for the party tonight, Midoriya? It's going to be amazing. All of Mina's parties are awesome. I sit with Mina, Kami, Kiri, Katsuki, Siro, Jiro, and Todoroki at the lunch table. It's a big group. Yeah, can't wait, I smile. You're going? I turn to Todoroki, who is sitting beside me. Yeah, are you going too? I ask and he shrugs. I don't think my father would let me go, he says quietly, and I scoff. Aren't you 18? You can do whatever you want, Todoroki. If you want to go to the party, then go, I say, and he looks back down at his soba. Hey, Mido, want to get ready together? Me and Jiro. Mina asks excitedly. I nod. We decide to meet at her place at 4 p.m. The party starts at 7 p.m. Katsuki, I say. He turns to me. Will Mitsuki be able to watch Izumi tonight? I'll pick her up after the party, I said. Yeah, she wouldn't turn down any moment to spend time with your sister, he grumbled. I turned to start a conversation with Todoroki. Finally, the day came to an end, and I was driving to pick Izumi up from preschool. I walked through the familiar warm door and saw Togata sitting on a rocking chair, reading a book with kids surrounding her. I smiled and waved when she noticed me. She leaned down to whisper to Izumi, who was sitting in front of her. Izumi's head snapped toward me, and she scrambled up, running to me and stumbling a bit. I picked her up and spun her around as she giggled, wrapping her arms around my neck and her legs around my hips. Hello to you too, Izzy, I laughed. Did you have fun today? She nodded enthusiastically. You can sign her out here, Togata said, tapping a sheet of paper on the counter. I gave her a really look, and she shrugged with a playful smile. I set Izumi down, and she ran up to a boy with silver white hair and matching eyes, giving him a hug. I signed her out, and Togata gave me a thumbs up before running to her son. I threw Togata a playful smile and waved as Izumi took my hand. Once we got to the car, I buckled Izumi in. The whole ride home, she excitedly talked about her new friend from the skating rink. Apparently, he was Togata's son, Tyson. We pulled into the driveway, and I saw Mom's car parked. Good, she was home. I got Izumi out and unlocked the front door. Izumi immediately ran in but paused in the living room. I walked in and looked at her in confusion. When I looked up, my expression dropped. Izumi scrambled to my side, gripping my hand tightly. Who are you? I demanded. A man sat beside my mom with his hand on her knee. Mom stared at me blankly as she exhaled smoke from a cigarette and took a swig of beer. I interrupted him. I don't care, get out of my house. I glared at the man as he quickly got up, slipping on his boots. He scurried to the door, closing it behind him as Mom stood up with an emotionless look on her face. Go to my room, I whispered to Izumi, and she nodded, running down the hall. Mom, I sighed as she took another drag of her cigarette. I walked up to her and snatched it from her hand, but she blew smoke in my face. I began to cough, making my way into the kitchen to throw the cigarette out. What is wrong with you? I coughed, narrowing my eyes at her. She shrugged. Why are you acting like this? Is it because of Dad? I asked, and her face suddenly turned red with anger. Don't speak of him, she yelled, and I took a step back. She had never yelled at me before. Mom, please, you have to stop. You have 2 kids to take care of, soon only 1. You know he wouldn't want this. Do you need help? I could call. I paused when I felt a stinging sensation on my cheek. I slowly lifted my hand to touch it and winced at the burn. How dare you? She spat, staring at me with pure anger. You slapped me. Mum, I stammered, but she interrupted me. You ungrateful brat. You always. She slurred her words as I looked down at her with pity. Mom, you should lay down, I said, cupping her cheek and wiping away a stray tear. I draped her arm over my shoulder and helped her to her room. I laid her down in bed, tucked her in, and kissed her cheek. I set water and painkillers on her nightstand with a note. Make sure to take these when you wake up. I'm going to a party tonight. Izumi will be at Bakugo's, and I'll pick her up after. I made my way to the living room and threw away beer bottles, both empty and full, before spraying the house with air freshener to kill the stench. When I turned around, I saw Izumi peeking around the hallway corner, tears streaming down her freckled cheeks. I walked up to her with a sad smile and picked her up as she wrapped her arms around my neck and her legs around my waist. I sat her down on my bed and wiped her tears away. She clung to my shirt when I tried to walk away and let out a loud hiccup. "Mama hurt you," she sobbed, and I gently laid her down on her back. "Shoo, she didn't hurt me. Deep breaths, okay?" I cooed, blowing softly on her eyelids. Her eyes began to flutter as she took deep breaths. 1.2.3. I blew softly on her eyelids. Her breathing steadied, and she sighed, keeping her eyes closed. I kissed her eyelids and wrapped my arms around her small frame. "You okay?" I asked softly. "Okay," she nodded. I kissed the crown of her head and wiped away her remaining tears. "I'm going to a party tonight, so I'm going to take you to Auntie Mitsuki and Uncle Musser's house, okay?" She nodded, still looking a bit upset. "Would you like to help me pick an outfit?" I asked happily, and her face lit up as she nodded vigorously. I chuckled and helped her off the bed. "I'm going to bring out my jewelry box, and you can pick an outfit out of my drawer while I take a shower. Sound good?" "Yep," she beamed. I walked into my bathroom, grabbed my jewelry box and some perfumes, and brought them to Izumi, who was already rummaging through my drawers and closet. I then returned to the bathroom to take a shower. After washing my body and hair, I got out of the shower, applied strawberry lotion and deodorant, and changed into shorts and a t-shirt. I packed my makeup bag and walked out of the bathroom. "All done," Izumi happily announced. I decided to have her put the outfit in my duffel bag and surprise me when I got to Mina's place. With my eyes closed, I handed her my makeup bag and opened my eyes when I heard the zipper close. "There isn't a clown costume in there, right?" I asked suspiciously, and she giggled, shaking her head. "Okay," I said, slipping on my slides and taking Izumi's hand in mine. I grabbed my phone and keys before turning off my room light and closing the door. Izumi went back into her bedroom to grab a few things before we left the house. I dropped Izumi off at Bakugo's place and then headed to Mina's. I parked in front of her house, grabbed my duffel bag, locked the door, and walked to the front door. I knocked, and a moment later, a hyper Mina opened the door. "Hey," I started, but before I could finish, she grabbed my forearm and pulled me inside. I was then dragged up a flight of stairs and into a hot pink and black tiger-striped themed bedroom. It was mostly empty since she lived on campus. "What's up, Midoriya?" Jiro greeted from where she lay on her back with her feet propped up on the wall. I waved with a smile and set my bag on a furry black chair. Mina clapped her hands together. "I'm so excited. Are you excited?" "I'm excited." "Oh, drinks. I'll be back." "Jiro, turn on some music," she exclaimed before darting out of the room. "You sure she hasn't started the party before everyone got here?" I joked, and Jiro shot me an amused smile before turning on some music. I decided not to drink until the party started. I still had to pick up Izumi. Mina had taken one too many shots and was bouncing on the bed while Jiro face-bombed, scolding her for drinking too much before the party. "We should start getting ready." Mina jumped off the bed. "Me first," she hollered, racing into her walk-in closet. "She's wasted already," Jiro sighed, face-palming, and I chuckled. We talked about her dilemma of choosing between becoming a hero or a musician while Mina changed. "How do I look?" Mina asked, standing in front of the closet door in a white long-sleeve turtleneck, black skirt, white sneakers, and thigh-high black and white socks. A gold necklace that said Pinky hung around her neck. "Hot and casual," I replied. "Gorgeous," I shouted, interrupting whatever Jiro was about to say. Mina giggled and clapped her hands together. "Jiro, your turn." She grabbed Jiro's arm and what I guessed was her bag and pushed her into the closet. Several impatient moments later, Jiro emerged, hands shoved into her red and black leather jacket, looking away with a slight blush. She wore a red crop top, a red choker, black biker shorts, fishnets, and black combat boots. "So hot." "Jiro, have I ever told you how hot you are? Mina exclaimed, taking another sip of her drink. I smiled at her and slowly took the drink away. Yeah, Jiro said, looking away with a small blush. Mido's turn, Mina said excitedly, pushing me into the closet. Let's see what Izumi got me, I muttered, opening the duffel bag. So I see she decided to make me dress up for the night. I put on a light blue button-up shirt, dark blue khakis, black dress shoes, and a brown belt. I looked in the mirror and frowned. I look like an old man. It doesn't even match. I opened the closet door angrily, and the girl's eyes snapped to me, blinking in surprise. Oh, I am definitely having a long talk with Izumi. Right now, in fact. Ignoring their lingering gazes, I snatched my phone off the nightstand and dialed Mitsuki's number. After a few rings, she answered, and I could hear giggles on the other end. Izumi. There's another bag in there. It was a joke, I promise, Zuzu, she said before hanging up. I rolled my eyes, ignoring the girls, and entered the closet again. I rummaged through the bag and found another one inside. Better. I exited the closet in a black crop top and black ripped jeans that showed off my abs and V-line. I wore a red belt, my red sneakers, and silver circular glasses, along with black rings, bracelets, and layered silver chains. The girl's jaws dropped. Oh, my God! Midoriya, I can't breathe. I'm going to faint. Mina exclaimed dramatically, pretending to faint, and Jiro caught her, rolling her eyes. I chuckled and shook my head. Makeup time. Mina squealed, standing up straight. I did Mina's makeup, giving her an eyeliner look, mascara, red lipstick, and some blush. Jiro decided to only wear eyeliner since she typically only wore makeup for special occasions. We set up the house and soon enough, people began showing up. The group arrived, except for Bakugo, who had stopped to use the bathroom upstairs. An hour later, the house was filled with moving bodies. People were dancing, couples were stealing kisses in corners, and others were getting drunk playing cup pong. I was sitting with Mina, Kami, Kiri, Jiro, and Siro in a secluded area, talking about anything that came to mind. Mina was sitting on Jiro's lap, both of them tipsy, while Kami was laughing, sprawled out on the sofa with his limbs hanging off one side. Siro stood behind him to make sure he didn't fall, and Kiri rested his head on Mina's lap, facing up, while I sat beside her with Kiri's legs on my lap. Bakubro is taking forever, Kiri groaned, playing with Mina's curls. Yeah, wasn't he supposed to be going to the bathroom? It's been almost an hour, Siro added. Hey, Midoriya, have I ever told you how adorable your freckles are? Mina giggled, reaching over to poke my cheek. No, you haven't, I replied, intertwining our fingers. Well, your freckles are adorable, she cooed, squeezing my hand. I chuckled. Guys! Kami shouted and we all turned to him. I have an idea. He pointed out. No. Last time you had an idea, we ended up in jail, and Sensei Aizawa had to bail us out. That was not fun, Siro explained, and Kami stared at him, bewildered. He blinked before laughing and snorting, oh yeah, and then he slammed his head back down on the couch. I'm going to grab some water bottles, I said with a laugh before walking to the crowded kitchen. I grabbed some bottles of water and made my way through the sweaty bodies. I paused when I spotted a familiar white and red split hairstyle in the distance. I approached the sitting figure, forgetting all about the drinks I was supposed to get, and stopped in front of Todoroki. He was sitting alone, staring intently at something in the distance. Todoroki, are you being a stalker? I joked, chuckling, and his eyes snapped to me. Hello, Midoriya. Are you having a good time? He turned his body toward me, nervously running his hand through his hair. Yeah, what were you looking at? Beth. Turning to the direction he had been looking. He shrugged and stared in the same direction. I followed his gaze. She's pretty, I said, and he nodded. He was looking at a girl with long, dark hair and striking yellow eyes. She wore a light blue dress that reached her knees and black boots. She held a red plastic cup in her hand, laughing at something the girl next to her said. She looked somewhat familiar. You should go talk to her, I suggested, but he shook his head, not taking his eyes off her. She'll be mad at me. You know her? He nodded. I've never met her in person, but she popped up on my Instagram feed, and I found her cute, so I followed and messaged her. We've been talking for 3 months, he explained, and my eyes widened. What? Go talk to her? I urged, but he shook his head. No, she doesn't know it's me, and she'll be upset when she finds out, he explained, furrowing his brows. Wait, what? He let out a sigh and started explaining. I have another account to avoid all the notifications on my main. I don't have any pictures, and my profile picture is of a candy cane. I chuckled and he glared at me. I cleared my throat. Continue. But she's been asking to see my face and know who I really am, and I've been ignoring her, so I think she's mad at me. She'll be even more upset to find out she's been talking to some random guy, he mumbled. I smacked him lightly on the arm. Ow. He narrowed his eyes at me, rubbing his head. That's so silly, Todoroki. You're literally the hottest guy in school with a great personality, I told him, and he blinked at me. I'm always told that I have no personality. Or humor. Now he just made it depressing. Well, if you two have been talking for 3 months, she must like you. Have you guys flirted? I asked. He looked up in thought. I don't know, he said, and I face-bombed. Sweet, dense angel. Well, you look like a creep just staring at her. I shrugged and he turned his gaze back to me. I don't know how, he admitted. To talk to her? I questioned and he nodded. Have you only talked on Instagram? He nodded again. I smirked. Say, hey cutie, can I get your number? I said in a deep voice, jokingly. Todoroki tilted his head in confusion before hesitantly standing up and walking toward the girl. Todoroki. I tried running after him when someone bumped into me, blocking my path to him. By the time I caught up, she had a look of utter confusion. Hi, she said, tilting her head slightly. You, Todoroki began, looking around. For me? I reached for his arm when someone pulled me back. I turned to see a group of rowdy teens trying to get me to dance with them, mistaking me for someone else. Oh, I'm going to lose it. Hey, cutie? Can I get your number? Todoroki stammered, looking confused himself. I'm the worst, I'm going to embarrass myself. I finally grabbed onto his arm, pulling myself closer to him. He's joking, I swear. He didn't. How do I get both of us out of this? I didn't think he would actually go up to her and say that. We told you, Tana, the girl with purple hair teased, wiggling her eyebrows. I'm Aiko, she added, holding her hand out. I gaped at her. Oh, sorry, my quirk is super hearing, so I kind of heard your conversation. Sorry for eavesdropping. So you knew I was joking? I questioned, narrowing my eyes slightly. She nodded, and I sighed in relief. Thank goodness, because this was going to be an awkward conversation. I'm Sarana, but you can call me Sora, the girl with brown hair said timidly. I nodded, turning to look for Todoroki. Where did he go? I huffed and held a finger up to the girls as I stalked toward Todoroki, who was returning to his original spot. Come on, you goof. I grabbed his arm, trying to drag him to Tana, but he used his quirk to freeze himself in place. I narrowed my eyes at him and turned to see Sora standing slightly away from Aiko, who was trying to keep Tana in place while they walked off. She thinks you're cute too, now go talk to her and confess. I tugged at his arm, but he didn't budge. I glanced back to see Tana standing awkwardly alone, taking sips from her cup. No, I embarrassed myself. Her friend knew. It's fine. I'm sorry, I didn't think you'd actually do it. Now come on. No. Todoroki, if you don't unfreeze yourself, I'm going to. Okay, fine. He said hesitantly, melting the ice. I smiled, taking him to Tana. Sorry it took us so long, I said with a smile before glaring at Todoroki. It's fine, she replied, glancing up at Todoroki as he stared down at her. Moments passed, and they hadn't shared a word. I nudged Todoroki sharply in the stomach, and he winced. Shoto Todoroki. He held his hand out to shake. She took it before immediately retracting her hand, shaking it and muttering, hot, hot, hot. I glared at Todoroki. Sorry, he muttered. Well, you two should get to know each other. What? Oh yeah, I'm Izuku Midoriya, okay bye. I exclaimed before whispering to Todoroki. Confess. I turned and ran out of that awkward situation. I met back up with the group and handed them their water bottles. They asked what took me so long, but I shrugged it off. I'm going to take my stuff to the car real quick, I'll be back. They nodded, looking at Cammy as he asked yet another silly question. Is water really wet? Wait. I grabbed my duffel bag from Mina's room and pushed my way through the dancing crowd. I finally made it outside to my car. I unlocked it and tossed my bag into the passenger seat. When I closed and locked the door, I bumped into a hard chest. Turning around, I looked up to see crimson red eyes staring down at me. Oh, for goodness sake. I'm sorry, I paused, looking up at him. Izuku, he said lowly, sending shivers down my spine. Katsuki, I replied, looking down at my shoes. He lifted my chin with his thumb and index finger, and I turned my head away from him, glaring. Sorry, he mumbled. I want to talk. I crossed my arms. I don't, I said, turning on my heel when he grabbed my wrist. I closed my eyes and sighed, turning back to face him. He loosened his grip before letting go. Took, I spat. He ran a hand through his blonde hair. When you left 3 years ago. Tut tut tut, no, that's enough, I said sternly. Please. He pleaded, his eyes desperately searching mine. Fine, I huffed, glaring at him. When you left, I'll admit I didn't care, he paused before continuing. I thought it was for the best because you were going to be in a safer place than Japan. An eyebrow, confused by his words. Izuku, I didn't bully you because I thought you were weak and pathetic. Every insult I threw at you was a lie. I guess I was trying to protect you in a way. He gulped, running his hands down his face. When you told me you were quirkless but still wanted to be a hero, I was angry. I didn't want my best friend to get hurt because he was reckless. At the time, I thought it was impossible and too dangerous for someone without a quirk to become a hero. So, I bullied you. He looked back at me, tears brimming in his eyes. You obviously proved me wrong, he said in almost a whisper, wiping his eyes harshly. Is he about to cry? I know it was stupid and mean, but I didn't want you to get hurt, so I thought the only way to keep you safe was to wreck your dream. I ended up liking you a lot. I looked up to you, even if you are quirkless. You were still kind and always smiling. You followed and praised me when I beat you down. You are so smart and pretty, and he paused to take a breath. I gaped at him. I'm so sorry, Izuku. When you moved away, my mom came into my room to tell me and interrogate me on why you didn't want to see me before you left. At first, I acted like I didn't care, but I did. The boy I liked had moved across the world and hated me. I confessed, and I regret everything I've done. He then pulled out a familiar small notebook. Did you dig that out of the trash? I asked, scrunching my face at it. Yes. Before I left campus, I saw you standing in front of the koi fish fountain, and I watched you throw it away. It broke my heart because you looked so upset. I couldn't just walk away, so when you were out of sight, I told the boys to leave without me and went to grab it. It was wet and burnt, so I bought another notebook and copied all the notes I could from the old one. I was going to give it to you that weekend, but... He explained, taking the notebook. I flipped through the pages, stopping at a few. Everything was there. Thanks, I muttered, looking down at the notebook. I couldn't believe he told me all of this. He liked me? But he still hurt me. He was part of the reason for my depression, along with many others who made my life a living hell. But, Izuku, he lifted my chin with his thumb and pointer finger to meet his gaze. I averted my eyes. He lowered his gaze as my eyes flickered up to his. He moved his hand to my cheek, rubbing soothing circles around my freckles. It took everything in me not to lean into the touch. We should the others. I was cut off when his lips brushed against mine, our breaths sinking. I looked into his crimson eyes before glancing down at his lips. I wanted to, but I didn't. I couldn't, but I would. Forget it. I stood on my tiptoes and wrapped my arms around his neck, leaning in. Before our lips met. Stupid Deku. Look, it's the quirkless freak. You're just a useless Deku. An error in the system. It's worthless. Look at it cry. Pray that you'll have a quirk in your next life and take a swan dive off a roof. I tightened my grip around his neck and buried my head in the crook of his neck, sobbing. He flinched back before wrapping his arms around my waist and rubbing my back. I'm so sorry, he whispered. It'll be okay, he promised. No, it won't be. I want my dad. I pushed him away, wiping my tears aggressively. I was angry. My lip quivered as I scowled at him. It's all your fault. I sobbed, covering my face with my hands. I probably looked like a mess. At least I was still attractive, though. I felt arms wrap around me and a hand run through my hair. He rested his chin on top of my head as I cried into his chest. You're quirkless? And I'll still become a hero no matter what. Silence. Haha. I cried harder into his chest, balling my hand into his shirt while the other tried to push him away. Never did his grip loosen. Mommy, do you think I could still become a hero too? Silence. I'm sorry, Aizu. I'm so sorry, Izuku, he whispered. Hi, Papa. Hey, champ. I have to go patrol in a few. What's up? Well, last week Mommy and I went to the doctor's to find out my quirk. Really? What is it? Is it the same as mine? Or your mother's? Oh, maybe both. No, Papa, either. I am quirkless. Silence. Oh, is that all? You're not mad, right? Of course not, Zuku. Why would I be mad at you for something that's completely out of your control? I dunno. Do you still want to become a hero? I don't know. Everyone has already given up on me. Even Mommy and Kaken. If you still want to become a hero, let me know, okay? I'll back you up, son. Okay, Papa. I smiled. I love you, Zuku. I'll talk to you soon, yeah? I love you, be safe. Always. I finally calmed down. I held onto Kaken's damp shirt like my life depended on it. I didn't notice that we were sitting on the ground and I was on his lap, sitting sideways. I exhaled, resting my head on his chest. Don't hold grudges, Zuku, I heard a voice say. I didn't bother to lift my head to search for the source. I already knew who it belonged to. Okay, Dad. I forgive you, Kaken. Izuku's POV. My eyes are all red and puffy, I grumbled. You still look great though, Katsuki replied, gently dabbing a wet tissue under my eye. After sitting on the cold concrete for a while, Katsuki took me to the bathroom to freshen up. We returned to the group, where we all began dancing, laughing and playfully teasing Kaminari about his terrible dance moves. The fun lasted for a few hours until it was 12:32 a.m., and I decided to leave to pick Izumi up since she had preschool in the morning, and it was still a school night. I said my goodbyes and got in the car, driving off to the Bakugos. I parked without turning off the engine and walked to the front door, ringing the doorbell. A few seconds later, a confused, tired-looking Mitsuki opened the door, her eyes puffy and red. Had she been crying? Izuku? What are you doing here? She yawned, and I furrowed my eyebrows at her. I'm here to pick Izumi up? I said, more like a question. She tilted her head. Inko came a while ago to pick her up, she muttered. At what time? I asked. Around 7:50, she replied, and I nodded. Oh, good night, I said, waving as she gave me a soft, sad smile and closed the door. I'll ask her about it tomorrow. I got into the car and took a deep breath before driving off. I unlocked the front door and pushed it open to a dark, quiet house. I walked into the living room to see my mom with an empty bottle of beer on the table in front of her, and one half full in her hand. She was asleep. I thought I had thrown those away. I grabbed the bottles and threw them away. In the kitchen, I found a carton of milk, bread, cheese, and sandwich meat on the floor with the fridge slightly open. I furrowed my brows as I cleaned up the mess. I walked down the hall to Izumi's room and saw the door cracked open. I peeked in, but she wasn't there. I walked to my room, where the door was also cracked open, and stepped inside to find Izumi half asleep, sitting on the floor with her knees drawn up to her chest. A half-eaten sandwich sat beside her. Her eyes squinted open and glanced up at me, then snapped wide open when she saw me. She wobbly got up and ran to me with open arms. I picked her up and cradled her in my arms. I'm hungry, Zuzu, she interrupted, and I nodded, walking into the kitchen while glaring at my mom's sleeping figure as I passed the living room. "Okay, babe, what do you want?" I asked, carrying her to the kitchen. She shrugged. "Katsudon," I suggested, sitting her on the counter. She nodded, rubbing her eyes. The thing with Izumi is that she can't sleep on an empty stomach. If I stayed out all night, she probably would have stayed up until I got back. Which makes me wonder, why didn't you ask Mom to cook something for you? I did. She told me to wait, and I did for a long time. When I went to remind her again, she was drinking that nasty stuff. She's mean when she drinks that, so I waited until she was done. When I went to remind her again, she was asleep, and I didn't want to wake her up, she explained. Okay, Izzy, what happened when she picked you up from Auntie Mitsu's? She was banging on the door. Auntie opened it, and Mama yelled at her to give me back. They got into a fight, and now I can't see Auntie and Uncle anymore. She sniffed, and I hugged her. Yes, you will, I promise, I said softly as she hugged me back. Yummy, she said, looking at the food on the stove. Yeah, it'll be done in a bit. Go get changed into your pajamas, okay? She nodded before running into the hallway. I heard a groan from the living room, and my smile dropped. I heard footsteps approaching the kitchen. I turned to the stove. Have you been throwing my stuff away? Mom asked, her voice sharp. I could tell she was still drunk. I ignored her. Izuku, she said sternly, her footsteps getting closer. I ignored her again. She harshly grabbed the hoop earring on the helix of my ear and turned me to face her. I winced in pain, pulling her hand away. You hear me talking to you, she yelled. I held my throbbing ear as tears began to sting my eyes, giving her a pained look. You shouldn't be drinking when you're feeling this way, Mom. Look at what happened. You've completely changed, I said as she stared at me with so much anger. Worry about yourself, was all she replied before walking to the refrigerator and taking out a bottle of beer. I grimaced and walked up to her, snatching the bottle away. Mom, please don't, I pleaded. She glared at me. Izuku, I'm trying so hard not to hurt you because you're my son, and I love you. You don't snatch from the person who raised you. Give it back, she sneered. I shook my head, taking a step back, tears flowing down my cheeks. Mom, please, I begged again. She marched up to me and slapped me across the face. I stood there, stunned. She took the bottle back before giving me one last glare and walking back into the living room. I kept my head down, turning back to the stove and turning it off. I took out a small bowl and chopsticks. When I turned back around, I saw Izumi standing around the corner of the kitchen, staring at me with tears in her eyes. I sighed before turning around, putting some of the dish in the bowl. I walked up to Izumi, taking her hand and leading her to my bedroom, shutting and locking the door behind us. I lifted her onto the bed, took the bedside table from under it, and set it in front of her with the food. I'm going to take a shower, I mumbled before walking toward the bathroom door. Zuzu. Izumi called quietly. I stopped in front of the door, refusing to look at her. I didn't want her to see the mark on my face. I hummed. What happened to Mama? She asked. As she hurt you again, I saw, Izumi said, her voice trembling. I made her do it, Izzy. I shouldn't have made her mad, I replied, my voice low. Before she could respond, I opened the bathroom door and stepped inside, closing it behind me. I looked in the mirror and touched my bruised cheek, the same one she had slapped yesterday. My ear felt hot, a stark contrast to the coolness of the bathroom. With a sigh, I stripped off my clothes and turned on the water, waiting for it to warm up before stepping in. My alarm went off, and I shut it off, feeling the weight of exhaustion. Just a few hours after Izumi fell asleep, she woke me up at 4:30 a.m., crying because she had a nightmare about our mother hitting me. It took about 30 minutes to soothe her back to sleep. I glanced down at Izumi, her small figure curled up against me, her eyes puffy from sleep. I didn't want to wake her yet, so I gently laid her down beside me and walked to my drawer to get my uniform. After completing my morning routine, I entered Izumi's bedroom to pick out an outfit for her. I didn't have any makeup, so if anyone asked about my bruise, I would come up with an excuse. As I was getting out her hair accessories, I heard my phone vibrating on her nightstand. I picked it up and answered without checking the caller ID. Hello. Hello, Midoriya. It's Togata. Oh hey. What's up? I replied, trying to sound cheerful. I couldn't reach you yesterday. There was a small villain attack near the school, and they caused quite a mess trying to escape, she explained briefly. Oh no, can I curse? I asked, and I heard her laugh on the other end. Sure, go ahead. Anyway, school is cancelled today. Everything should be back to normal by Monday, she continued. Okay, I said, a bit nervously. Well, I'll see you Monday. Have a good day. You too. What am I supposed to do now? I can't leave her here with our mother, and I don't want to cause any trouble for Mitsuki. Plus, I can't miss school. I finished organizing her hair stuff and walked back into my room. I approached Izumi's sleeping figure and gently rubbed her back. Hey Izzy, I said softly. She stirred, squinting her eyes open and grabbing my hand. Do you want to go to school with me? Preschool is cancelled, I told her, and her face lit up. Yeah, she exclaimed her. Excitement infectious. Okay, go get changed while I make some toast, I said. She nodded and dashed to her bedroom. I checked to see if our mother was home and found her sleeping in her bed. I left a note saying I went to school with Izumi before heading to the kitchen to put a slice of bread in the toaster. I waited for it to pop up, then placed it on a plate and spread jelly on it. Zuzu, can you put my hair in a ponytail? Izumi called from around the corner. I nodded and brought the plate to her room, handing it to her as I began styling her hair. Done. I beamed as she turned to me with a bright smile. Yay! We left the house, and I buckled Izumi into her seat. We arrived at UA 30 minutes early, so I decided to call my friends. After one ring, Hayes picked up. Hello. Izuku. Bae. What's up, shawty? Hi. Hey, Aizu, they all shouted in unison, nearly giving me whiplash. I smiled and waved at the camera before turning it to Izumi, who had crawled to the front passenger seat. My baby, hi. Eleanor squealed as Izumi giggled and took my phone. I decided to let her enjoy her time with them. 10 minutes passed, and Izumi excitedly shared stories about preschool and her friend Tyson. Oh, sounds like someone has a crush. Jonah teased, and Izumi shook her head, giggling. No, he's just a friend, she laughed, while Jonah rolled his eyes playfully. The girls continued to ask her questions and tease her. Here, Izumi, let me talk to them real quick before we have to go in, okay? I said, and she nodded, saying her goodbyes. I stepped away from the car, ensuring she couldn't hear me but I could still see her. So, what's up with your Aizu? Jonah asked, and I sighed. Not so good, I admitted sheepishly. Everyone leaned in closer to the camera, giving me concerned looks. What happened, Aizu? Eleanor asked, her voice filled with worry. Ma and I have been arguing a lot. She's been drinking and... I turned the camera to show my cheekbone, and I heard gasps from the other side. Did Mama Inko do that? Jonah asked softly, and I nodded, forcing a sad smile. She got angry when I took the beer bottle away from her. She slapped me twice in front of Izumi, which is why she's here with me instead of at home alone, I explained briefly. Izumi had already told them preschool was cancelled. What about Mitsuki? Jackie asked. She and Ma had a fight. Izumi isn't allowed to see her anymore, but I won't let that happen. Izumi loves her auntie and uncle, I said, chuckling at the way I said, uncle. The other side of the call was filled with us, and how cute. And something happened with Katsuki. What did that? You almost said Kaken. I know you did spill. Eleanor beamed and I laughed. Well, I explained everything that happened. And then I forgave him and called him Kaken. I took a breath, and they were left stunned. Wow, maybe he isn't as bad. If you forgive him, then I forgive him, PRD. What she said. I chuckled, glancing at the clock. The bell was about to ring. Ring. I said my goodbyes and I love yous before hanging up the call. I walked back to the car and opened the back door to grab our backpacks. I opened the passenger door for Izumi, and she hopped out, grabbing my hand and sticking close to my side. As soon as we reached the front door, a kid on skates zoomed past Izumi, startling her. She flinched, raising her hands to be picked up. I glared at the kid, who gave us a pitying smile, before lifting her onto my hip. The late bell rang. Oops, I guess we're late. Before entering the classroom, I gave Izumi a small pep talk. I pushed the door open and entered the classroom. Izuku's POV. All eyes were on us. Why are you late, Midoriya? And who's that? Sensei Aizawa asked, his tone flat. I'm late because I'm late, and this is my little sister, Izumi. Nobody could watch her, so I brought her with me. I shrugged. How old is she? He inquired. 4, I replied. Aizawa's gaze shifted from me to my sister before he walked out of the classroom, leaving everyone shocked and confused. Hi, Izumi. Mina said cheerfully from her seat. Izumi lifted her head to look at her before burying it in the crook of my neck again, probably overwhelmed by all the new faces. She's shy around new people, I explained with a shrug. Hey, Tiny, Katsuki greeted. When Izumi heard his voice, she perked up and began bouncing to be put down. I set her down, and she ran to Katsuki with open arms. Everyone stared in awe at the two. Yuki! Izumi exclaimed excitedly. Katsuki ruffled her hair, playfully messing it up. I couldn't help but feel a bit protective. I walked to my seat and pulled out my old notebook, flipping through my drawings and analyses. Wow, I'm pretty smart. A little while later, after watching Katsuki and Izumi play patty cake while everyone stared in admiration, the door opened. Aizawa walked in, holding the hand of a little girl who looked to be around 8 or 9, with blue-gray hair and red eyes, along with a small horn on the side of her head. I gave him a confused look, and he nodded toward Izumi. I stood up and picked Izumi off Katsuki's desk, walking toward the pair. Eri! Uraraka beamed. Hi, Ochako. Eri replied happily. Eri, this is Midoriya and his little sister, Izumi, Aizawa introduced. Izumi stared at the girl, gripping the back of my shirt as Eri smiled at her. Midoriya, Izumi, this is my daughter, Eri, he said, his tone still monotone. It's nice to meet you guys. Izumi, do you want to play heroes with me and Auntie Midnight? She promised to play during her break. Eri asked excitedly. Izumi looked at her in surprise. Why you know Midnight? Izumi asked timidly as I set her down. Eri nodded and extended her hand. Izumi happily took it, and they ran out of the room. Bring her back before lunch. I called after them. I heard Eri shout back an enthusiastic, okay. I turned to Aizawa. Maybe he's not so bad after all. Thanks, I said, and he nodded. What happened to your cheek? He asked. Oh right, I had almost forgotten about that. Izumi sometimes sleeps in my bed, let's just say she's a rough sleeper, I chuckled nervously. I didn't think he bought it as he narrowed his eyes at me. A 4-year-old did that? He questioned, and I nodded. First, she slapped me, and then she kicked me 3 times, I admitted before making my way to my seat. I glanced back at him to see his eyebrows raised in disbelief. I sat down as Aizawa started the lesson. 20 minutes into the lesson, I noticed some people starting to doze off, probably due to the party last night. Katsuki's head began to droop forward before he jolted awake. He started to doze off again, this time leaning back. I flicked his forehead. Stay awake, or you'll get in trouble, I whispered, and he shot me a glare. He glanced at Aizawa and then back at me before shutting his eyes again. I stared at his sleeping figure. Should I plug his nose? I played with strands of his hair until the bell rang. Everyone got up to leave for lunch, except for Katsuki. I stuffed everything into my backpack and draped it over my shoulder before kneeling on my chair and leaning over his face. I plugged his nose and watched as he scrunched his face a few seconds later. He swatted my hand away and peeked open one eye, glaring at me. Wakey, wakey! I cheered. He maintained a bored expression before his gaze drifted to my lips. He reached for the nape of my neck, tilting his head up to give my forehead a quick peck. He stood up, grabbed his backpack, and exited the room, leaving me astonished. When I finally got up to leave the classroom, I was met with a hyper Izumi on Katsuki's hip and Eri on the other side. Strong boy. Zuzu. Zuzu. I met Midnight. The best hero in the whole world, she exclaimed happily. I raised an eyebrow. After you, she added, reaching over to boop my nose. Okay, let's go eat, I said, and we made our way to the lunchroom. Izumi sat next to me, quietly slurping her ramen, while Eri sat on the other side, happily making money. She told everyone they had to pay her $1 to say one curse word. Let's just say she's making quite a profit. Katsuki was constantly having to pay her because of how often he yelled at the group to shut up. Hey, Umi, have you received your quirk yet? Eri asked, and Izumi shook her head. Nope, not yet. I hope I get it soon, she replied. You're 4, right? Kaminari asked, and Izumi nodded timidly. Late bloomer, I said, draping my arm around her shoulder and pulling her closer while glaring at him. Even if she doesn't receive one, there wouldn't be a problem with it, right? I asked in a sweet but threatening tone. He raised his hands in defense. Of course, dude. I was just asking, he said nervously, and I nodded, looking down to kiss the crown of Izumi's head, smiling at her. What's your quirk, Eri? I asked. Rewind, she answered happily. It allows her to reverse a living individual's body back to a previous state, Jiro added. That's cool, I said. What's your quirk? She asked me, and I shook my head. I don't have one. I'm quirkless, I said, and her smile widened. And you got into UA's hero course. How awesome. How do you do it? Are you good at fighting? Do you have a support weapon? She bombarded me with questions, and I raised my hand to silence her. I have an enchanted weapon. Speaking of which, I need to talk to someone soon, I mumbled to myself. My phone began to ring and I pulled it out, looking at the caller ID. I'll be back, I said, standing and walking out of the cafeteria. I answered the phone when I saw nobody in the halls. Hello. Izuku, where's Izumi? I could hear her slurred speech. She's with me, I replied, my voice laced with irritation. Mom, why are you drinking again? Bring her here. And I'm an adult. I can do what I want. No. We're at school and I can't leave in the middle of it. Bye. Before she could respond, I hung up. Anger began to build within me. How could she think I would leave my little sister with her mother, who struggles with alcohol? Don't get me wrong, I love Mom dearly, but I can't let her hurt Izumi. She's already hurt me, and there's no telling what might happen when she starts one of her outbursts. I slid down the smooth cream wall behind me and buried my face in my hands. I needed a moment before going back in there. I could already feel tears welling in my eyes. None of this would be happening if it weren't for him. Why couldn't he just stay in Japan? Tomura Shigaraki. I despise you for what you've done. I've lost my dad, and now I feel like I'm losing my mom. It's all so unfair. I tried to muffle my sobs. I felt pathetic, like such a crybaby. I wanted to run away and start a new life somewhere far from here. I hated it here. I didn't want to be here anymore. But I couldn't leave. I had to stay for Mom and Izumi. I needed to take care of them and protect them, just like I promised Dad. I promised him. But why did it feel like I was already breaking that promise? Like I was failing at the one thing he asked of me? He must be so disappointed in me. Problem child? A tired voice broke through my thoughts. I refused to look up. Problem child. The voice was more insistent. Sensei Aizawa. Leave me alone, I snapped, my voice cracking slightly. I heard a sigh and then footsteps fading away. I didn't know how long I had been sitting there. I hadn't moved from my spot on the ground. A few teachers had asked me what was wrong, but I either told them to go away or ignored them completely. Eventually, I stopped crying, but I didn't have the energy to get up. I didn't want to lift my head and feel the cold air on my damp face. I was probably a mess. Footsteps approached again. Problem child. Aizawa said. I heard him slide down the wall beside me and felt a soft tissue touch my hand. I peeked up at the tissue and then at my exhausted teacher, who was looking away. I blinked at him before turning to clean my face and blow my nose. He handed me a brown paper bag. I stared at him blankly. For the tissue, he said. I placed the used tissue in the bag. He rolled it up and got up to throw it away. I stared blankly out the window. Aizawa returned and sat beside me, watching me. Do you want to talk about it? He asked, and I scoffed. Don't pretend you care, I said, glaring at him before turning away. I care about all of my students, he grumbled. Yeah, right, I said dismissively. I didn't think heroes cared about the Quirkless. You know I fight for the Quirkless, right? He said, and I turned to him, confused. My quirk isn't flashy, and it doesn't work in all situations. All I have are my combat skills and my scarf, he explained briefly. Oh, I said looking down. Would you like to learn how to use it too? My son, Hitoshi Aizawa, has a mental quirk. It doesn't help in most situations either. So, learning close combat and how to use my scarf has been beneficial for him. He's almost mastered it. You could join our training after school in the forest. He stood up and held out his hand. I took it and he helped me off the floor. Sure, I muttered, and a small smile appeared on his lips. Lunch is about to end. You should freshen up in the bathroom and get your sister, he said, and I nodded. Midoriya, what took you so long? Kirishima asked with concern. Yeah, bro, you were gone for the rest of lunch, Kami added. I ignored their questions and concerned looks, grabbing my backpack and picking up Izumi, placing her on my hip. I turned to walk away when I felt a grip on my wrist. Aizu, what's the matter? Katsuki's voice was laced with concern. I shut my eyes, twisting my wrist to be let go before walking away. I entered the empty classroom and walked to my seat. I sat down, placing Izumi on the desk. She grabbed my cheeks in her tiny hands, making me look up at her. Zuzu, what's wrong? Who called? She asked. Don't worry about it, everything's okay, I said softly, smiling at her. She leaned over, wrapping her arms around my neck, and I buried my face in the crook of her neck. Cuddles, she yawned. I nodded. She slid down to my lap, wrapping her arms around my torso. I rubbed her back as she yawned sleepily. All that running and playing must have worn her out. I placed my backpack on my desk and laid my head on it, stopping my movements when I felt her arms go limp. I wrapped my arms around her to keep her comfortable against the hard desk. All that crying had made me sleepy too. I slowly closed my eyes, letting sleep take over. Chapter End. Izuku's POV. I woke up to the sound of cameras clicking, giggling, and hushed whispers. I knew it wasn't Izumi because she was still asleep in my arms, so, wake my sister up and I'll make sure you regret it, I said, and the room fell silent. That doesn't sound very heroic, dude. I peeked one eye open to glare at Kirishima. He squeaked and hid behind Mina. I felt a warm jacket fall over Izumi and around me, and I turned to see Katsuki staring at me. Go back to sleep, it looks like you need it, he said, glaring at the people surrounding us. They took the hint and dispersed. I yawned, laying my head back on my backpack. Thanks, Kaken, I murmured. There was a moment of silence. No problem, Izuku. Problem child. Problem child. Problem child. I squinted my eyes open to see Aizawa staring down at me. No Izumi in sight. I flinched up, searching the room to find it empty. She's in the teacher's lounge. Come on, school's over, he said, patting my shoulder. I looked down to see Katsuki's jacket still draped over me. He said to keep it. Aizawa spoke and I looked up at him, shocked. I nodded, standing up before putting on the black jacket that reached past my fingertips and almost to my thigh. I walked to the door, which Sensei Aizawa was holding open for me, and followed him down the hall to a door marked Teacher's Lounge. Zuzu, you're awake, Izumi exclaimed, standing up on the couch. In front of her she was doing President Mick's hair? His hair was adorned with hair barrettes and mini bows. Yeah, I am, I replied as she ran to me with open arms. I picked her up and placed her on my hip. She draped an arm over my shoulder and turned my face toward hers with her other hand. Yama said that while you train with Zoa and Toshi, I could go play heroes with Eri at his house. She beamed, and I furrowed my brows. I'm Yama. I glanced over at President Mike, who was walking toward me holding Eri's hand. Outside of school, you can call me Yamada, he said loudly. I nodded. Okay, I said, kissing Izumi's cheek before setting her down. I'll see you later. Call me if you need anything, okay? She nodded and I gave Yamada my number. Bye-bye, Zuzu. Izumi yelled, waving at me as she left the room holding Eri's hand. I waved back with a smile. "Let's go," Aizawa said with a yawn, and I followed him out the door. "You're quite a fast learner, Midoriya," Aizawa said, handing Eri a napkin. After training, we returned to the Aizawa residence for dinner. Aizawa mentioned it took him years to perfect his scarf, while I managed to do it in just a few hours. Even the younger Aizawa, Hitoshi, was impressed. "Yeah," I replied. I glanced at my phone and saw it was 8:22 p.m. I needed to get home soon. I had been ignoring Ma's text messages all day after our call. She had called, texted, and left voice messages urging me to bring Izumi home or warning me that I was grounded. She even texted to say she was sorry, missed us, and wanted us to come home. The only reason I was waiting to return was that I hoped Ma would be asleep by the time I got there. "Thank you for dinner, Aizawa, Yamada," I said with a bow before standing up with my plate. I entered the kitchen to wash it out. "You're welcome, problem child," Aizawa replied. I returned to the dining room to grab Izumi's plate after she finished. She thanked them and bowed as well. "Go put your shoes on, we're about to leave," I told her, and she nodded, running to the door where her shoes were. "Problem child," I turned to Aizawa. "Yeah. If you ever need to talk, you know where to find me," he said, and I nodded. "Thank you," I responded, smiling softly. "Bye, Eri. Bye, Toshi. Bye, Aizawa. Bye, Yama." Izumi waved at everyone while I buckled her into her seat. They waved from the doorway, saying their goodbyes as well. I waved at them as I got into the driver's seat. When we pulled into the driveway, I looked at Izumi through the rearview mirror, and she smiled at me. "Izumi," I said sternly, letting her know I was serious. "When I open the door, you go straight to your room and lock the door, okay? I'll come get you when everything's good." I couldn't hide the fact that Ma would be upset when we walked through that door, if she was awake, and I had no idea what she might do. But whatever happened, I would try to ensure it never happened again. I wanted her to get the help she needed before it got worse. "Is Mama going to be mad?" she asked timidly. "Maybe," I answered with a soft smile. "But I'll make sure she doesn't hurt you, okay?" "But what about you?" she questioned, and I chuckled. "I'll be fine, Izzy," I said, and she nodded. I got out of the car and helped Izumi out of her seat. Holding her hand tightly, we walked slowly to the front door. I hoped she was asleep or sober, but I knew the second option was unlikely. I looked down at Izumi before pulling her slightly behind me and unlocking the door. I opened it and stepped inside. Before I could push Izumi to run to her room, a glass bottle was thrown beside my head, and I gasped as it shattered. I pulled Izumi away from the impact of the glass before pushing her toward the hall. I heard her little whimpers as she ran to her room, shutting the door. I didn't look away from it until I heard the lock click. "What the heck?" I yelled. I walked farther into the living room and saw Ma staring at me with bloodshot eyes and multiple bottles surrounding her. "Ma, what is wrong with you?" I shouted. She could have hurt Izumi. "Where were you? Why weren't you answering my messages, and where is Izumi?" she screamed. "No. Answer my question. Why are you doing this? You need help. Let me help you." I felt tears fill my eyes as I stared at the woman in front of me. "You could have hurt Izumi," I stammered. She rolled her eyes. "That was your fault. If you hadn't taken her away from me like you did to your father," she screamed. I stared at her in shock. "I didn't. You killed him. It's your fault he isn't here. If only you weren't a weak Quirkless wannabe," she spat. I stood there, dumbfounded. Her face didn't even waver. She meant what she said. Suddenly, she moved her hand, and before I knew it, a glass vase struck the side of my head, causing me to fall to the ground. My vision blurred, and both warm and cold substances ran down my head and shirt. The last thing I saw was my ma looking at me in disgust before delivering one last blow to my stomach. Everything went dark. Izumi's POV. I did what Zuzu told me and ran to my room, shutting and locking the door. Did Mama use her quirk to hurt us? Did she throw the glass? I could hear her and Zuzu yelling. I think it's about me because I heard my name. Did I cause this? I don't want Mama to hurt Zuzu. He did nothing wrong. Why is Mama blaming Zuzu for Dada going away? There's nothing wrong with being quirkless. Why is she saying this? She doesn't mean it, does she? I gripped my midnight toy when I heard a loud crash and something drop. Did Mama get angrier and throw more glass? I hope she didn't hurt Zuzu again. Pathetic, I heard Mama say. Where's Zuzu? I began to cry and held midnight to my tummy. Why is Mama being so mean? It's because of that nasty smelly drink. I have to get rid of it. It's making Mama mean. I heard my door jiggle. Is that Zuzu? Is he okay? I go to open the door until I hear Mama's voice. Open the door, sweetie, please. Mama said in that nice voice I missed. But I don't want to open the door. I don't want her to hurt me. I want her to go away. Izumi, baby, it's okay. Open the door for Mama, she said again. I shook my head, even though she couldn't see me. Open the door, you brat. She began banging on the door. I got scared, so I hid under my bed, scooting to the end and bringing my knees to my chest, crying quietly so Mama wouldn't hear. Mama was banging and yelling at me, calling me many hurtful names. I covered my ears. Zuzu told me not to open the door unless it was him coming to get me. Why isn't he here yet? I'm scared. I want Dada. Dada wouldn't have let this happen. He would protect me and Zuzu. Mama is acting like a villain. Suddenly, the banging stopped. The yelling stopped. I heard footsteps walk away and then the front door slam shut. Did she leave? I want to go find Zuzu, but he told me not to leave the room until he comes to get me. So I waited. Izuku's POV. When I opened my eyes, my head began to throb. My stomach hurt, my head hurt. What happened? Then the memories flooded back. Izumi. I quickly tried to get up but fell back down. I winced in pain as I crawled to the wall and used it to help myself up. I slowly made my way to my bathroom. I flicked the light on and saw how messy I looked. My shirt was still wet from the vase and the blood that trickled down from the top of my head to my chin. I cleaned myself up and wrapped my wounds before taking some painkillers. I changed into a pair of shorts and a long-sleeve shirt. I limped my way to Izumi's room and tried to open the door, but it was locked. I knocked on it. Izumi, open the door, it's Zuzu, I said, but there was no answer. Izzy, it's okay, open the door. Still no answer. How long was I out for? I went back into my room and grabbed a hair clip. I picked the lock and threw the door open, frantically looking for my baby sister. She wasn't in there. I cursed under my breath before going into her bathroom, checking the bathtub and the cabinet underneath the sink. I ran back into her room and looked under the bed. Thank goodness. I found Izumi under her bed, knees to her chest, holding tightly onto her favorite doll. I grabbed her arm, pulling her out and putting her on my lap, cradling her. She began to shake and push away, so I held her tighter. Hey, it's okay, it's me, I said softly, rubbing her back. She stopped shaking and pushing away before jumping up and wrapping her arms around my neck. I winced a bit but didn't push her away. Zizu, she stuttered. I shushed her, rocking back and forth. It's okay, we're okay, I said softly. She pushed away to look at my face, touching my cheek and then the bandage, making me flinch slightly. She hurt you again. It's okay, Izzy, I said softly, kissing the top of her head. She looked up at me with her big, glossy green eyes, reached a hand up to the bandage and held it. She leaned in and softly placed a kiss on it. All better? She asked hopefully. I nodded. All better. After what happened with Mama, Izumi changed into her pajamas, and we went into my room to get some rest. We both barely got any sleep that night, so I decided to skip school and stay home with Izumi. Forget school at this point. I kept my door locked and waited for Mama to leave before getting up to make breakfast. Our Thursday was spent binge-watching Disney movies and snacking on junk food. It's Friday morning, and we're off to Izumi's preschool. We got a lot of sleep, so our morning started off pretty well. Bye-bye, Zuzu. Izumi hollered to me as I blew her a kiss and waved goodbye. With 24 minutes until the school bell rang, I decided to call the squad and catch them up on what had been going on. Hey, Hayes, I said cheerfully, and he waved. I searched through the camera for everyone else. I'm not with everybody else right now, he croaked. He sounded sick. You okay, Hayes? I questioned, my voice laced with concern. Yeah, just a cold, that's all, he replied, coughing a bit. You better get some rest. It's that darn phone, I joked, mimicking his mother's voice. He let out a dry, hoarse chuckle and rolled his eyes. Yeah, I was actually about to go to sleep until you called, he said with a slight smirk. Really? I asked, genuinely shocked. Yee. He was interrupted by a knock on my window. I looked up to see Katsuki glaring at me through the glass. I unlocked the door before looking back at Hayes. There's a Pomeranian at my door, I'll call you later, okay? He nodded. Make sure to get lots of rest, and I'll call you guys tomorrow. I have to tell you something. I briefly explained as the car door opened. Wait, tell us why. I hung up on him after blowing a kiss at the camera. I placed my phone in the cup holder and peered up to see Katsuki hovering over me. Wah, I was cut off by him jumping through the window and climbing over me to the passenger seat. I just got the wind knocked out of me. What the hell, Katsuki? I said, glaring at him as he shrugged. You're so extra, I mumbled, turning to shut the door. When are you moving into the dorms, nerd? He questioned. I'll let him call me a nerd this time. Never, I have to take care of Izumi, I said, avoiding his gaze. He leaned over, putting an arm on the center console while using his other hand to turn my face toward his. What's the matter? He asked softly, caressing my cheek. I gaped at him. Does he really care? I shook my head. Everything's fine, I said with a crooked smile. You're lying. You can't look someone in the eyes and lie to them, and besides, your smile didn't reach your eyes. That was a bit cheesy, he muttered, and I couldn't help but giggle softly. There you are, he said, tilting my head up to meet his gaze. Kakin, I whispered, feeling a warmth spread through me. I hate to admit it, but I missed that silly nickname, he replied with a dry chuckle, and I shook my head, laughing lightly. Oh really? I gave him a goofy smile, tilting my head playfully. Katsuki bit his bottom lip, his eyes flickering down to mine. He gently grabbed my chin, pulling me closer as he leaned down. Yeah, he purred, his lips just a breath away from mine. Ah. I smiled, patting his cheek before opening the door and stepping out, closing it behind me. Come on, the bell is about to ring. Just as I said that, the bell rang. Right on cue. Katsuki frowned as he got out of the car. I locked the doors and jogged to his side. We're going to be late, he grumbled. You chose to dive into my car, I shot back, and he rolled his eyes. Why did you park so far away? He whined. I like being late and annoying, sensei. Obviously. The late bell rang just as we walked through the classroom doors. Aizawa gave us a pointed look, and I shrugged. Bakugo, why are you late? He asked bluntly, glaring at the blonde, who gaped in response. I chuckled and made my way to my seat. He was late too. Katsuki pointed at me as I propped my feet up on the desk. I gave my teacher an amused look. He's always late, Aizawa replied. That doesn't explain why you're late. I was walking with him. I didn't know he parked his car so far until the bell rang. Katsuki gritted out, clearly frustrated. He's mad. Whatever, just don't be late again and go to your seat. Same for you, Midoriya. Stop being late, Aizawa warned before starting the lesson. Katsuki slouched down in his seat, crossing his arms. Bull muscles. I poked his bicep and he turned to me with a glare. I smiled sweetly at him, and his expression softened as he turned back to Aizawa. Hey, Midobro. Kirishima waved at me as I grabbed my lunch. I didn't have much time to prepare after making Izumi's, so I settled for the school lunch. Hey guys, I said, sitting down next to Katsuki, who was glaring at his phone. Oh, never mind, that's just his resting face. Every Friday, we have an annual sleepover at the dorms, Kaminari said excitedly, while Mina bounced in her seat. Yeah. We play lots of games and have challenges. You should come, what do you say? It sounded like a lot of fun, but I didn't feel it was safe to leave Izumi at home alone with Mom at the moment. I didn't want her causing trouble for Mitsuki and Masaru. I don't know. I'll think about it, okay? I replied with a smile. They all nodded, except Katsuki, who was just staring at me. It felt like he could see right through me, which was a bit unsettling. Stop staring at me, I muttered, looking down at my food. He wrapped an arm around my hip, pulling me closer to his side. "What's the matter?" he asked softly. I looked up at him. He was gazing down at me with concern. I sighed. "Do you know about our mom's argument?" I asked, and he nodded, turning away. "Yeah, I visited her yesterday and she looked terrible," he said, knitting his brows. "What happened to Auntie Inko?" he questioned, turning back to me. I opened my mouth but then closed it again, looking away. "She's just still in the mourning process, that's all," I whispered the last part. "Izuku." I turned to see Katsuki giving me a stern look. He didn't believe me. "I don't want to talk about it," I shrugged, and he nodded. "You know you can take Izumi if you want?" "I don't think anyone would mind her being there," Katsuki suggested. "I'll think about it," I replied. I scooted away from him, taking a bite of my ramen. Katsuki sighed, giving me one last look before returning his attention to his phone. I felt a small tug on my pinky and looked down to see him entwining our pinkies together. I glanced up at him, and he was still focused on his phone, a small smile playing on his lips. "That's all for today, you're dismissed," Aizawa said bluntly before turning his attention to me. "Except you, Midoriya. Stay after class," he said, and I huffed, sitting back in my chair and crossing my arms. Once everyone left the classroom, I stood up and walked to Aizawa's desk. He just stood there, watching me as I glared at him. What was up with him? "Is there something going on at home?" he suddenly asked, making me flinch slightly at the direct question. "How did he?" "What?" I questioned, my heart racing. "You had a bruise on your cheek a few days ago and claimed it was your sister's doing, but I don't think that's the case. After your breakdown in the hallway and staying out too late, you didn't come to school yesterday. You have a cut on your forehead that wasn't there before, and when you stretched earlier, your shirt raised up a bit, revealing a fresh bruise," he explained. Accurately. I stood there, stunned. I didn't know how to get out of this. I couldn't tell him my mom was an alcoholic and hit me, they'd arrest her, and she was the only parent we had. I had almost promised Dad I wouldn't break it. So I got mad. "What?" "Nothing's going on at home." "This fell." I spluttered. It was hard to maintain eye contact because I hated lying, but I had to. "Just mind your own business, eraserhead." I sneered before storming out of the classroom. "He can't find out." "Nobody can." Only when I heard the door slam open and his desperate calls for me to come back did I pick up my pace. I ran to my car and hopped in before pulling out and speeding out of the school's parking lot. Good thing tomorrow is Saturday, maybe he'll forget about this by Monday. I pulled into Izumi's preschool to see her waiting outside with Togata and Tyson. I was 10 minutes late. I parked and hopped out of the car. When Izumi saw me, she smiled and ran up to me. "Zuzu, I thought you forgot about me," she exclaimed as I picked her up and wrapped my arms around her. "Never, Izzy," I said softly. I set Izumi on my hip and turned to Togata with a warm smile. "Thanks for standing out here with her," I said, and she shook her head with a chuckle. "No problem, it's my job after all," she said happily. I looked down at a mini version of Togata, who had his arms wrapped around her thigh, peeking out shyly. I knelt down and extended my hand to him. "You must be Tyson." "I'm Izumi's older brother, Izuku Midoriya," I said politely. He smiled and shook my hand. I stood back up and took Izumi's hand in mine. "Well, we're off. See you tomorrow," I said, waving at Togata and Tyson. "Bye, Miss Togata." "Bye, Tai," Izumi shouted, waving enthusiastically at the two. I helped Izumi into her car seat, and she decided to buckle herself in. I got into the car and drove off toward home. After belting out lyrics to various songs, I decided to turn the volume down and speak up. "Izumi," I said sternly. She stopped singing and looked at me through the rearview mirror. "I was invited to a sleepover tonight." She paused for a moment before responding. "You should go, Zuzu." "I'll stay home with Mama," she said with a bright smile, though I could sense it was forced. "I don't feel comfortable leaving you with her when she's drinking," I replied, noticing her frown. "I'm a big girl, Zuzu. I'll stay in your room with the door locked. I know how to turn on the TV, and I can eat the snacks in your bottom drawer," she said quickly. I furrowed my brows. "How did you know about those?" Were you the one sneaking my chips and candy, Izzy? I asked, giving her a playful glare. She giggled, hiding her face from the mirror. I'm just kidding, you can have them whenever you want, I said happily, and she smiled. Zuzu, when will I be able to see Auntie and Uncie again? She asked, tilting her head. I sighed. I was thinking about taking you there tonight, but I don't want Ma causing problems for them again, I said sadly. Izumi frowned a bit. Maybe I just won't go, I mumbled, and Izumi shook her head vigorously. No, Zuzu. I don't want to be the reason you don't have fun, she pouted. Izumi, I said as I pulled into the driveway. I turned my body to face her, giving her a serious look. Your safety is much more important than some sleepover, you hear me? She nodded. I'll let you stay home, but you do not open that door under any circumstances, do you understand? She flinched slightly at my tone but nodded nonetheless. I don't usually speak that way around Izumi, but I wanted her to know I was serious. Here, I opened the middle compartment and handed her my old phone. If anything happens, you call me, okay? How do you spell my name? Zuzu. I nodded. You call that number if anything, and I mean anything happens. If you feel unsafe, call me. If Ma starts banging on the door, call me. If you hear any voice other than mine or Ma's, call me. If you feel overwhelmed or even slightly sick, call me. Do you understand, Izumi? I said firmly, not taking my eyes off her. She nodded again. If you don't want me to go to the sleepover, or if you want me to come back home for any reason, even if you just want me with you, you tell me, capiche? Capiche. Ma was sleeping as usual when we walked through the door. We quietly made our way to my bedroom, and I closed and locked the door behind me. Izumi made herself comfortable on my bed while I sighed and rummaged through my drawers for pajamas. I settled on black and gray plaid pajama pants and a green oversized t-shirt. I walked into my bathroom and turned on the shower, waiting for it to warm up before getting in. After showering, I moisturized, completed my skincare routine, and changed. While Izumi munched on some rice ball I had made, I did my homework before it was finally time to leave. I received some text messages asking if I was coming, but I decided to surprise them when I arrived. I packed some essentials for the morning and slung my backpack over my shoulder before grabbing my phone and car keys. Izzy, I said as I walked up to her. She stood up on my bed and wrapped her arms around me. Remember everything I told you? I asked. Everything, she confirmed. I nodded, kissing her cheek and hugging her one last time before leaving. I held her face in my hands as she placed her tiny hands on mine. Call if you need anything, okay? I love you, and I'll see you first thing tomorrow morning. I kissed her forehead. Okay, I love you, she replied. I made sure the door was locked and that she had plenty of food. I also ensured she had her midnight stuffy, knowing she would make me turn the car around if she found out she wasn't with it. I left through my window to avoid waking Ma and quietly made my way to the parked car. Before getting in, I took a deep breath, looking up at the setting sky above. Please, give us a break. Midobro, you made it. Hey guys. I shut the door behind me and slipped off my shoes. Come on, everyone's waiting in the living room. Mina beamed, grabbing my hand and pulling me into the chaotic room filled with loud chatter, arguing, and explosions. I could already guess who was responsible for that. Shut it half and half, the blonde shouted angrily, releasing small bursts from his palms. You know I'm right, Bakugo, the Halfa replied calmly. Looks like he made it, Siro said, looking my way. Everyone in the room began to greet me, expressing their happiness that I could join. To start off the night, let's begin with a challenge. The next few hours were spent doing challenges and playing board games. Just so you know, Katsuki is a sore loser. He got frustrated because I kept making him draw 4 in Uno, and he ended up losing to everyone because of how many cards he had. Let's have a cooking challenge. Kobobro on my team, Kaminari announced. Everyone agreed and began picking sides. Katsuki tugged on my hand, trying to pull me to his side, but I twisted my hand away. What's wrong? He asked, tilting his head. I shook my head. Nothing, I replied, walking to the opposite side. I looked over my shoulder and smirked. My team against yours, I declared loudly. Mina, Kaminari, Kirishima, Jiro, Siro, and Shoji were on Bakugo's team. Tsu, Ida, Uraraka, Todoroki, Yaoyorozu, and Tokoyami were on my team, with Aoyama, Sato, Hagakure, and Koda as the judges. While the judges went to play another board game in the other room, both teams raced to the fridge, shouting and arguing over who got what. All chaos broke loose, with Bakugo unleashing small explosions left and right, even affecting his own teammates. Mina and Kaminari were in a heated debate over what to cook for the judges. Kirishima was nervously trying to calm Bakugo, who was shouting at him and had just unleashed a small explosion that forced Kirishima to harden his skin for protection. Shoji stood calmly to the side, waiting for the chaos to settle. Siro was attempting to grab a carton of milk from Todoroki, who kept saying no, while holding it just out of reach. Jiro and Tsu were racing to the pantry. Tsu playfully wrapped her tongue around Jiro, tossing her across the room. Just as Jiro was about to land on the sofa, she used her ear jacks to grab Tsu's hair and pulled her back, preventing her from reaching the pantry first. Uraraka was levitating some pots and pans they needed while Momo was trying to gather her team for a plan. Ida was busy chopping vegetables and barking orders, urging everyone to calm down. "Enough!" a voice shouted, and the clanging of pans ceased. Everyone turned to see Midoriya standing on the counter, holding a pan in each hand. Once he had their attention, he hopped down. "Why don't we just play rock, paper, scissors for it? The winning team gets a 1-minute head start to choose what they want," he suggested with a shrug. "Yeah, that's a good idea," Kaminari agreed, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. Soon, everyone was on board with the plan. "Great. Come here, Kakin," Midoriya called, gesturing for Bakugo to join him. Bakugo approached, scowling as he pulled his hands from his pockets and clenched his fists. Midoriya mirrored his stance. "Rock, paper, scissors, shoot." Bakugo chose paper. Midoriya revealed scissors. "I want a redo," Bakugo shouted as Midoriya's team cheered in victory. "Nope. No redos." Uraraka chimed in, draping her arm over Midoriya's shoulder with a grin. Bakugo growled in frustration. "Ah, you're mad," Midoriya teased, sticking his tongue out at Bakugo, who stormed off with his group following closely behind. Midoriya giggled, turning to his teammates. "Your minute starts now," Siro hollered from the common room. 20 minutes later, they had gathered all the ingredients they needed, thanks to Momo and Dark Shadow. "Hey guys, say cheese." Uraraka beamed, floating above everyone with her phone's camera aimed at them. Ida, who was washing dishes, turned to scold her for not helping with the food, while Momo looked up from cutting carrots and flashed 2 peace signs. Tsu hopped off the counter, tilting her head slightly with her tongue sticking out. Tokoyami stood still, with Dark Shadow smiling at the camera, its arm draped over Tokoyami's shoulder. Todoroki, stirring the food, turned the oven down and stared blankly at the camera. Midoriya ran over and jumped on his back, smiling as Todoroki staggered forward. Midoriya playfully lifted parts of Todoroki's hair, making them look like horns. Izuku's POV. The room buzzed with laughter and chatter from both teams. After nearly an hour, they were wrapping up their dishes. The judges had been moved to the dining room, where the table was set, and they were preparing cups, bowls, and silverware. Just as they were about to serve the food, my phone rang. I quickly pulled it from my pocket, my heart racing at the thought of it being Izumi calling with bad news. But I breathed a sigh of relief when I saw it was my mother. "Ma is calling." I gulped and excused myself from the room to answer. "Izuku baby," her soft voice came through. "She's sober." "Hey Ma, what's up?" I replied calmly. "Where are you guys? I tried looking for you, but your door is locked, and Izumi isn't in her room." "Your car isn't in the driveway," she said, her voice trembling as if she were holding back tears. "We're at the dorms for a sleepover," I told her, only partially truthful. "I'm hanging out with my classmates, and Izumi is sleeping in Bakugo's dorm room." I could hear her sigh on the other end. "I thought you guys had left me." "Izuku, I'm so sorry for how I've treated you too." I was completely out of line. "I promised to get help," she said, her voice breaking. My heart sank. "It's okay, Ma. Stop drinking, okay?" Okay, Aiza baby. You promise? Promise. We'll see you tomorrow. I love why. But the call ended abruptly. Furrowing my brows, I began dialing Izumi's number to check on her. She answered on the second ring. Zuzu, she whispered, and I hummed in response. Hey I'm just checking in. You alright? I peeked around the corner. Todoroki looked my way, tilting his head in confusion. I held up a finger and mouthed, 1 minute. He nodded and turned back to Uraraka. Yes, Mama was knocking on the door. But not for long, she wasn't screaming or anything, she replied. I know. She just called me. She's not drinking anymore and promised to stop, I reassured her. Really? I could hear the excitement in her voice. Really? Zuzu, she said, and I hummed again. I heard shuffling on her end. Somebody's here. My heart dropped. Who? I don't recognize them. It's not Auntie or Unsi. Izumi, get out the window. I urged, my voice rising. I heard more shuffling. I'm scared, Zuzu, she whimpered. Hey, hold on. I'll be there in a... I was cut off by a beep and the power cutting out. Are you kidding me? Izuku's POV. I tried turning my phone back on, but the low battery sign flashed. I had forgotten to charge it when I got here. Sheet. I cursed, sprinting to the kitchen. It was filled with yelling and shrieks. Will you all be quiet? I shouted angrily, and the room fell silent. Izuku. Kaminari, charge my phone. I paused when I saw him in his thumb mode. I glared at everyone as Momo made candles and Todoroki lit them with his quirk. Who did this? I demanded. I didn't have time for this. I needed to get to my little sister and make sure she was okay. If the power was out here, it was likely out everywhere. Everyone turned to Katsuki. Of course. He huffed and scowled at everyone. He was really getting on my nerves, he exclaimed. I don't care. I don't have time for this. I shouted before rushing out of the kitchen and through the front door. Midoriya. Izuku. I ended up running all the way home, knowing there would be traffic if I drove. There were random cars parked in front of my house. I stopped upon reaching my front lawn and bent over to catch my breath. I quietly walked to my window and slid it open. I could hear quiet sobs in the distance. Hey Izzy, it's me, I said softly. Zuzu, where are you? She hiccuped. I summoned my scythe and lit the tip, creating a soft glow. Then I felt tiny arms wrap around my waist. I placed my hand on her head. It's okay, Izzy. I heard a man's voice. The door jiggled, and that's when you hung up and the lights turned off. The voices got louder, and then it stopped, she explained briefly. I walked to my drawer and pulled out a navy blue hoodie and an orange one. I put the navy blue hoodie on Izumi and the orange one on myself. The blue one was quite big on her, just as the orange one was on me. I picked up Izumi's doll and stepped out of the window, holding my hands out for her. She placed her hands on my wrists as I lifted her out of the room and onto my hip. I quietly closed the window and walked away from my house. Where are we going, Zuzu? She yawned, shivering in the cold air. Are you still cold? I asked, ignoring her question. She shivered a bit longer before stopping, and I felt warmth radiating from her. No, not anymore, she replied, resting her head on my shoulder. I placed the hood over her head and rubbed her back. Good, we're going to see Katsuki and the others, I said, walking down the dark, cold streets to the dorms. I felt Izumi go limp in my arms and knew she had fallen asleep. I nuzzled my face into her hair. She was so warm. Too warm. Finally, after a long walk, I made it to the dorms. I opened the door and closed it behind me. Midobro, is that you? Dude, why'd you run out like that? Shut the hell up, will you? I yelled as Izumi stirred in my arms. Is that Izumi? Mina asked as I took off our shoes. I nodded. Yes, I had to get her from her friend's house. They got into a disagreement. I lied calmly, looking away. I glanced at Katsuki, who was glaring right at me. He knows. Oh, was that why you freaked out? Kaminari asked, and I nodded. Katsuki, where's your dorm? I'll lay her down in there. I'll show you. Hey Midoriya, everyone's heading to bed. But Tsu, Ida, Todoroki, and I want to stay up longer, so we'll be in my dorm if you want to join, Uraraka said. I nodded. Sure, I'll be there. I smiled as the elevator dinged and the doors began to close. I stood awkwardly beside Katsuki, looking away and patting Izumi's back as she slept. You were lying, he said. Okay? What are you, a detective? I shot back, glaring at him. Izuku, I'm worried. I saw how freaked out you were. Tell me what's wrong, he said softly. I scoffed and turned away. I don't have anything to tell you, I mumbled. You're lying again, he grumbled. Why don't you just mind your own business? I snapped, stepping out of the elevator as the doors opened. I took 3 steps before stopping and turning to the stunned blonde behind me. Where do we go next? I mumbled quietly, looking down at the floor. He gestured for me to follow him and walked to the second-to-last door at the end of the hall. He took out a card and scanned the door before opening it. He walked in and I followed him, sitting the lit candle on his desk. I walked to his bed and laid Izumi down, tucking her in as Katsuki pulled a futon from under his bed. I kissed Izumi on her temple before whispering her a good night and making my way to the door. When I touched the handle, I felt a hand wrap around my wrist. Izuku, Katsuki breathed. I lifted my hand off the handle and turned to face him. I kept my gaze on the floor, twisting my wrist out of his grip. He placed his hand on my cheek and lifted my head to meet his gaze. I'm sorry I made you upset. I shouldn't have pushed you, he apologized, biting his bottom lip. He looked nervous. I sighed. It's okay, you were just worried, I said softly. I heard him let out a sigh of relief. He began to rub soothing circles with his thumb, and I leaned into the touch. Moments like these were what I had longed for during my 2 years of feeling touch-deprived. I never thought that the simple things, like being hugged by someone you care about, could make such a big impact. Can I kiss you? He suddenly asked. If he had asked me this a week ago, I would have pushed him away. But now, I nodded. He smiled softly and placed his other hand on the nape of my neck, tilting my head up and leaning in. I wrapped my arms around his neck and stood on my tiptoes. Someone knocked on the door. Katsuki growled lowly as I tried to stifle a giggle into his chest. He pulled me behind him and yanked the door open, glaring at whoever interrupted our moment. Is Mido? No. With that, he quietly closed the door, knowing I would be upset if he woke my sister. He turned back around and wrapped his arms around my waist, resting his head on my shoulder as he pouted. There, I said, patting his head. He grunted. Who was it? It was that annoying glasses guy, he grumbled. Oh yeah, I should get going. When I said that, it only made him pout more. But before that, I grabbed his face and pulled it towards mine, connecting our lips. The kiss lasted only a few seconds before I pulled away. Izuku. Bye, Kaken, I said happily before sprinting out of the room and to the elevator. Finally, Ida went to check if you were still in Bakugo's dorm, only to have the door shut in his face. Uraraka laughed. Yeah, sorry about that, I said sheepishly, scratching the back of my head. You have nothing to apologize for, Midoriya. It's Bakugo who should be apologizing, Ida said sternly, adjusting his glasses. Will you be sleeping in Bakugo's dorm tonight, Midoriya? Tsu asked. I nodded. Yep, since my sister is sleeping in there, I replied, sitting on the futon next to Todoroki. Oh, Midoriya, tell us about how you and Bakugo met. Uraraka exclaimed. Yeah, it seems like you two know each other pretty well, Tsu added. I shared the story of how Katsuki and I were childhood friends and how I moved to America with my mom. When I also talked about my friends, training, and my dad. A couple of hours later, Uraraka was showing me a game on her iPad. Ida was lying next to me, fast asleep, while Todoroki watched intently as Uraraka explained the game. The two girls were lying on their stomachs at the end of the bed, with Tsu chiming in occasionally. After playing for a while, everyone got tired and decided to call it a night. Tsu and Ida, since he was asleep, were going to stay the night in Uraraka's room. Todoroki and I said our goodnights and left the room, heading to the elevator. So, what happened at the party with Tana? I asked as the elevator dinged and closed. I confessed, he stated, and I grinned excitedly. What did she say? I asked eagerly. He smiled. She was very nice and understanding of why I didn't want to tell her after I explained everything, he said. I smirked. So. He tilted his head and I rolled my eyes. Then what? We danced, well, she danced, sort of, he said briefly, furrowing his brows a bit. What do you mean? I chuckled. She wanted me to dance with her, but I didn't know how. He paused. So when an upbeat song came on, she moved a lot and I kind of moved with her. A light pink blush tinted his cheeks. Oh, what song was it? I exclaimed, jumping giddily in place as the elevator dinged. He thought for a moment as we entered the next elevator to our floor. A Shakira? He said, more like a question. My jaw dropped. We were in the circle and people surrounded us. She held my hand in the air and turned around while she was dancing close to you? I asked in shock. I dancing? He tilted his head, furrowing his brows. Never mind, continue. I mentally calmed myself down and listened to what he was going to say next. I tried moving with her, but I don't think I was doing it right. When she turned around, she pulled me down and whispered in my ear, "Keep on reading the signs of my body." And did you? I questioned, leaning forward. Yes. I squealed, jumping up and down. He looked at me, taken aback. She said she had a surprise for me on Monday, he said as the elevator dinged. You better tell me what it is, I said teasingly, bumping him as we walked down the dark, quiet halls. I'll make sure, he replied, stopping in front of what I guessed was his dorm room. Good night, Todoroki, I waved happily. Good night, Midoriya, he said before closing his door. I didn't realize how tired I was until then. I yawned and walked to Katsuki's room sluggishly. I opened the door and quietly closed it behind me. I walked to the bed and crawled under the blankets next to Izumi. She stretched and reached over to feel for me. When she didn't find me, she shot up, looking around as if she might cry. Shoo, I'm right here. Come here, I said softly, pulling her to my chest. Where are we? She asked groggily. Katsuki's bed, I yawned. Where is he? She questioned. On the floor, I answered, slowly closing my eyes. But this is his bed, she pouted. If this girl doesn't go to sleep. Izumi, close your eyes and keep them closed, babe, I whispered with a yawn. I want Yuki, she yawned, sitting up and rubbing her eyes. Katsuki, get your butt up here, I said, annoyed, throwing a pillow at him. I received a groan in return. The hell? He sighed sleepily, and I looked down to see him stretching one arm while covering his eyes with the other. Where did the pillow go? Getak. I was cut off by a pillow hitting me in the face. I heard a little giggle from beside me and turned to glare at Izumi. Don't wake me up like that again, nerd, he groaned, moving his hand to glare at me. Whatever, just get up here, I grumbled, throwing my head down on the pillow and covering my face with the blanket. I felt a small peck on my forehead. Night-night, Zuzu, I heard Izumi say softly. The last thing I felt was my body being pulled against another before sleep consumed me. I stirred awake to the sound of giggling and someone poking my cheek. I squinted my eyes open to see Izumi sitting in front of me with a huge smile, the sink running in the background, which I assumed was Katsuki. Get up, Zuzu. We're going out to breakfast with everyone, she beamed, tugging on my hoodie. No, let me sleep, Izzy, I groaned quietly, closing my eyes, only for a large hand to grab my arm and yank me out of bed. I yelped in the process. Come on, nerd, get up. I'm dropping you guys home to get ready, Katsuki said blankly before walking back into the bathroom. I'm going to kick his. Zuzu, can you hold Ms. Midnight for me? I want to see if Shima has any more delicious beef jerky. She held the doll up to me. Where is he? I asked. Downstairs with everyone else. Can I go, please, please? She asked, giving me puppy dog eyes while pouting her lips. Sure, I said, taking the doll from her as she hugged my legs. I bent down to kiss her head before she dashed out the door. As soon as she left the room, I stomped into the bathroom, where Katsuki was wiping his face with a wet rag. Yes, he may look attractive, but I was still annoyed with him for pulling me out of bed. "Now you," I started, but was interrupted when arms wrapped around my waist, pulling me forward. "Hey, what are you doing?" I stammered, taken aback by the unexpected hug. He shrugged and tightened his grip. I hugged him back, running my hand through his spiky blonde hair while the other rubbed his back. "Kaken, are you okay?" I asked, feeling his head nod as he pulled away. "I just felt like holding you," he said, glancing away with a slight blush. "Ah, how cute. Now get out, I need to use the bathroom," I said, pushing him out and closing the door behind me. I heard him chuckle from outside, and a moment later, the dorm door opened and shut. After taking care of business, I brushed my teeth and washed my face. When I exited the bathroom, there was no sign of Katsuki. I walked out of the room and headed to the elevator, pressing the button for the first floor. As I waited for it to ding, I could hear chatter, yelling, and giggles. "Want to repeat that, dunce face?" I heard the fiery blonde shout angrily. "What's wrong with you now?" I groaned, rolling my eyes and ruffling Izumi's hair as she sat on the counter, nibbling on beef jerky. "It's because Kaminari." "Shut your trap, icy hot." "Okay." I shook my head, a small chuckle escaping my lips as I walked up to Katsuki, holding my hand out for my backpack draped over his shoulder. Instead of handing it over, he high-fived my hand. Like a goof. I snapped my fingers twice and glared. "No, my bag, you goof." I sneered and he shook his head. "I'm holding it," he retorted. I knitted my brows, blinking at him before rolling my eyes and picking up Izumi, placing her on my hip. "I'm going back home to get us ready." "Katsuki, text me the address," I said. "What?" "I'm taking you," he insisted, and I shook my head. "My car is here," I replied. "So? I want to take you." "You really woke up and chose to argue with me today, huh?" I asked, raising an eyebrow. He looked up as if he was thinking for a moment before nodding. "My God, fine." I huffed, crossing my arms as he smiled triumphantly, placing his hand on my back and guiding us out of the dorms. Once we arrived at the house, I unbuckled Izumi and placed her on my hip while Katsuki grabbed my bag. I walked to my window and opened it, ignoring Katsuki's questioning gaze. "I snuck out last night," I said flatly. He nodded. "Stay in here while I grab Izumi's clothes." "Don't. Or I'll never talk to you again," I said sternly, watching as he hesitantly nodded. As soon as I left my bedroom, I was met with the lingering smell of alcohol and cigarettes. Maybe this was before she promised, I thought. I rummaged through Izumi's drawer, pulling out clean underwear, a cream turtleneck long-sleeve knitted sweater, a 3-button black and white plaid skirt, black tights, and black boots. I also grabbed her hair accessories and 2 black bows. I quickly returned to my bedroom, closing and locking the door behind me. I heard the shower running and saw Katsuki sitting on my bed, scrolling through his phone. "She's in the shower?" I asked, and he nodded, setting his phone down and staring at me intently. I walked up to the bathroom door and knocked, reminding Izumi to brush her teeth and turn around when I heard an okay. I went to my drawer, pulling out clean underwear, an oversized white long sleeve, a black t-shirt with a yellow smiley face, and black cargo pants. I tossed the outfit on my bed as Katsuki immediately picked it up, going through it. I went into my closet and grabbed my black, white, and yellow Air Jordans. "Stop touching my stuff," I demanded, and he looked me in the eyes, slowly putting the clothes down. He turned around, facing the bed frame and bringing his knees to his chest. I raised an eyebrow. He then folded his arms and rested his head on them. "Is this guy for real?" "You're such a baby," I grumbled, turning away. As I tried to walk past him, I suddenly felt a grip on my wrist and hip before being playfully tossed onto the bed. I gasped, the wind knocked out of me. When I opened my eyes, I saw Katsuki staring down at me with a smirk. "What?" I started, but he interrupted me by leaning in closer, his face just inches from mine. "Katsuki," I said slowly, sitting up. He turned to me, raising an eyebrow. "Aizu," he replied softly, moving closer again. I scooted to the end of the bed as he leaned down, resting his hands on either side of me. "Are you serious?" I asked, tilting my head. He shook his head and playfully booped my nose before giving it a quick peck. Zuzu. I need clothes. Izumi shouted from the bathroom. I got up and grabbed her clothes from the nightstand, cracking the bathroom door open, looking away as I handed them to her before shutting the door again. Hurry up in there, Izzy, I need to shower too, I called and she shouted back a reply. After Izumi finished in the bathroom, I styled her hair into 2 pigtails before hopping in the shower myself. After washing off, I dried, moisturized, and changed. I put on 2 layering chains and some rings. When I exited the bathroom, I found Izumi and Katsuki taking pictures in the mirror. Zuzu, join us? Izumi happily urged. I chuckled, putting on my shoes and walking over to them. We took a few selfies before Izumi went to use the bathroom one last time before we left. I stood up to grab my phone. I want to take some and post on my Instagram, I stated, sitting between Katsuki's legs. He rested his head on my shoulder, looking at the camera and wrapping his arms around my waist. I brought my knees halfway to my chest, holding my phone in front of my face to hide it before snapping multiple pictures. Pick one, I told him, and he shrugged. They all look the same, he said, standing up and helping me in the process. I click my tongue, standing on my tiptoes to push his face away. I stand in front of the camera, taking a picture of my fit, and then Katsuki walks behind me, wrapping his arms around me and resting his chin on top of my head. I happily look down at my phone. These 3. I posted the pictures and shoved my phone into my pocket. I turn around and wrap my arms around the blonde's neck. His gaze never leaves mine as he puts his forehead against mine and closes his eyes. Izuku. I hum. Do you still hate me? I know you forgave me, but... He pauses, opening his eyes to look into mine. I shake my head. No, I don't. Honestly, I knew you changed once I saw how you interacted with my sister. How you kept trying to talk to me and never gave up. You respected that I didn't want to be called that silly nickname you gave me. I could see the guilt in your eyes and how sorry you were. Everyone could see it. I speak softly. He sighs, wrapping his arms around me. Thank you, he breathes. For what? Giving me another chance, even though I didn't deserve it. I hope you know that I'm not giving you a second chance to fix your wrongdoing, but to prove yourself. Well, since you so kindly decided to give me a second chance, I promise I won't need a third, he says softly. I lift my head to look at him, gently cupping his face in my hands and bringing it closer. I connect our lips. The kiss is slow and sweet, filled with so much emotion and love. I might be falling for him again. Maybe I already have. Wow. He pulls away and turns to Izumi, who is scrunching her nose at us. I laugh softly as Katsuki chuckles against my shoulder. Would you like kisses too, you little monster? Katsuki then begins chasing Izumi around the room as she screams and giggles, running away from him. When he catches up to her, he picks her up and playfully tosses her onto the bed. I laugh at this. He turns to me and raises his eyebrows. Oh, so you think this is funny? He says, which makes me laugh harder. He then picks me up and tosses me onto the bed beside Izumi before jumping on top of me and tickling me. I let out the most ridiculous snort. Don't think you're off the hook too. Brat, he says, removing his hands from me and beginning to tickle Izumi. After moments of breathless laughter, I decide it's time to leave. We exit through my window and walk to his car. With Izumi sleeping in the back and the music on low, the car ride is mostly silent. Occasionally, I glance at Katsuki, who is staring at the road with a furrowed brow. Whenever we reach a red light, I lean over to smooth out the wrinkles on his forehead. Kaken? I speak up. He puts his phone down and turns to me with a hum. After breakfast and whatever we're doing after that, can you watch Izumi for a while? I have to do something. He nods. You can take my car since yours is at the dorms. We'll catch a ride with shitty hair or something, he mumbles. Why do you call him that? And Mina raccoon eyes, Kaminari dunce face. Okay, I get it, he grumbles, not answering the question. So? I don't know, because it suits them, I guess, he says quietly. Have you ever called anybody by their name? I ask. He slowly nods. Eureka, he says. In the sports festival, he finishes, and I nod. Will you ever call them by their names? Possibly, he shrugs. The light turns green, and he refocuses on the road. At the breakfast place? Finally, you guys took forever. Kaminari groans, taking another sip of his drink. We're sorry, I giggle, sitting at the end of the table with Izumi on my lap. Katsuki sits down beside me. Do we need an extra chair for her? Katsuki asks, leaning in slightly. No, I'll just ask for a high chair, I say, and he nods. I look around the table and see that many people bailed. It's only Kami, Kiri, Mina, Tadu, Uraraka, Hida, Tsu, Jiro, and Siro. Oh, it looks like the people you were waiting for are here. Can I get you three something to drink? If you're ready to order, I can do that now. I turn to see a waiter our age smiling down at us. He has light brown hair and piercing red eyes. Can I get a water? I say before looking down at Izumi. Hot chocolate, she beams. The boy chuckles before writing it down, then turns to Katsuki, who is glaring at him. Water, he grumbles. I narrow my eyes at him. Please, he adds quietly, and I smirk knowingly. All right, will that be all? The waiter asks. I look at his name tag and see that his name is Haru. I look up to see his gaze set on me and I smile. Can she have a high chair? I ask, and he nods before leaving for a moment and returning with a chair. I put Izumi in it. Are you ready to order? He asks, a small blush on his freckled nose. Not yet, I say, and he nods before walking off after saying he'll be back in a bit. That boy totally has it in for you, Mina smirks at me. Yeah dude. He was literally blushing. Kaminari adds. I chuckle lightly before I feel my seat being tugged over. I look over to see Katsuki glaring at Kami. Let's just look at the menu. Izzy babe, do you know what you want? Chocolate pancakes and bacon, she cheers, and I nod, letting out a small laugh. She goes back to coloring and I turn to Katsuki. What are you getting, babe? I ask, looking down at his menu. When I don't get a reply, I look up to see him staring at me with a blush evident on his cheeks. He looks back down, glaring at the menu before answering, the blush slowly fading. Chicken and waffles, he replies with a mumble. Oh, me too, I say, and he laughs slightly. I was going to lean up to kiss his cheek for being so adorable when a sudden throat clearing interrupts. I got your drink, Haru says, smiling happily at me. I smile back as he places our drinks in front of us. Are you guys ready to order? He questions, and I nod. Can we get chicken and waffles? I say, gesturing to me and Katsuki as he writes it down in his notepad. I look at Izumi. Chocolate pancakes and bacon. He goes around the table as everybody orders their food. I see Izumi staring intently at her hot chocolate. Izumi, you know you have to wait until it cools down so you don't hurt yourself, I said sternly, giving her a knowing look. She nodded, crossing her arms and leaning back in her chair. Haru returned to his spot next to me, moving a little closer. Katsuki noticed and pulled my chair closer to his, glaring at Haru. I'll be back with your food shortly, he said kindly before walking off. Once he was out of earshot, Katsuki leaned in closer to my ear. He obviously likes you, he grumbled. I chuckled, running my hand through the back of his hair. He closed his eyes and leaned into my touch. What, are you jealous? I asked with a smirk. He shook his head slowly. Hey Izzy, let me see if you're... I turned to her just in time to see her drinking her hot chocolate. Instinctively, I grabbed the hot cup from her and set it on the table. Izumi, what were you thinking? It was burning, I exclaimed, and she tilted her head at me. No, it wasn't, she replied. I narrowed my eyes and touched the cup. It was indeed very hot. I grabbed Izumi's hands and inspected them closely. They felt warm, but there were no signs of burns. It wasn't hot at all, Zuzu, I swear, she said with a smile. I raised an eyebrow at her, confused. My eyes widened in realization. Could her quirk have something to do with this? It also explained why I felt warmer all of a sudden when it was freezing outside as we walked back to the dorms. I hadn't made a doctor's appointment yet. I should do that when I get home. I handed the mug back to her and watched as she drank every last drop without hesitation. I turned to Katsuki with a silent squeal of excitement. He raised an eyebrow at me and smiled softly. Kaken. Kaken. I think she got her quirk. I whispered loudly, unable to contain my enthusiasm. Oh yeah. He grinned, throwing an arm over my shoulder. I nodded vigorously. Can I come when you both go? He asked, and I paused to think. If she wants you there, I replied, and he scoffed. Then I'm obviously coming. She loves me, he said sassily. I rolled my eyes. Hey Midobro, when are you moving into the dorms? Kirishima asked. Yeah. If you're there, we'll be complete. Kaminari added. I chuckled awkwardly. I don't know. There's a lot going on at home, and I'd rather stay there until things settle down, I answered timidly, rubbing the back of my neck. They nodded in understanding before asking another question. What's it like living in America? I heard it's pretty different there, Mina mused. I nodded. Oh yeah, it definitely is, I replied, launching into a list of differences and similarities. The conversation flowed naturally, and I was so engrossed in sharing my experiences that I didn't notice Katsuki telling me my phone was ringing. Hizo hi, I heard, snapping my head to Katsuki, who had my phone in his hand, glaring down at the screen. Katsuki turned to me and handed my phone. Hi guys. I beamed. Why are you with Kabaku? Jonah asked, struggling with Katsuki's name. It's Bakugo, I laughed. Can I say hi, Zuzu? Izumi asked, making grabby hands at my phone. I nodded, handing it to her as she waved happily at everyone on the screen. After a while, she handed my phone back but still wanted to be in the frame. I'm here. I'm here. I heard in the background. Finally, babe, Jonah groaned before Eleanor snatched the phone from his hands. Hi Izubabi. Look, I look like you, she exclaimed, moving the camera to show her casted arm. I gasped. What happened, Ellie? Best worried. She laughed mischievously. Oh, just hero work. She jumped into a villain attack instead of waiting for everyone else. Jonah deadpanned, coming into the frame and glaring at his girlfriend as she pouted. Her exact words were, how can we be heroes if we can't save the people in need? Even though that was very heroic, you still got hurt, Buttercup. He finished with a kiss on the top of her head. Just a broken arm, she mumbled, looking away. He said, lifting her hair to reveal a bandage wrapped around her forehead. My eyes widened. Eleanor, you need to be more careful. I scolded. She nodded, looking down. You know I can't afford to lose anybody else, I added quietly, but they still heard. It was silent for a moment. Hayes said you had something to talk to us about. Is everything all right? Inko didn't who, Jackie started until I interrupted her. Jackie, speakerphone. I said sharply, ignoring the curious gazes at the table. And I'll tell you guys later, okay? I added softly as they nodded. I'm at breakfast, I'll call you guys back later, I mumbled. See you later, Aizu. Bye. Talk to you later. MUW. They hung up. I laughed softly, putting my phone back in my pocket. Izuku, I frowned, looking up at the blonde who was also frowning down at me. Is there something going on that I don't know about? At home, he asked quietly. I looked away from him. Mind your business, will ya? I mumbled, staring at my water. The table was filled with chatter, excluding Katsuki and me. Our food had yet to arrive, and honestly, I couldn't wait to leave. I wanted to take Izumi and go right this minute, but if I did, they'd know something was up. Sorry it took a while, here's your food, Haru the waiter said happily. We sat at the table eating and talking. Katsuki was trying to engage me in conversation after apologizing more than a few times. I felt bad for ignoring him. It wasn't his fault he cared. I guess I was just embarrassed in some way. After we finished eating, we split the bill and walked out of the restaurant. Everyone wanted to go to the mall, but I wasn't feeling up for it. Why not Zuzu? Izumi pouted softly. I have something to do, Izzy, I replied, and she frowned, looking down. She walked to Katsuki's side and grabbed his hand, and I knew what she was going to ask. Yes, you can stay with him. I chuckled as she clapped her hands together before running up to me and wrapping her arms around my waist. Thank you, she muffled through my shirt as I hugged her back. I let go and began walking toward Katsuki. I lifted my hand and grabbed a handful of his shirt, pulling him down to my level. If anything happens to my baby sister, it's on you. Do you understand? I said in a low voice. He nodded vigorously. I smiled sweetly at him before giving him a quick peck on the lips and smoothing out his wrinkled shirt. By the way, I'm taking your car to get mine. Hope you don't mind, I said, walking away and twirling his keys on my finger. Can I invite someone? Todoroki asked. I turned to him and narrowed my eyes. You want to invite her while I'm gone? I questioned and he nodded. That's not fair, I pouted, crossing my arms as he patted my head. Todoroki, do you have a girlfriend? What's her name? Does she go to our school? I chuckled and patted his shoulder while walking toward Katsuki's car. I glanced back to see them bombarding Todoroki with questions as he held his hands up, walking backwards slowly while trying to answer them. Poor Todoroki. I went back to UA and got my car. I drove to the other side of Tokyo, nervously tapping my fingers on the steering wheel. I parked and walked down the halls of the apartment complex, stopping at door 272 before knocking. Who is it? A voice called from the other side of the door. Your favorite Quirkless, I replied, and the door swung open, revealing a familiar face. Holy cow, Izuku, he exclaimed as I chuckled and hugged him back. Nice to see you too, Kai, I said softly. How have you been? Since you know. I was sitting on the couch, sipping a cup of tea that Kai had provided. I had planned to see him as soon as we moved in, but I got busy. Okay, I guess, I replied, setting the cup down. How's Izumi and your mother? He asked, and my breath hitched. They're fine too, I answered, looking down at my cup. He hummed in response. Your father, he started, standing up from his spot on the couch. My eyes followed him as he opened a drawer in the kitchen. He wrote a letter for each of you, your mother, your sister, and he handed me 3 envelopes. You. Really? I breathed. Before that day, for weeks, he was trying to find any possible way to keep the city safe after hearing that the League was coming to town. He had a gut feeling that something was going to happen, so he gestured to the envelopes in my hand. He wrote those. He wanted me to give them to you the day you turned 18, but I think you deserve them now. You could give that one to your mom and the other to Izumi when she gets older, he explained. I nodded, taking in all the new information. Dad knew that he wasn't going to make it? He knew, I whispered to no one in particular. I felt a hand on my shoulder and a box of tissues in my hand. I hadn't even realized I had started crying. I wiped my tears and stood up with a look of determination. Kai raised an eyebrow. What's up, kid? He asked. I want to learn how to use more weapons. After Izuku left, we split into 2 cars to head to the mall. When we arrived, Todoroki's friend was waiting for us, and I couldn't help but think they liked each other more than just friends. Izumi was on my hip, pointing at different stores while we decided to split into 2 groups. Izumi, Todoroki, and the others in one group, while the rest of us formed another. Hey Bakugo, are you going to tell us what's going on between you and Midoriya? Kaminari wiggled his eyebrows. Yeah, we saw that kiss before he left, Uraraka chimed in, pointing at her lips. Oh, and the way you looked at him during breakfast, Kirishima added, grinning. Shut up, I grumbled, glaring at them. The others began to laugh. Shut up. Kaminari snorted. I balled my fists, trying to keep my temper in check. There's a child present, that's why. I growled. Yeah, but you didn't care around Katsuma and Mahoro, Kirishima mused. Yeah, because they're kids. I said angrily. Yuki, stop yelling. You're hurting my ears, Izumi groaned, covering her ears. Whatever, brat, I muttered, turning away from my laughing friends. I heard Izumi gasp. Can I get that Yuki? She asked excitedly, pointing to a midnight figure inside the toy store. Yeah, get whatever you want, kid, I said, putting her down and watching as she ran into the store. Oh, I want something too, Pikachu shouted, running in after Izumi. Looks like we're all going, Jiro chuckled before entering the store, and we followed closely behind. After spending way too much on new toys and clothes for Izumi, we called the others to meet us at the food court. While waiting for them to arrive, I bought slushies and other junk food that the others wanted. "Hi guys, whoa. How much did you buy?" Uraraka asked with a chuckle as she walked over. "Most of those bags are from Bakugo's spoiling Izumi," Kirishima laughed, earning a punch in the arm from me. "Ah, Bakugo's a softie," Kaminari teased. I was about to explode when I noticed Nakamura's eyes glow yellow. I narrowed my eyes at her. A few seconds later, she blinked it away, a look of pure terror on her face. "We need to leave. Now," she shouted. Before we could respond, an explosion echoed across the mall. "What the heck?" I shouted, picking up Izumi as she wrapped her arms around my neck, shaking in fear. There was a fire and smoke everywhere. "You guys need to help. I have to take Izumi," Nakamura yelled as people began screaming and running toward the exit. "No way. Trust me. Please, you have to help them," she screamed. I could feel Izumi crying into my shoulder, gripping my shirt tightly. "Fine here." I handed Izumi to her. Izumi tried to escape Nakamura's grasp, reaching for me, tears streaming down her face. "No, Yuki," she cried. "Izumi, stop. Go with her and I'll see you later, okay?" "I promise," I shouted, pulling out my phone and dialing Izuku's number. Izumi continued to cry and fight against Nakamura. "No. Don't leave me too, Yuki," she screamed, and my eyes snapped to the greenette as she pouted, hiding her face in Nakamura's shoulder. "Ugh!" I groaned, running toward the fire after shoving my phone into my pocket. "Check to see if Izuku will answer any of you. If he does, tell him what's going on," I shouted, propelling myself into the air. I turned around to see Nakamura draping her coat over a sobbing Izumi. "You better protect her, Nakamura," I called after her, using my explosions to launch myself higher. Icy Hot glided beside me on ice, Soy Sauce maneuvered through the air with his tape, and Shitty Hair ran alongside Icy Hot, determined. "Everyone else is helping people escape," Icy Hot said flatly, and I nodded, hoping Izumi would be okay. Tanamaki's POV. After taking Izumi, I sprinted toward the exit while dialing my uncle's number. When he answered, I explained the situation and gave him the address before hanging up. As I rushed through the mall, smoke filled my lungs, and I covered Izumi's head with my coat. "Damn it, where's the exit?" I coughed, trying to shield my nose and mouth. Spotting the exit sign, I dashed toward it. Just as I reached the door, an explosion erupted behind me, knocking me off my feet. My vision blurred as I struggled to rise with Izumi in my arms, a cold, wet sensation trickling down my forehead. "Inaka," the girl stammered. "Sure, we're fine." "I'm fine, we're almost there," I reassured her, though I was trying to convince myself. I stood up, but before I could make a run for the entrance, I heard creaking from above. Looking up, I saw flames liking the wooden beams, ready to collapse. "No!" I yelled, sprinting toward the door. I couldn't make it, I wasn't fast enough. Bakugo's words echoed in my mind. "You better protect her, Nakamura." My eyes widened as burning debris began to fall. With the last of my strength, I pushed Izumi toward the door just as I fell to the ground, my vision fading. I saw someone catch Izumi and felt something wrap around my waist before everything went dark. Bakugo's POV. "What do you mean she's not answering her phone? She should be out of the building by now," I yelled, frustration boiling over. "Bakugo, calm down," Shitty Hair shouted, knocking out a villain. "Guys, we need to leave. It's getting hard to breathe and see in here." Mina coughed. I noticed Uraraka, who was floating, starting to falter. I quickly caught her. "Damn it, let's go. The pros should be here," I said, placing Uraraka on my back. Everyone nodded and began retreating toward the nearest exit. "Hey, we need help," Kaminari shouted as EMS personnel rushed toward us. They took Uraraka and placed her on a stretcher, one of them trying to check for my injuries. "I'm fine. Where's Izumi?" I yelled, pushing past people in search of the smaller greenette. I heard wailing from behind an ambulance and ran toward it to find Izumi crying in an EMS worker's arms. I rushed over, snatching her from the worker and cradling her close. Hey, it's okay. I'm right here, I said softly. I want Naka, she sobbed, gripping my shirt tightly. Where is she? Talk to me. Deep breaths, I encouraged. She took a shaky breath and sighed. She saved me. She threw me to the door, and Zizua saved us, but she wasn't awake. She cried harder as I rocked her gently. Aizawa made it. I pushed past multiple parked ambulances, searching for the familiar dark-haired girl. Bakugo! I turned to see Icy Hot running toward me. Have you seen Nakamura? He asked frantically. I shook my head. There. Izumi pointed, and we saw the girl being taken away in an ambulance. We dashed toward the vehicle. Let me go with her. I know her. Icy Hot pleaded. Are you family? Aye. He's her boyfriend. Let him on. I growled and the EMS nodded, allowing Todoroki to board. See, can you call Zuzu? Want Zuzu, Izumi said, her eyes filling with tears. Yeah, let me see, I replied, pulling out my phone to dial his number again. After a third attempt with no answer, I sighed. He's busy right now. Are you hurt? Did the smoke affect you? I asked. She shook her head. I could breathe in it, she said timidly. Her quirk, I thought. I nodded and found the rest of the group. Hey guys, what's the news? I asked. Everyone is fine except Uraraka, Ida, Tsu, and Mina. Uraraka and Mina inhaled too much smoke, Ida's rockets overheated, and Tsu is injured from the fire, Kirishima explained quickly. Did they catch the villains? I asked. They nodded. I saw them being taken into custody, some on stretchers, Kaminari added. I felt relieved. Come on, let's go back to the dorms to rest. It'll be too stressful for Izumi to be in a hospital, Siro suggested, and we all agreed. Okay, but we're all going to see them later, I grumbled. Of course, Aizawa would definitely be upset if we brought her back to the hospital, Jiro joked. We all chuckled lightly as we made our way to our cars. As soon as we reached the dorms, we were bombarded with questions, likely from the news coverage. I ignored them and walked up to Ponytail. Can you make a nightgown for her and change her? I asked. She nodded, taking the sleeping Izumi from my arms. You can lay her in my bed. I'm going to take a shower, I said, walking away. I tried calling Izuku one more time. He didn't answer. After a long, hot shower, I dried off and changed into white shorts and a black t-shirt before heading back to my room. I opened the door to find Izumi sitting on my bed, staring at the wall. When she saw me, she rubbed her eyes and reached out with her free hand. Cuddles, she yawned. I climbed into bed beside her, pulling her closer. She grasped my hand, and soon, we both drifted off to sleep. Izuku's POV. I think that's enough for today, Izuku. You've been working hard and you catch on quickly, Kai praised. I placed my sword in its scabbard. They're not that hard to control, even when enchanted, I smirked, picking up my bow and arrows leaning against the wall. Kai laughed and turned on the TV. Just as I was about to grab a snack from the kitchen, I heard something that made my stomach drop and my heart race. Villain attack and explosion at Tokyo Mall. 11 dead and 50 injured. Izumi. I whispered. Huh. I quickly ran to my backpack and rummaged through my pockets until I found my phone. I pulled it out and checked my notifications. My heart sank. 1 message from Ma Redheart. 4 missed calls from Toda Bestie Redheart, fire. 2 messages from Toda Bestie Redheart, fire. 5 missed calls from Pinky Babe Face Blowing Kiss Zany Face. 10 messages from Pinky Babe Face Blowing Kiss Zany Face. 2 missed calls from Kiri. 56 missed calls from Katsuki Neutral Face Face with raised eyebrow. 200 missed messages from Katsuki Neutral Face Face with raised eyebrow. My hands shook as I scrolled through the messages. I quickly shoved my phone into my pocket and threw my bag over my shoulder. I need to go, I'll call you later. I yelled, not waiting for a response as I dashed out of the apartment and into my car. On the way to the dorms, I tried calling everyone back repeatedly, but nobody answered. I attempted to reach Ida, Tsu, Todoroki, Katsuki, Mina, and Kirishima, but none picked up. I hopped out of the car and rushed into the dorm. The common room and kitchen were empty. I sprinted up the stairs to Katsuki's dorm room and flung the door open. I sighed in relief. Katsuki and Izumi were peacefully asleep in bed. I walked to the bed, wiping away my stray tears, and let out a loud sob. Katsuki lifted his head, and when his eyes met mine, they widened. He reached out an arm, and I slipped off my shoes, getting under the covers on the other side of Izumi. I kissed the top of her head and pulled her close. "You deserve one too," I sniffed with a soft laugh and kissed Katsuki on the forehead. He chuckled, wrapping his arm around me and pulling Izumi and me to his chest. "Zuzu," I heard Izumi whisper as she nuzzled her face into my shirt. "Shoo, go back to sleep, okay?" I said, kissing the top of her head as her eyes fluttered closed. "Kaken, what?" I was interrupted by him placing his hand over my mouth. "Can we talk about it later?" he said, kissing the crown of my head before closing his eyes. "Please," he added. I nodded, resting my head on the pillow and slowly letting sleep take over me. Izuku's POV. "Thank you for watching her, I owe you one." "It's no problem, Midoriya," Shinso replied, cradling a sleeping Izumi in his arms. "I'll be back in a few to pick her up," I said, waving before getting into the car. Katsuki and I were on our way to the hospital to see our friends. Izumi thought of the hospital as a place where people went away and never returned, especially after Dad died, so it wouldn't be a good idea to take her along. We walked through the doors and approached the lady at the front desk, asking for Tanaka Nakamura. I wanted to see her first since she risked her life to save my sisters. We stepped into the elevator, waiting for it to beep at the 3rd floor before walking out and looking for room. Damn it, why is it so hard to find one measly hospital room? Katsuki complained, and I rolled my eyes. "Calm down, we're almost there," I said. We finally reached the room and slowly opened the door, revealing Todoroki and Nakamura holding each other in a tight embrace. Nakamura was wearing a light brown hospital gown, a bandage wrapped around her head, and an 4 in her arm. "I told you I was fine," we heard her say quietly. "You almost didn't make it," he replied, his voice cracking slightly. "Nakamura," I said softly, entering the room. The two turned their heads toward us, and a soft smile landed on her lips. I walked up to her and wrapped my arms around her. "Thank you so much," I said, tears filling my eyes. "I'm a hero, it's my job," she chuckled lightly, hugging me back. "Oi," I wiped my face before turning my attention to the blonde who stood furthest away from us with his arms crossed. "Bakugo," I said. "What's your quirk anyway? How did you know that was going to happen?" He narrowed his eyes, stalking toward the bed. "Precognition," she began. "It allows me to see up to a minute into the future. At first, it started with 6 seconds, but I've trained hard. It comes randomly, usually before a disaster. My eyes glow yellow when it's in effect." She explained briefly. Katsuki nodded. "I'm glad I trusted you," he mumbled. "Me too," she smiled, but the blonde turned away and scoffed. "What a softie. When are you getting discharged?" "Tomorrow morning. The doctors said I had a fast recovery." "We should go check on the others," I nodded. After saying our goodbyes, we went to see the rest of our classmates. Uraraka was doing fine and would be out in a day or so. Ida's fever had lowered, so he'd be discharged when it was completely gone. They had to cool down too, so they put her in hibernation for the time being, and Mina was going to get discharged later. She also had a quick recovery. "Wow," I sighed as we exited the hospital. "That's Class 1A for you. Nothing can get rid of those crazy kids," Katsuki chuckled. "That's awesome, they're so strong," I said, looking up at the sky. "Yeah," Katsuki muttered, but I still heard it. "See, you even admitted it," I bumped him jokingly as he became angry. "Of course I didn't." He screamed as I laughed. "Yeah, sure," I giggled as he scoffed and turned away. "Where were you while we were at the mall?" he asked. "With an old friend of my father's. He has an enchantment quirk. That's where I got my scythe from and other weapons," I explained, mumbling the last part. "Wait, other weapons?" Katsuki asked, turning to me. "Yeah, I now have a sword and a bow and arrow, but I can't summon them yet like I can with my scythe. I can only summon one weapon at a time." But to be safe, they're only enchanted in my possession. Right now, they're in my car and look like normal weapons, but in my hands, they change, I explained with a shrug. So not only can you fight up close, but also from afar, I nodded. I'll show them off during training tomorrow, I smirked. I heard my phone ring and took it out of my pocket, checking the caller ID. Hello. Hey Izuku, is everything alright? I didn't hear from you, and you left without telling me what was going on, Kai exclaimed worriedly through the phone. I sighed, getting into the car. I'm sorry. Everything is fine now, I replied softly. Damn it, kid, you almost gave me a heart attack. He sighed in relief. Yeah, sorry, I chuckled. Next time you come over, bring little Umi with you. Does she have her quirk yet? I think so. I just haven't made an appointment to check. You? I hesitated. Yeah, helping Ma out. I chuckled nervously as Katsuki eyed me, gripping the steering wheel tightly. Oh yeah, well, I'll see you two later then, yeah? Yeah, bye Kai. I said before hanging up. Izuku. Yes, Kaken? You lied. Why are you lying? What's going on? He said, his grip tightening on the wheel. Forget it, Katsuki. Nothing's going on, I mumbled. He opened his mouth to protest but closed it when I glared at him. The car ride back was filled with awkward silence. A couple of weeks passed, and today is the day we find out what Izumi's quirk is and if it's here already. Katsuki is playing with the toys provided in the waiting room with her. I would be with them, but I've had a headache since we walked through the hospital doors. Zuzu, do you want to join us now? Izumi shouted at me. Katsuki looked up at me, silently asking if I was okay. Not right now, Izzy, I replied, dragging my knees to my chest and resting my head between them. Come here, Izuku. I glanced up to see Katsuki looking at me, patting his lap. I sighed and stood up, walking to his side. I sat down next to him and laid my head on his lap. It didn't help much, but I was comfortable. As the minutes passed, my headache worsened. I turned my body to face Katsuki's stomach and groaned. Are you okay? He asked. I shook my head truthfully. We can leave if you. Izuku Midoriya? A soft voice spoke, and my headache suddenly eased. It's fine, I feel better, I said, standing up and taking Izumi's hand. That's me. Izumi cheered, raising her hand. Alright, come on, love. Dr. Kyudai is ready for you, the young woman smiled sweetly. Out of nowhere, I felt nervous. There was a pit in my stomach that wouldn't go away. Izumi started walking forward, but my grip on her hand tightened. She stopped and looked up at me, confused. Izuku, Katsuki said softly, placing a hand on my shoulder. I blinked out of it and started walking forward. Okay, let's go. I smiled weakly at Izumi. She tilted her head at me before walking by my side. You guys can wait in here. He'll be with you shortly, the woman said before walking out of the small room. My heart was pounding. I didn't know why my body felt this way. It was as if it was trying to tell me something. Zuzu, what quirk do you think I'll have? I hope it's something like Dada's, Izumi said, rocking back and forth with the brightest smile a 4-year-old could give. I sighed as the pounding in my chest slowed down and smiled at Izumi. I definitely think it's something like Dad's, I said, and Izumi squealed with her eyes closed, bouncing up and down. I chuckled watching her. Do you feel better, Izuku? Katsuki asked me, and I nodded. Yeah, maybe I'm just nervous. I don't want her to come out quirkless like me, I said shyly, rubbing the back of my head. Katsuki nodded awkwardly, avoiding eye contact. Sorry to make you guys wait. The door opened, revealing a short, bald old man wearing goggles and a lab coat. He looked somewhat familiar, but I couldn't place him. It's okay, I said quietly as he sat down in a chair across from us. Alrighty. Hello there, little Midoriya. How are you feeling? He asked. Izumi responded with a bright smile. Great, she cheered. That's good. Have you shown any signs of a quirk? Feeling strange, perhaps? He questioned, looking down at a clipboard. It says here that your parents' quirks have something to do with fire and telepathy. Do you feel any of that? He looked up at her for answers, and Izumi thought hard. Sometimes I feel a little warm, she said, and I chimed in. When it was freezing cold outside, we were walking to the dorms when she suddenly warmed us up. A few weeks ago, we went out for breakfast, and I ordered her a hot chocolate. She picked it up and drank it all without any problem. I explained, and the doctor nodded. Well, it seems to me that your quirk will be here soon, and it will have something to do with heat. I can run a few tests now and find out what it is, unless you want to wait and come back when it shows completely, he suggested with a grin. That feeling was coming back. Something was telling me to leave. My breath quickened as Katsuki and the doctor's eyes landed on me. I ignored Katsuki and stared deep into the doctor's eyes. He looked so familiar. Test. I want to know now. Izumi shouted, and the doctor's eyes snapped to her, a bright, unsettling smile appearing on his face. Great, now let me just. He reached out to place his hand on top of Izumi's head when I suddenly stood up abruptly, knocking the chair over and catching his wrist before he could touch her. Izumi looked up at me shocked as Katsuki stood up quickly. I glared at the doctor, who stared back at me equally shocked. Who gave you permission to touch her? You didn't do that to me to check if I had a quirk, did you? I sneered. Aye. What were you about to do, huh? I raised my voice, and Katsuki picked up Izumi, who looked scared. I let go of his wrist. We won't be coming back. Come on, Katsuki, I said before quickly exiting the room. What was he about to do? Why did he need to touch her to know what her quirk was? Was it his quirk? No, if it was, he would have just said that. And if that were the case, why would he call it a test? I suddenly realized he was my old doctor, the one who confirmed I was quirkless. We made it to the car, and I got in the passenger seat as Katsuki strapped Izumi in the back. Once she was settled, she upsetly blew up at me. Why did you do that, Zuzu? We could have found out what my quirk was, she said angrily, crossing her arms. No, we weren't, Izumi. He was going to take your quirk, leave, and come back to say you're quirkless, I said sternly as Katsuki pulled out of the hospital parking lot. No, he wasn't. He was a good guy, she argued. I tugged on my green curls anxiously. No, he wasn't, Izumi. He's the one who said I was quirkless, I replied irritably. It's not his fault you're quirkless. Maybe you just came out that way, she yelled back, her anger palpable. I slumped back in my seat and turned to look out the window, tears welling up in my eyes. I caught Katsuki's gaze in the rearview mirror. Izumi, that wasn't very nice. Apologize, Katsuki said sternly. Why apologize if I don't mean it? She huffed. I could tell Katsuki was losing his patience by the way he gripped the steering wheel. He sighed, relaxing a bit, and said nothing more. The rest of the ride home was silent. Katsuki had picked us up from our house earlier, and now he was dropping us back off. He pulled up in front of our driveway, and I quickly unbuckled my seatbelt and slammed the door shut. I opened Izumi's door to find her sleeping, thankfully. I carefully unbuckled her and lifted her out of her seat. She immediately wrapped her arms around me as I closed the door and walked back to the passenger side, where the window was already down. You guys will be fine, right? Katsuki asked, concern in his voice. I nodded, shifting Izumi in my arms. See you tomorrow, I smiled, walking up the driveway. Fortunately, these past few weeks, Ma had been sober. She told me she saw Izumi being taken out of the mall in tears by Eraserhead and felt horrible, realizing she needed to get her act together before she lost us. I didn't understand why she hadn't tried to call us or come to us during that time, but as long as she was doing better, nothing else mattered. She had stopped drinking and smoking and was now going to therapy once a week. I was so proud of her. It felt like we were becoming a family again, even without Dad by our side. We would grieve and learn to cope together. Everything would get better. Everything would return to how it was. Right? Izuku's POV. A month had passed and things were going great. Ma's therapy had been successful, and she had remained clean since. The house was cleaner, smelled better, and she even made up for missing Izumi's birthday by buying her a bunch of gifts and baking her a cake. Izumi was no longer afraid to be alone with her. She had been picking Izumi up from school every day, giving me free time to hang out with everyone in the dorms for a few hours. We were no longer exhausted and had returned to our daily routine of family nights and trips to the park. I think the squad could tell by my energy during our video calls that everything was going well. We were happier. Izuku, come here please. I heard Ma call from downstairs. I was in my room finishing up homework. I set my pencil down and made my way downstairs. Zuzu! Izumi cheered, throwing herself into my arms. I caught her and lifted her onto my hip. What's up, Ma? I asked, watching her wash the dishes. She nodded toward the living room with a bright smile. I set Izumi down, giving Ma a confused look before walking into the living room. Kirishima, Kaminari, Bakugo, Shiro, Jiro, and Mina were there, their smiles brightening when they saw me. Midobro, we have a surprise for you. Kirishima beamed. I smiled as I walked up to them. What if I told you guys that I hated surprises? I smirked, crossing my arms. Katsuki rolled his eyes. He loves surprises. Now let's get this over with, he huffed. I call dibs on riding with Midobro. Kaminari said happily. Me too. Me three. Okay, I guess Jiro and I are riding together, Shiro shrugged, looking at Jiro. Can I get the music? Shiro asked, but Jiro scrunched her nose. Absolutely not. Oh. Come on, two of you need to go with long ears and soy sauce. Izumi's car seat is in there, so not all of you will fit, Katsuki said sternly. But can't we just leave it here? Kaminari pouted. Katsuki furrowed his brows. No way. You guys need to figure it out. Izuku and I will be waiting in the car, he finished, taking my hand. Izumi ran into the room before we could leave. Can I come? I have my shoes on, and I promise not to tell. Izumi said. I went to pick her up. She knows. I asked them, and they nodded. Come on, brat, you can come, Katsuki said, and she reached out for him to pick her up, which he did. Now you guys figure it out, Katsuki said, and they all began bickering as we exited the house. In the end, Kirishima was the one to ride with us, only because Izumi got upset when Kaminari tried to join. She wanted some of Kirishima's beef jerky. We pulled up in front of the dorms. Why are we here? I asked as Kirishima lifted Izumi onto his shoulders and Katsuki stepped out of the car. He shrugged. We waited for everyone else and walked through the doors. Everyone was inside, waiting. Hi, Midoriya. Ria. Everyone greeted me excitedly, and I was beyond confused. Follow us. Kirishima cheered, while Izumi giggled, nibbling on a big piece of beef jerky. We decided to take the stairs because everyone was too impatient to wait for the elevator, and we stopped at the end of the hall, in front of a door. Go in. Go in. Mina exclaimed. I shrugged and opened the door. A gasp escaped my lips. The walls inside the room were black, and in the corner was a full-sized bed with a forest green bedspread and a black bed frame. Under the bed were black storage drawers. There were LED lights on the walls that glowed green, vines hanging from the ceiling above my bed, and posters of my favorite music artists and animes were hung up too. A vanity desk was on the other side of the wall, with a small flat-screen TV hanging beside it. There was also a little nightstand next to my bed. Guys! Guys! I exclaimed, running into the room to look around. This reminded me of my room back in America but was a total upgrade. Tears welled in my eyes as I did a full 360 of the room, and what I didn't see was the wall full of pictures of my friends and family. You guys are awesome, I love it, I said, continuously wiping the tears that fell from my eyes. Ah, Mido, Mina cooed, and I felt several pairs of arms hugging me. Group hug. Your mom came by a week ago and told us everything about her struggles and how she's working on getting better. She knew you were worried about leaving Izumi home with her, but she wanted you to finish your high school experience with better memories, Katsuki said quietly while everyone else was distracted. She opened up? She apologized to me and my parents and sorted everything out. She wants you to move into the dorms, but of course, it's all up to you, he said. I smiled. I want to move in, I really do. But I don't know. I'll think about it, I replied, and Katsuki nodded. Zuzu. Izumi cheered, stretching her arms toward me. I picked her up and hugged her tightly. I can't believe you didn't tell me, I exclaimed, squeezing her as she giggled. It was a secret, she said, playfully booping my nose. I kissed her cheek and set her down. Let's party, Mina shouted, running toward the staircase, and everyone cheered, following her. I laughed. This class is insane. Let's go, butterfly, Kaminari said as he lifted Izumi and pretended to fly her around like a plane. Her laughter echoed as they raced down the stairs. I sighed. I love them so much. Izuku, I turned to see Katsuki looking at me intently. I smiled back at him. Yes, Kaken? I replied, and he smiled. You'll consider it, right? Moving into the dorms? He asked. I sighed and nodded hesitantly. I was scared, you know. Nothing good happened when we moved back. It was tough. Izumi was too afraid to stay alone with Mom because of her struggles, and honestly, I didn't want to be alone with her either. I paused. But she's getting better now, I can see it. So yes, I will consider it, I said wholeheartedly, smiling up at the blonde. He pulled me closer by my belt loop and hugged me. I hugged him back. Go on a date with me? He asked, a hint of hope in his voice. Sure, I said, pulling back with a smile. He looked shocked. Really? He questioned, and I nodded. Yeah, why not? I shrugged, smiling brightly. So Friday night you'll go out with me? As long as you don't annoy me before then. I don't think I can do that. Well, I guess you have to try, I teased, booping his nose before turning to walk away. He grabbed my wrist and spun me back around, pulling me close. He looked into my eyes, then down to my lips, then back at my eyes. Can I? He asked. I gave him a quick peck. That's not enough, he whined. I giggled and shrugged before pushing away and quickly heading downstairs. It was so funny, his reaction was priceless. Kaminari laughed, throwing his head back. Everyone was rolling in laughter as Kaminari recalled the time he showed Todoroki something unexpected. Poor Todoroki's face turned bright red as he crossed his arms in a pout. Nakamura tugged on his arm, rocking back and forth in laughter. She's part of 1A now, that was her surprise. She's also Sensei's niece. Not funny, Todoroki mumbled, and I giggled, glancing down at Izumi, who was looking around curiously. I placed my hands on the sides of her head, covering her ears. Thank goodness Kaminari suggested it, because I would have been furious if that word slipped out of my baby sister's mouth because of him. You really said that, Todoroki? Nakamura chuckled, and Todoroki huffed, nodding. Why did she sound like that anyway? Todoroki grumbled, and everyone began laughing again. Zuzu, I want to laugh too, Izumi said loudly, frowning up at me. I chuckled and began tickling her sides. She squealed with laughter, trying to shove me away. And no, not like that, she giggled, and everyone awed and laughed with her. We ordered pizza and enjoyed dinner together. The night was filled with laughter, chatter, and embarrassing stories from when they were first years. All right, guys, I think it's time we call it a night, I said, picking up a sleeping Izumi from Kaminari's arms. But you don't want to spend the night in your new room. Mina hopped over the couch and everyone turned to me. Not tonight. I have to take Izumi home. She has school, I replied, and Mina nodded. Everyone said their goodbyes and goodnights as Katsuki and I walked toward the front door. Oh, Kiri, do you want your bandana back? I asked, lifting Izumi's arm to reveal her holding onto a red and white bandana Kirishima had given her to try on. Nah, she can keep it. I have a ton in my room anyway. He shrugged and I nodded. We left the dorms, and I buckled Izumi into her car seat without waking her. Katsuki got in the car and turned to me. You sure you don't want to spend the night? We could drop Izumi off and then come back, he suggested. I thought for a moment before shrugging. Maybe if Mom can take her tomorrow I will, I replied with a smile. He smiled back and nodded. We stopped in front of the house and I got Izumi from her car seat. We started walking to the front door. We're not sneaking through your window? He joked as I playfully shoved him. I handed Katsuki the keys to unlock the front door, and when we walked in, the fresh smell of honey lavender filled the air. It smells great in here. Can you lay Izumi in her room while I go talk to Mom? I asked him, and he complied, taking Izumi from my arms. I made my way to Mom's room and knocked on the door. I walked in after hearing a cheerful, "Come in." Hey, Mom, I greeted, walking over to her and kissing her on the head. Hey Aizu, did you like your surprise? She asked, wiggling her brows. I loved it, Mom. I can't believe you guys did that. I smiled brightly and she giggled, leaning up to kiss my cheek. Do you want to move into the dorms? I can take care of Izumi. I'm getting better, my love, she said, and I could see the sincerity in her eyes. She was telling the truth. Yes, I really want to move in. I'll visit often, I said, and tears filled her eyes as she pulled me into a hug. I love you so much, Izuku, and I'm so sorry for everything, she said, pulling away and cupping my cheeks. Have fun and stay safe, okay? I nodded, tears brimming in my eyes. I'll pick Izumi up tomorrow to take her out and tell her, I said. She nodded, and I gave her one last kiss on the cheek and told her good night. I walked out of the room, wiping my tears, and when Katsuki saw me, he jogged up to me, wrapping his arms around me. What happened, Izuku? Is everything okay? He asked, and I chuckled dryly. Yeah, you know how emotional my mom and I can get, I replied, pulling away and giving him a bright smile. What? He asked, tilting his head. I'm moving into the dorms. I whispered excitedly. He smiled brightly. What do you all think about him moving into the dorms? Do you think Inko is actually getting better? Do you think Izumi would be happy or sad that her brother is moving out? Are we shipping Todoroki and Nakamura? A month has passed, and my life has been the best since. I moved into the dorms a month ago, and it's been so much fun. I still pick Izumi up from school every day and either take her out or bring her to the dorms to hang out with everyone. She also started her new croc collection, thanks to Kirishima and his obsession with them. Her favorites are the red ones with a shark and a red riot charm, basically matching Kirishima's. He also got her a green bandana and a stockpile of beef jerky. Let's just say that Kirishima is literally her favorite, almost after Katsuki. Kaminari is extremely jealous and got her a human-sized Pikachu plushie that she sleeps with every night. Now everyone is trying to become her favorite, but I don't think anyone could surpass Yuki. Well, except Kirishima, because he's almost there. Also, Katsuki and I had an amazing date. He took me on a few more after that and asked me out. I said yes, of course, so now I'm officially his. The group is ecstatic and is coming out here for Labor Thanksgiving Day. They're going to surprise Izumi. Let's see if any of them can surpass Katsuki. I feel like Eleanor will definitely try to reclaim her spot. Should we have Thanksgiving at the dorms or at Yayarosa's place since it's bigger? Hakigure asked. Everyone was in the common area figuring out where we would celebrate. Some were going home for the holiday, while others were staying here. Let's have it here. Mina chimed in. Midoriya, are you staying here or going home for Thanksgiving? Sue asked me, but Izumi decided to answer for me. Staying here. Izumi cheered. I chuckled and nodded. We're staying here. Mom said she has work that day, so I might as well take Izumi and stay here for the week, I shrugged. I wasn't exactly sure why she had to work that day, but it was whatever, I guess. That's great. Mina exclaimed. Mina doesn't see her parents much since they're always traveling, so when she heard they wouldn't be there for Thanksgiving, she was devastated. Everyone then decided to have Thanksgiving together so she wouldn't be alone. I called dibs on making the cakes and pie. Izumi raised her hand happily. Yeah, we're on dessert duty, I shrugged. What? That's the easier part, let me. Kaminari pouted. I want to help. Kirishima chimed in. Kaminari gaped dramatically at him and pointed a finger. No. I want to do it with Izumi and Midoriya. You always have her attention. Not true. So true. Kaminari crossed his arms. You always buy her stuff and do whatever she says. It's giving Bakubro. He snapped. Kirishima paused for a moment before shrugging. You're right. You're not supposed to agree. Denki, you can bake with us. Izumi cheered. Kirishima's and Kaminari's eyes widened as they turned to her. Hey OW. Kirishima rubbed the spot where Kaminari accidentally activated his quirk. Ah, you little cutie pie. Kaminari picked her up and began spinning her around. Izumi giggled, throwing her hands up in the air. A couple of days passed, and I was getting ready to pick the squad up from the airport. Kirishima and Kaminari both volunteered to watch Izumi since Katsuki wanted to come with me. I'm so excited to see them, I said, giddily bouncing in my seat. Katsuki smiled at me. Ah, cute little dimple, I said, reaching over to poke his dimpled cheek. He scowled and leaned away from me. I rolled my eyes. Katsuki literally has the cutest dimples when he smiles. We found a spot in the parking garage, and I unbuckled my seatbelt, hopping out of the car. I impatiently waited for Katsuki to get out before running to his side and grabbing his arm. Come on, slowpoke, I said, but he planted his feet. Calm down, Aiz. Think about it, the slower we go, the less we have to wait, he shrugged. I thought for a moment before nodding and walking beside him. Aizu! I heard a familiar high-pitched voice squeal. I let go of Katsuki's hand and ran to Eleanor. She jumped into my arms, and I spun her around. She latched onto me like a baby koala, refusing to let go. Izuku! When I looked up, everyone else was running toward us. Suddenly, we were in a big group hug. I missed you guys so much. I cried. I could feel the back inside of my shirt getting wet, confirming that they were crying too. After a while in that warm hug, we decided it was finally time to surprise Izumi. Ivy was the first to let go, and everyone followed suit, except Eleanor. I guess I'm carrying you, huh? I asked with a chuckle, shifting her in my arms. She nodded. Yes, I know my makeup is smudged and I don't want to be seen, she grumbled into my shoulder, and I laughed. I told you that you should have worn waterproof mascara, Jonah huffed, and Eleanor mocked him. Hey, Kaken. Jackie teased Katsuki, who awkwardly stood a good distance away from us. Yeah, why so far? We don't bite, Ivy shrugged, and Jackie giggled. Katsuki scoffed. Like hell you don't, he grumbled, walking to my side. All right, let's go, I said happily, and we began our long walk back to the car. Hey, Hayes, you're a bit quiet, I said, looking down at him as everyone talked amongst themselves, mostly teasing Katsuki and pushing his buttons. I knew they were trying to get a reaction out of him, and I could tell he was trying hard not to lose his cool. I'm always quiet, he whispered, avoiding eye contact with me. Something was definitely up. I could tell that Eleanor was asleep, so I let Jonah take her from me. Apparently, she hadn't slept at all during the plane ride because she was too excited to see me. Katsuki got the hint and walked away from me. Okay, what's up? I asked him and he sighed. I'm nervous to see Kirishima, he corrected himself. I tilted my head. Why? I asked, knowing they had been talking since their last visit. We got into an argument 2 weeks ago. I want to be with him, Izuku, but I messed it up, he said, sadness and guilt evident in his eyes, making him look like a forlorn kitten. What happened? I asked. You know I don't do long distance. Anything could happen, you know? He said timidly, glancing at me. I furrowed my brows. You know he wouldn't cheat, right? I questioned, and his eyes snapped to mine as he shook his head. Oh yes, of course. You know I'm half feline. I can get clingy, I guess. He mumbled. What do you mean, Hayes? I was confused. I had never seen him look so upset. When you left, I got really down because I was so dependent and attached to you. I didn't tell anyone because they seemed to have their own problems, and I didn't want to be a burden, he explained briefly. I got attached to Kirishima in just a day. I knew it would get worse if we were together, so when he asked me out, I rejected him. Izuku, I hurt his feelings, Hayes hiccuped, a tear slipping down his freckled cheek. I stopped walking and wrapped my arms around him. It's okay, Hayes. Just talk to him when you see him. Kirishima is a really understanding person, I reassured him. He nodded and hugged me back. Hey guys, what happened? We broke our embrace to see everyone watching us with concerned looks. I glanced at Hayes. I'll tell you guys in the car, Hayes said, and everyone nodded. I gave him a reassuring smile as we walked up with the rest of the group. Get your sweaty armpit off me. Ivy screamed at Jonah. Jonah flinched and tried to move his arm away, causing Eleanor to stir in his arms. I can't, he yelled, while Jackie laughed loudly, watching TikTok on Hayes' phone. Everyone was currently squished in the car, which was our fault. I was driving, and Katsuki sat in the passenger seat. Jackie was on Haze's lap, Eleanor was sleeping on Jonah's, and Ivy was in the middle. "Take Adam and shower when we get there," Ivy yelled again. They bickered back and forth until we finally arrived at the dorms. We decided that Haze would be sleeping in either my or Kirishima's dorm, depending on how their talk went. Kirishima didn't even know he was here. Jackie would be in Mina's dorm, and Ivy would be in Ciro's since they had started talking after her and Kaminari didn't work out. Kaminari was supportive, though. If Haze's talk with Kirishima went well, Jonah and Eleanor would stay in my dorm. Everyone grabbed their things from the trunk and made their way to the dorms. I called Jairu, since she was basically the only one who knew, and asked if everyone was in the common room. Yes, they were. Izumi was starting to miss me and was asking where I was. When we opened the doors, Izumi was the first to see us. With a shocked expression, she jumped away from Kirishima. "Ellie! Everyone!" She screamed while running to them. They all fought and pushed each other away to get to her, but of course, Eleanor ended up being the one to take her away. "My baby pumpkin pie, I missed you so much." Eleanor squeezed her tightly, swaying her side to side. "Hey, my turn." Jonah rudely snatched Izumi and hugged her tightly. "I missed you, Munchkin," he said before showering her face with kisses as she giggled. After everyone received plenty of hugs and kisses, it was time for the serious stuff. Kirishima and Haze had gone to his dorm to talk after he got to say hi to Izumi. I watched as everyone else went to hug their loved ones. It was the absolute cutest. I watched Izumi show Jonah and Eleanor her new and approved Crocs. I bet she was gushing about Kirishima. Eleanor looked extremely jealous. "Watching everyone else be cute makes me want to be cute with you," Katsuki whispered in my ear, wrapping his arms around me. I turned to face him and playfully booped his nose. "I don't do pita love," I told him, and he rolled his eyes. "All right, then let's go." The next thing I knew, I was being dragged into the elevator. Haze's POV. "Hazy, Hazy." Izumi cheered as Ivy handed her off to me. "Hey, kitten," I said, kissing her cheek as she wrapped her arms around me. I hugged her tightly, slightly purring. After I handed her back to Izuku, Jackie went to Mina, who happily hopped into her arms. Mina was tiny compared to Jackie, who was 5 feet 7 inches. Ciro hugged Ivy the way she loved, with her arms around his waist and one of his around her head, a hand resting on top of her head. It made her feel protected. Then my eyes landed on Kirishima. He gave me a soft, lopsided smile. He looked so cute. I smiled as I began walking to him. "Hey," I spoke softly, looking up at him. "Hey," he replied, smiling. But not the toothy smile I missed. "Can we talk?" I asked, and he nodded, leading me to an elevator. "Sorry it's a bit messy. I didn't know you guys were coming," he said, opening the door to a rather untidy bedroom. "It was a surprise." "And don't worry, I'll help you clean it," I said. He chuckled and sat down on the bed, patting the space next to him. I shut the door. "Lock it," he said. I stared at him for a moment before turning the lock. I sat down next to him. If it's about you not wanting to date, don't stress it, bro." "I completely understand," he said. I furrowed my brows. Bro. He had never called me that since we started talking. I shook my head. "No, I sighed, wondering how to approach this. "Kirishima, I like you. A lot. Like a lot. Okay, I get it," he chuckled, a light blush spreading across his cheeks. "The reason I said no is not because I don't like you. I actually like you a lot. Maybe more than I should. You make me feel things nobody has ever made me feel." I paused to look up at him. He was staring at me intently, nodding for me to continue. I get too clingy and attached. I would want to see you, feel you, talk to you 24. When Izuku left, I got really down because of how attached I was to him. "He's like a big brother to me," I sighed, glancing up at him with teary eyes. I can't go through that again, Kiri," I choked, putting my hands to my face. I felt a strong pair of arms wrap around me. "I understand, Haze." "I do," he spoke softly. I'm sorry," I said. I didn't know why I was apologizing. I just felt so bad because finally Finally, somebody wanted me, and I had to go and ruin it. Hey! He cupped my cheeks and lifted my face to look at him. He wiped my cheek with his thumb. I can wait for you, okay? Every holiday and birthday, I'll visit you. I'll call you as many times as you want. If you wanted me to, I'd even book a flight to see you. He said this with such sincerity that I stared at him in awe. I found myself mumbling. He kissed my cheek gently. Because I love you, Hayes, he whispered. My eyes widened in shock. He loves me? I know it might seem too early, considering we've only known each other for a couple of months, but I need you to know. I fell in love with you. He smiled, showing that adorable toothy grin. I smiled back and jumped into his arms, bursting into tears. You can't just say that. Idiot, I cried, laughing through my tears. He hugged me tightly, planting soft kisses on my neck, making me giggle. We finally settled into each other's arms, saying nothing. I was on his lap, his face nuzzled in my neck, mine resting against his. It felt perfect. I want to stay here, I suddenly said. Kirishima leaned back to look at me. What do you mean? He asked. I looked past him for a moment before meeting his eyes again. I want to stay here. With you, I said again. He smiled softly. Really? He asked, grinning like a fool, and I nodded. Really? I confirmed. I truly wanted to stay here with him, Izumi. I honestly didn't feel like I could go home anymore, not if he wasn't with me. Suddenly, his lips brushed against mine. It was a quick, sweet kiss. He pulled back and smiled at me. Can I ask? He said, not taking his eyes off mine. I slowly nodded. Hayes, will you be my boyfriend? He asked. I furrowed my brows. I thought you were asking something else, I said, and his face fell. I laughed and kissed the tip of his nose. I'm joking. Yes, I'll be your boyfriend, I said. Kirishima sighed in relief and rested his head in the crook of my neck. You can't be doing that, he mumbled, and I giggled. He lifted his head again, looking down at my lips. I placed my hands on either side of his face and guided him to meet my gaze. I pulled him in for a sweet kiss. He responded by wrapping his arms around my waist and pulling me closer. I moved my hands from his face and wrapped my arms around his neck. He slowly leaned back, flipping us around so he was on top. I ran my fingers through his hair as he gently brushed his lips against mine, asking for more. I complied, and our lips danced together. He ran his hand up and down my thigh while the other explored under my shirt. I tugged on his hair playfully, and he let out a soft groan. I pulled away breathlessly and he kissed down my jawline, then to my neck. I gasped slightly when he found my sweet spot. I could feel him smirk against my skin before he playfully nibbled. There was a knock on the door. Shima? Shima, let me in please. Izumi whined. Kirishima sighed against my neck, and I chuckled. He pecked my lips before getting up to unlock the door. I saw Izumi standing there, rubbing her eyes, looking sleepy. Shima, is Hazy here? She asked. Kirishima nodded, stepping aside to reveal me lying on his bed. Izumi smiled and ran to me. I already knew what she was going to ask. She struggled a bit to get on Kirishima's bed since it was a little high. Kirishima came behind her to help her up. Hazy, can you turn into a kitty? She asked. I nodded and shifted into a cat. She pulled me closer and hugged me tightly. Izumi had wanted a cat for the longest time. She said they were fuzzy, soft, and cute. When Inko said she couldn't have one, I offered to cuddle with her in my cat form whenever she wanted. When I knew she was fast asleep, I shifted back. Kirishima laid behind me and wrapped his arms around me. We'll continue where we left off later, he whispered in my ear. I looked at him over my shoulder and smiled. He leaned over and kissed my lips. I love you, Kirishima, I said. Aijiro, he corrected, and I smiled. I love you, Aijiro, I said. I love you, Hayes. Izuku's POV. I was snuggled up next to Kaken when a soft weight landed on top of me. I peeled my eyes open to see Izumi fixing herself between us. Zuzu, she poked my cheek, still looking tired. I'm right here, Izzy, I said, pulling her close as she cuddled into my chest. She sighed contentedly, and we fell asleep again. Shut the hell up, raccoon eyes. Kakin yelled. Aw, please? No, now leave. Come on, Baku bro, don't be like that. I swear to God, if you guys wake Izumi up, it's your butt. Well, technically. Get the hell out of my room before I blow your buttes up. Oh, how spicy, Kakin replied. I snapped my eyes open when I heard laughing, screaming, and explosions down the hall. I looked down at Izumi to see her muffling her ears. I chuckled softly and slipped out of bed as the explosions quieted. I brushed my teeth and washed my face before throwing on one of Katsuki's hoodies. I went back into the room to wake Izumi up. I sat on the edge of the bed next to her and leaned over her small body. Brushing the hair from her eyes, I rubbed her back gently. Izzy, it's time to wake up, I said softly. She groaned before stretching and opening her eyes to look at me. She smiled. Good morning, Zuzu, she said softly. I leaned down to kiss her cheek. Come on, brush your teeth and wash your face so we can go eat breakfast. What are we going to eat? She asked, walking into the bathroom. Katsuki bought her a step stool so she could reach the sink. We also had our own toothbrushes and face towels in there. IHOP, I said with a smile. After Izumi was done, I led her to my dorm, where all our stuff was. I knew Jonah and Eleanor were sleeping in here, but it was time to wake them up anyway. Rise and shine, Izumi yelled upon entering the room. Eleanor was already up on her phone, but Jonah, not so much. Hi, my baby. Eleanor squealed as Izumi climbed onto the bed and into her arms. While that was happening, I was rummaging through our drawers to decide what we would wear. Umi, do you want a match? I asked, turning to her. She nodded, her smile wide. Oh my gosh, we were about to look so cute. Can Suki match with us? She asked, and I nodded. Yep, you better go tell him, I replied, and she jumped off the bed, tugging on Jonah's arm. Come on, Ona, she shouted, and he groaned loudly. Why me? He exclaimed, but she pulled him so hard that he tumbled off the bed. Izumi laughed like it was the funniest thing ever, and I couldn't help but join in. She then dashed out of the room as Jonah got up to chase her. Well, that's one way to get him up, Eleanor giggled, and I finally caught my breath. I love her so much, I chuckled. After taking a shower, I changed into a plain green oversized shirt, black baggy cargo pants, and green Converse. Izumi wore the same outfit but in purple, and Katsuki wore a red version. I thought for a moment and decided to put my piercings back in. I had taken them out when Aizawa started giving me a hard time about them. It felt strange to wear my tongue piercing again. I finished getting ready, which included putting on makeup and jewelry. As I checked my outfit in the mirror, Izumi came in to tell me she was ready for me to do her hair. How do you want it? I asked her. Bun, she cheered, and I nodded, getting to work. Zuzu, she asked. Yes. Can I get my ears pierced like yours? She inquired, and I smiled at her through the mirror. You already have yours pierced, we just took them out because you kept trying to pull at them, I explained. She gaped at me. Really? Can we put them back in? Sure, after I finish your hair, I said, and she nodded excitedly. Can Jackie do it since she did yours? Of course. Finally, we were all ready to go. We split into 4 different cars and drove to IHOP. I got out of the car, and Eleanor picked up Izumi, who immediately reached for me. I lifted her onto my hip, and she wrapped her arms around my neck. We were lucky to get a spot at a big booth, with Izumi sitting between me and Katsuki, Kirishima on the other side of me, and Eleanor beside me. I ordered a coffee for myself and, of course, a hot chocolate for Izumi. This time, I didn't panic when she picked up the steaming cup. Everyone was chatting casually when I glanced over at Hayes and noticed he looked deep in thought. Our eyes met, and he smiled before clearing his throat. Hey guys, he said loudly. Kirishima stopped talking and looked down at him, which caught everyone's attention. I wanted to tell you something, he said hesitantly, mostly eyeing the group. What is it, Hayes? Eleanor asked, tilting her head. Even Izumi paused her hot chocolate to listen. I'm thinking of moving. Here, he whispered the last part, but everyone heard. Jonah choked on his water, Ivy stared at him blankly, Jackie's lips parted, and Eleanor's eyes widened. She stuttered, tears filling her eyes. I'm sorry, guys, he said, each word quieter than the last. Eleanor searched his face for a reason. She better not be. Stop it, I began. You want to stay here for a boy? She exclaimed, standing abruptly, tears streaming down her face. Ellie, what about us? Izuku already left us. You can't too, she shouted before jumping over the booth and running out of the restaurant, her eyes covered by her arm. Eleanor! Jonah yelled, rushing after her. Ivy? Jackie? Hayes asked hopefully, tears brimming in his eyes. They stood up but didn't meet his gaze. We're sorry, Hayes, Ivy said before she and Jackie followed after Jonah and Eleanor. Hayes stared as their figures disappeared behind the door, then broke into tears. Come on, Izumi, Katsuki said, and I was grateful. I didn't want her to see him like this. Izumi hesitantly nodded before Katsuki picked her up and walked out. Everyone decided to give us space, leaving just Kirishima, Hayes, and me. It's okay, Hayes, they'll come around, Kirishima reassured him. They hate me, he sobbed into his hands. I cupped his cheeks and lifted his face to meet my gaze. No, they don't, Hayes. They could never hate you, I told him firmly. They're just upset and trying to comprehend it. Jonah went to calm down Eleanor, and Ivy and Jackie will too. You know they're all understanding people, right? He slowly nodded. I didn't have time to tell them everything, though, he whispered. I rolled my eyes. Okay, well, go do it. Everyone else will be in here waiting, okay? He nodded. Want me to go with you? Kirishima asked softly. Hayes thought for a moment before shaking his head. No, it's fine, he said before getting up and leaving the restaurant. Kirishima and I took the time to gather everyone again and explain the situation, which they understood. Izumi asked a lot of questions, and we tried to answer them as best as we could. After a while, and after saying twice that we needed time before ordering, the squad returned. Eleanor was hugging Hayes' side, refusing to let go. You guys good? I asked as they slid into the booth. Yeah, Eleanor sniffed, smiling softly. We finally ordered our food and ate in silence for a bit before Kaminari suddenly started choking on his food. Everyone laughed and imitated the sound of his choking, which was hilarious. I had to stop Izumi from joining in so she wouldn't actually choke. We all laughed and shared stories about how the class pranked Aizawa by hiding his sleeping bag. He almost expelled them all. What about the time Midoriya cut the top of your hair with his sword? Mina said. Kirishima shivered at the memory and I laughed. That wasn't funny, Midobro, that was traumatizing. Kirishima frowned, and I laughed harder. It was just an inch, don't be dramatic, I rolled my eyes. Izumi tugged on my shirt, and I looked down to see her bouncing in her seat. Zuzu, I need to go, she whined. Why didn't you go before we left the house? I groaned. I didn't have to go then, she shrugged. I nodded and turned to Eleanor. Can you take her to the bathroom? I asked. She nodded, and I lifted Izumi, handing her off to Eleanor. I watched as they entered the bathroom and redirected my attention back to Kaminari's outrageous pranks. You sure her quirk is powerful? One voice questioned. Yes, I almost touched her when her quirkless brother got in the way. I could have found out what her quirk actually was before taking it. I see. They see her walking into the bathroom with what looks like one of the girls from the fight months ago in New York. Do we make a move? Yes, take the girl. And the other one? Deal with her if she gets in the way. Yes, sir. And he actually did it. He wore a maid costume. I burst out laughing at how flustered Ciro looked from Kaminari's story. These guys are literally crazy. You guys are insane. Jackie laughed loudly. How about we talk about the time Kaminari thought that Mina's slime food was actually slime? Jiro smirked, and Kaminari's face immediately dropped. My defense, it looked like actual pie. Why would you even think to make that? I saw it on TikTok. And? They bickered back and forth until a loud explosion echoed from the back of the restaurant. I immediately stood up along with everyone else. My eyes widened when I saw it came from the girls' bathroom, Izumi and Eleanor. I dashed in that direction, ignoring the calls for me to come back. Please, please, please. I kicked open the door, and my heart sank at the sight before me. Eleanor was lying on the ground, unconscious but breathing, covered in blood. Izumi was nowhere to be seen. Eleanor! I yelled, rushing to her side. What happened? I turned to see Jackie as I picked Eleanor up. Eleanor is unconscious, and Izumi is missing, I said, handing Eleanor to her. I heard Eleanor croak, her eyes barely open. Eleanor, tell me what happened. I urged her. Izumi ran. Go find her, was all she managed before passing out again. Sheet! I yelled, summoning Dakusetsu. Take her to a hospital quick. I ran out of the hole where the explosion had come from, ignoring Jackie. I looked up to see those Nomu monsters again. Sheet! I cursed, replacing Dakusetsu with twin swords that resembled it. I ran into the streets, where civilians were fleeing in every direction. I really didn't have time for this. I needed to save my sister. I struck down every Nomu I could, paralyzing them instantly. Just hold on a little longer, Izzy. As I ran, I protected civilians from the Nomu. There were so many of them that chaos reigned everywhere. I called Jonah and asked him to transform into a hawk to help find Izumi. I would cause a riot if anything happened to my baby sister. Izuku! I heard a frail voice shout from an alleyway. I turned and ran toward the sound. Izumi! I called, turning the corner and stopping short to see her cornered by a rough-looking guy. Upon seeing me, he took off. I started to run after him when Izumi stopped me. Izuku! She cried, wrapping her arms around me. I immediately hugged her back, but my eyes widened as I recalled what I just heard. Wait! I pulled back and stared at her. She looked completely fine, no tears or signs of distress. What did you just call me? Izumi smiled brightly. Izuku! I threw her away from me, jumping back and drawing my swords. That is not my sister. Flashback. Say Izuku. I told Izumi as she stared at me with a bright smile while babbling. Izuzu. Zuzu. She laughed and I giggled, shaking my head and kissing her cheek. Zuzu it is, I guess. Flashback over. The creature struggled to get up, giggling creepily and grinning. How'd you know? It smiled before melting right before my eyes. In front of me stood a girl with blonde hair. This is definitely going to give me nightmares. I clenched my jaw as anger surged through me. What did you do to my sister? I yelled at her. Oh, nothing. I just took a little of her blood, that's all. But don't worry, she's fine, she cheered. I gritted my teeth. She giggled again. Until next time, Izuku Midoriya. She was then engulfed in purple mist, and before I could grab her, she was gone. I stood there, trying to process what had just happened. I need to find Izumi, and fast. I ran out of the alleyway and turned left. Skinwalker! I shouted to get Jonah's attention. I didn't know why he chose that scary name, but it was whatever. He turned to me, shaking his head. He hadn't seen her either. I summoned Dakusetsu and began helping heroes defeat the Nomu and protect civilians. They just kept coming. Help! Someone yelled from above me. I looked up to see a flying Nomu holding someone in its claws, flying away. I summoned my bow and arrow and, with perfect aim, shot the Nomu in the head. It immediately burst into flames, releasing the person, who began to fall. I ran to catch her in my arms. Thank you so much, hero, she cried, hugging me tightly. I put her down. Get to safety, I told her, and she nodded before running off. I looked again to see multiple flying Nomu, and I began taking them down one by one with my bow. My mind was spinning and I could barely focus. Where is my baby sister? Die! I heard a familiar voice shout and looked to see Katsuki blowing up a Nomu. He saw me and ran over. Did you find her? He asked. I shot him a glare. What do you think, idiot? I snapped. His eyes widened slightly before he nodded. I ran off to fight more Nomu, leaving Katsuki behind. Aki! I saw Jackie staring at me with worried eyes. She nodded her head up. I furrowed my brows and looked up to see a helicopter perched on top of a high building with a green-haired girl looking down from it. Izumi. Izumi's POV earlier. I was washing my hands when a loud explosion filled the bathroom. I screamed and fell back. I felt myself being picked up and looked up to see Ellie staring at a man with an angry expression. She jumped at him, throwing a punch that caught him off guard. "Izumi, run!" she shouted, and I immediately obeyed. I heard 2 loud popping sounds and ran as fast as I could, tears streaming down my face. "Get back here," someone yelled behind me, but I didn't turn around. Zuzu had always told me never to do that. I dashed into a dark alleyway, where a scary girl followed me. She had pointy needles, and I hated needles. Stay back!" I cried, holding my hand up, knowing I didn't have a quirk yet. The girl giggled. "You're so cute." "I know you don't have a quirk yet," she said with a smile, getting closer and closer. I dropped my hand as tears rolled down my cheeks. She grabbed my arm. "Don't worry, it'll only be a little pinch," she said. It wasn't a little pinch. "Stop crying, it's annoying," a mean guy yelled at me and I hiccuped, trying to stop myself. He was wrapping my arm with a bandage after the girl poked me. "What now?" the girl asked. I turned my head to see that she looked like me. "Wow, I look cute. Now I take her to Dan. He'll take her to the boss," he said. "Boss?" I questioned. He looked down at me and smirked. "Yes, boss princess," he said, and I scrunched my nose. "Only Yuki can call me that," I mumbled. He laughed. "Too bad you'll never see him again," he said, and I felt anger rise within me. "Yes, I will. He will save me and so will Zuzu." I argued, but he laughed louder. "Zuzu? What is that supposed to be?" "My big brother," I told him loudly. "Oh, the quirkless freak?" he said, and I gasped. "Zuzu isn't a freak," I yelled. The man rolled his eyes before yanking me up by my arm. "You know what to do, I'll be back," he told the girl before, dragging me out of the alleyway. "Okay, I'll tell Shigaraki to release the Nomus," she said. "What is a Nomu?" We entered a building where men in black stood in a circle. They paused their conversation to look at us. "Is that the girl?" one asked. "Yes," the man replied. "What's her quirk?" another asked. "I don't know, but apparently it's powerful," he said. "I have a powerful quirk?" "Come on, girl, we have to get going before some hero gets in the way," the man said, looking down at me. I frowned. "No. Zuzu told me never to leave with strangers," I told him. He rolled his eyes. "Look at you now." "It was against my will," I folded my arms. The man marched up to me and lifted me to his eye level. "Listen here, brat. You're never going to see any of your family and friends again, so you better get used to this new life of yours," he spat. Tears filled my eyes as I screamed loudly in his face. He dropped me. "What is wrong with that child?" he shouted, staring at his hands. I coughed and struggled to get up until one of the guys yanked me up by my arm. He turned me harshly to face him, looking angry. "What did you do to him?" he yelled, his eyes widening. I didn't do anything," I shouted back through my tears. "What?" he exclaimed. "One of her eyes is blue." "What?" The man turned me around, and they all looked at me with wide eyes. "We have to get out of here now," the man yelled before picking me up and running up a flight of stairs, with some of the others close behind. When we reached the top, he opened a door, and my eyes had to adjust to the bright light. We were on a rooftop. The man set me down and took my hand, walking toward a helicopter. I tried to plant my feet, but he ended up dragging me. "No. Where are you taking me?" I screamed. He stopped and turned to me. "Stop resisting, you annoying child," he shouted. I quickly closed my mouth as tears fell from my eyes. "I don't want to go with him, I want Zuzu." I tried to imagine my hand getting really hot, and it must have worked because he began screaming and let go of my hand. I remembered what Yuki had told me before. If a man ever puts his hands on you, kick the back of his knees. I thought he was joking because he started chasing me around afterward, showing me how to do it. "Sorry, Cammy." I ran and kicked the back of his knees and he fell. I rushed to the ledge and looked down. There was nowhere else to go, and the men were chasing me at this point. "Get back here," one yelled. I looked back to see them all running at me before glancing down at the ground. We were so high up. I could see people looking up and pointing at me. I heard loud explosions getting closer and turned around to see the men reaching to grab me. I stepped back and suddenly began falling from the building. I could see the men staring at me. I closed my eyes, bracing for impact, when I suddenly found myself in a pair of strong arms. "I got her," he shouted, and I looked up to see I was in Yuki's arms. I hugged him tightly and started crying. He placed a hand on my head, and I could tell he was struggling to control his explosions. "I got you, Izumi," he whispered as he landed on the ground. I refused to let go of him. "Izumi!" I looked up to see Zuzu running toward me, and I held my arms out to him. Finally, I was in his arms, and he held me tightly, swaying side to side. "My baby," he said, sounding like he was crying, which made me cry even more. "I'm sorry, Zuzu. I'm sorry I went with them." I apologized, knowing I wasn't supposed to leave with strangers, yet I did anyway. He pulled me back and smiled at me with teary eyes. Then he started kissing my face, making me giggle. "Izumi, that wasn't your fault, babes. They kidnapped you," he said, hugging me again. I sighed and hugged him back. Izuku's POV. "Finally, I have my sister back in my arms. This is cute and all, but the Nomus are leaving," Jackie said loudly, and we looked up to see some flying away while others were running. "Leave them," I said. "Shigaraki is hiding somewhere, and that's where they must be going. If we go, we'll be outnumbered," I told them, and they nodded. "Zuzu," Izumi said, looking away with a guilty expression. "Yes." "Where's Ellie?" she asked. "We'll go see her later. She's safe with Jonah," I told her. Izumi smiled and nodded. "You guys should leave, we'll take care of everything else," Ivy said, putting a hand on my shoulder. I nodded as I walked towards home. I opened the front door to find the house slightly messy. I gently shook Izumi awake, and once she stirred, I set her down. She rubbed her eyes and tugged on my shirt. "Mom!" I called out as I entered the living room. Thankfully, there were no bottles in sight. I walked into the kitchen to find all the cabinets and the fridge wide open. Furrowing my brows, I closed them all. I told Izumi to go to my room while I checked to see if Mom was in her room. When I opened the door, my eyes widened at the sight of her sitting on the floor, tears streaming down her face. I rushed to her and wrapped my arms around her. "Mom, what's wrong? Why are you crying?" I asked, panic rising in my voice. She cried harder, gripping my torso tightly. "I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry," she kept repeating, and I was confused about what she was apologizing for. "It's okay, Mom. Let's lay down, all right?" I said softly, and she nodded. I helped her up and tucked her into bed. She quickly fell asleep. I went into my room to find Izumi sleeping peacefully on the floor next to the door, having waited for me. I picked her up and laid her in bed, then took off my shoes and climbed in beside her, pulling her into my arms as I drifted off to sleep. 2 weeks later. It had been 2 weeks since everything happened. Mom acted like nothing was wrong after her breakdown and refused to talk about it. Hayes joined Class 1A a week ago. Thanks to his grades in New York and our performance during the recent attack, he was allowed to join my class, staying in Kirishima's dorm until his was ready. The squad left a week ago after Eleanor's recovery. Izumi refused to leave her side the entire time, feeling responsible for what happened. She panicked when we took Eleanor to the hospital but relaxed when she saw her laughing and smiling in bed. I had also been training harder than usual and had become more protective of Izumi. I needed to know where she was at all times, keeping her within my sight unless she was at kindergarten. I still called daily to ensure she was safe. Anyone who thought I was being over the top could keep their opinions to themselves. I was leaving the dorms to pick Izumi up from preschool. When I arrived, all the kids were rushing out of the classroom to find their parents. I parked and walked towards Izumi, who was chatting with Emi, Skara, Haru, and holding hands with Tyson. "Izumi!" I called out, raising an eyebrow. She squealed, quickly letting go of Tyson's hand and hiding it behind her back. Her friends giggled, while Haru looked irritated. "Hi, Zuzu," she greeted, running to hug my legs. I rolled my eyes and hugged her back. "You're lucky Katsuki isn't here," I mumbled, and she laughed, nodding. Zuzu, I have a question, she said, looking up at me. I hummed in response as she lifted her hands to be picked up, and I obliged. I have an answer, I told her as she wrapped her arms around my neck. Can I have a sleepover at Tyson's house with Emmy, Skara, Haru, and Tyson? She asked, her eyes sparkling with hope. I sighed. I hated to say no, but I could barely be away from her for a few hours, let alone a whole night at someone else's house we barely knew. I didn't think I'd be able to sleep, especially with the lingering danger. I'm sorry, Izumi, but I don't think it's safe enough, I said gently. Her eyes widened in shock as she shuffled to be let down. But why not, Zuzu? I'm safe, I promise, she insisted, looking up at me with sad eyes. I shook my head softly. Her friends' faces fell as they realized my answer. Izumi furrowed her brows, and I could see her frustration building. But why not? She exclaimed, stomping her foot. I frowned and shook my head. No, Izumi. Don't throw a fit, I told her firmly. She huffed and started running towards the car. Izumi! I called after her as she yanked the car door open, nearly hitting the one next to it. I hurried after her. Don't you dare slam that. She slammed the door shut. I sighed, feeling a small tug on the hem of my uniform shirt. I looked down to see Tyson awkwardly staring up at me. Mr. Izuku Midoriya, sir, he said, and I bent down to his level. You can just call me Izuku, I replied with a soft smile, and he nodded. We can have it at your house if you want? Or the dorm if it makes you feel better, he suggested shyly. I smiled. That idea wasn't so bad. I'll talk to your mom about it, I told him, and he beamed. After discussing with the kids' parents, we agreed to have the sleepover at the dorms, as they felt it would be safer on UA grounds with high security. The kids were excited to see the campus up close, and I volunteered to give them a tour. I got in the car to find Izumi glaring out the window. I turned on the car and pulled out of the preschool parking lot. We agreed to have the sleepover at the dorms tomorrow, I told her. Her eyes snapped to mine, and a smile spread across her face. Really? She exclaimed, and I nodded, smiling back at her through the rearview mirror. You know, I hate it when you're mad at me, Izzy, I said. I know, she replied, clearly pleased with herself, knowing she'd get her way afterward. So spoiled. Mama, I'm having my first sleepover at the dorms tomorrow with my friends. Izumi cheered. Mom turned from the stove, her brows furrowing. A sleepover? Even after everything that happened? She asked cautiously. I nodded. That's why we're having it at UA. The kids will definitely be safer because of the heavy security, I told her, and she nodded with a sigh. I hope you have fun, dear. What time will you be back on Sunday? She asked. I was thinking of Izumi spending the night on Sunday, I shrugged. She nodded and nibbled on her bottom lip, something clearly bothering her. Aizu, she started, you don't have to pick Izumi up from preschool on Monday, I will. I was taken aback. What? Yay, mama time. Izumi cheered and Ma giggled. But, you have some exams coming up on Tuesday, right? Yes. You should study for them at the dorms. I'll pick Izumi up and watch her for the day, she smiled sweetly. I hesitantly nodded. These exams were pretty important. Now, how about you tell me about your day? She tickled Izumi's neck, making her giggle. I smiled and listened to Izumi go on a full rant about her day at preschool. Wow, this is so cool! Tyson exclaimed, staring at the school in awe. It is. I can't wait until I get bigger so I can go here. Skara squealed and I chuckled at the kids. They're going to make great heroes, especially with the powerful quirks they have. Izumi giggled. Come on, guys. I want you to meet Shima, Yuki, and Hazy. Izumi yelled before running in the direction of the dorms, the kids following her happily. Yuki! Izumi shouted when she saw everyone sitting in the common room. Katsuki got up and smiled, catching her in his arms. Hey, princess! He swung her around, holding her close, and Izumi laughed. Katsuki put her down, and Izumi ran to grab Tyson and Emi's hands. These are my friends. Emi, Haru, Tyson, and Skara. She cheered. They waved shyly. Emi, Haru and Tyson stared up at Katsuki with wide eyes until Skara began asking him questions about his quirk, fangirling over him. He gladly answered all of them in his own way. "All right, brats, listen up," Katsuki yelled. "Sir, yes sir." Katsuki is a bit of a goof. He had these poor kids lined up in front of him in army uniforms that he had convinced Yamamoto to make for them so he wouldn't have to buy them. The kids begged him to help make their quirks as powerful as his, which only fed his ego and led to this. I was there supervising, along with Kirishima, Todoroki, and Hayes, making sure Katsuki didn't go too far. He knew I would keep him in check. "All right, so you see this?" He lifted up a whistle and they all nodded. "I can't hear you." "Yes, sir." "That's right." Todoroki and I face-bombed as everyone else snickered. "Oh boy, God bless these children. When I blow this, you start, got it?" "Sir, yes it is," they responded, well, all except Izumi, who was giggling. "What are you laughing at?" Katsuki narrowed his eyes at her. "You're funny," she giggled again. Katsuki mumbled about her being too cute for him to yell at her and blew the whistle. The training went well. It was just a lot of crazy games and little scavenger hunts, but I knew the kids had fun. We were now heading inside to play hide and seek, which was Izumi's suggestion. "Do you think it's safe to play hide and seek with kids at night?" I asked Hayes, who shrugged. "Time to find out," he chuckled, and I rolled my eyes. We got to the dorms and asked if anyone else wanted to play too. Mina, Tsu, Kaminari, and Tokoyami, shockingly, all said they'd like to join. "Okay, let's lay some ground rules," I started, and everyone listened intently. "No quirks," I said, and everyone immediately groaned. "No revealing anyone's hiding spots, even if you're hiding with them," I added. "Don't cheat while counting, and once you're out, you can't help the seeker find other people. No hiding in other people's rooms without their permission. The winner gets $5. I crossed my arms. "Let's start, Zuzu, you count." Izumi pointed a finger at me. I giggled and nodded. "Fine, I'll count to 100 outside," I said, walking out the door. Finally, as I opened the dorm doors, it was silent. "Ready or not, here I come," I shouted. The first thing I checked was the common room, under the couches and around the tables. Nobody was there. I then went into the kitchen and checked the pantry. Nobody was there either. I proceeded to check the cabinets, and then I spotted Emmy. "Found you." I grabbed her, and she began laughing and pushing me away. "Aw man," she pouted, crossing her arms. "Want to come with me to look for everyone else? Remember, even if you see somebody, don't reveal their hiding spot," I told her, and she nodded, grabbing my hand. We then went on a search for everyone else. The last person we found was Mina and Izumi, who were literally in the pantry. We for sure thought we were caught. Mina laughed as she gave Izumi a high five. I huffed, crossing my arms. How was I supposed to know you guys would be at the very top? I shot back and they laughed harder. Again. Again. Izumi chanted. And so we played 4 more times. After a while, the kids got hungry, so Katsuki and I decided to make shrimp pasta and bread. The kids helped Mina, Kiri, and Hayes bake cookies. Tokoyami went to get blankets and pillows because we were sleeping in the common room, and Kaminari went to see if anyone else wanted to join. The night went by quickly, to say the least. All the kids fell asleep after the second movie we watched, Tangled. Kiri and Hayes fell asleep on the floor, while Mina and Kaminari cuddled up together. Tokoyami went to sleep in his room, and the others slept in the common room, while some came down to watch a movie and then went back upstairs. Todoroki got Tanemaki to sleep downstairs with everyone else. Katsuki and I fell asleep after everyone else, cuddled on the sofa. In the morning, when all the kids woke up, Mina, Momo, and I made sure they all brushed their teeth and used the bathroom while Katsuki and Todoroki made breakfast. I informed Aizawa that their parents were coming to get them. He stayed outside next to the gate, opening it when they arrived. "That was so much fun, Zuzu. Thank you for letting them come." Izumi hugged me tightly. I hugged her back. "No problem, Izzy," I said. The kids finally left, and now we were cleaning up the blankets and pillows scattered on the floor. "We have to do it again. Maybe next week," she exclaimed, and I chuckled. Maybe not, I replied. We'll see, Zumi. I ruffled her hair and she giggled, running into the kitchen. I sighed. Izumi was sleeping over tonight, and I would be taking her to preschool in the morning. I felt a wave of worry about Ma picking her up afterward. What if she forgot? Or what if something went wrong? A hand rested on my shoulder, and I looked up to see Katsuki smiling down at me. She'll be fine, he said, leaning down to give me a quick kiss on the forehead before walking away. How did he know? Whatever. The rest of the day went smoothly. I bathed Izumi and helped her pick out some clothes for school tomorrow. She chose a simple green shirt and blue jeans. After tucking her into bed, I started my night routine. I crawled into bed next to Izumi, who was lightly snoring. Just as I was about to drift off, there was a soft knock on my door. Come in, I said calmly. The door opened, and Katsuki peeked in. Can I sleep in here with you? I can't sleep, he said with a playful excuse. I giggled and nodded. He smiled, closed the door behind him, and climbed into bed. He carefully moved over Izumi and pulled her close to his chest before bringing me in as well. Much better, he sighed. I rolled my eyes. What, were you missing your teddy bears? I joked. He hummed in agreement. Night, Zuku, he said. I kissed the top of Izumi's head and snuggled in close. Night, Kaken. The next morning, my alarm went off, and I picked up my phone to turn it off. I slid out of bed and walked into the bathroom. After taking care of my morning routine, I woke Izumi and had her do the same while I got dressed. Katsuki woke up from all the movement and went into his room to get ready, claiming he wanted to join me in taking Izumi to preschool. As I did Izumi's hair, she excitedly rambled about how much she was looking forward to spending time with Ma today. I smiled thoughtfully the entire time. Katsuki made us breakfast, and we quickly ate before leaving. We dropped Izumi off, and I gave her one last hug and kiss before she ran off to find Tyson. Once back in the car, Katsuki drove off. I stared out the window, a frown settling on my face. I had a bad feeling, but I couldn't pinpoint why. What's wrong? Katsuki asked. Should I tell him? Nothing, just tired, I replied with a smile before turning to face the window. No, it's nothing. I'm just being paranoid about Ma picking up Izumi after school. Yeah, that's right. Everything is okay. Although I should know better than to ignore my instincts. Izuku's POV. We still have some time left. Want to grab something from Starbucks? Katsuki asked as he turned into the driveway. I didn't even. I know you do, and I know you'll take forever deciding, he rolled his eyes, and I mimicked him. Yeah, get me a caramel frap. Basic choice, he smirked at me, and I narrowed my eyes in response. Come on, I crossed my arms, looking away. He laughed and ruffled my hair. You're so cute, I love you Izuku, he said, and a blush crept onto my face as I mumbled it back. I love you. We got our drinks and drove back to UA, with 30 minutes to spare before class started. Katsuki parked a little farther than I liked, and I looked up at him, furrowing my brows. He leaned back and began sipping on his bitter black coffee. And he calls my drink basic, I thought. That's the good stuff, he hummed, and I snorted. He raised an eyebrow at me. What's so funny? He asked, a hint of annoyance in his voice. I giggled and mimicked him with his drink. I took a sip and scrunched my face before coughing. That's what you get, he chuckled, taking the cup from my hand. I quickly started downing mine. That was awful, I breathed, and he laughed, taking another sip and patting his lap. Come here, he said, grabbing my hips as I shifted to straddle him. He rubbed his hands up and down my thighs while studying my face. I gave him a confused look. What? Is there something on my face? I asked. He shook his head, placing his coffee in the cup holder. He cupped my face in his hands and leaned in for a gentle kiss. His tongue brushed against my bottom lip, asking for entrance. I complied, and our tongues danced together. I wrapped my arms around his neck as he pulled me closer by my hips. I moved my hands to his hair and tugged gently, eliciting a soft groan from him. Suddenly, there was a knock on the window. We pulled away and looked out to see Mina, Kami, Kiri, Siro, Tadu, Naka, and Jiro standing outside, smirking and laughing at us. I rolled my eyes playfully while Katsuki flipped them off. I rolled down the window. Come on, you two. The bell is going to ring soon, Mina said. Leave us alone. Katsuki shot back at her, and Kami leaned against the door with a smirk. Are you mad we interrupted your moment? He teased. Katsuki honked the horn, making Kaminari flinch and step back. I giggled and leaned down to give Katsuki one last kiss before opening the door and stepping out. Looks like he's going to be late, Jiro pointed out, and everyone laughed as we made our way to class, ignoring Katsuki's colorful remarks. We still had some time before class started, as Aizawa was running a little late. Yes, he was so sweet. When I dropped my popsicle in the sand and started crying, he helped me sneak another one while his mom wasn't looking. I was saying while standing on the podium, sharing stories from when he and Katsuki were younger, before he got his quirk. Katsuki was not pleased. Baku, you were such a softie. Mina squealed, and Katsuki glared at her. Once there was this spider on the ground, and I hate spiders. He stood in front of me with his hands out and shouted, "Don't worry, Aizu. I'll protect you." I exclaimed, and everyone cooed. Katsuki huffed, crossing his arms. And then, I was cut off when the door opened, and our tired-looking teacher walked in. "Problem child, what are you doing on my podium?" he asked, sounding bored. "Well, Mr. Late," I started, wiggling my finger at him. He blinked slowly at me. I hopped off the podium. I was sharing some sweet Kaken stories. I shrugged. He raised an eyebrow and looked at Katsuki. "Great, you'll have to tell me about it someday," he said, ruffling my hair as I chuckled and walked to my seat. I booped Katsuki's nose before sitting down behind him. "You didn't have to do that," Katsuki grumbled, but I ignored him and giggled. "But you were such a cutie before you got that quirk of yours." I poked his bicep, and he muttered something I didn't catch. "We have a pop quiz," Aizawa announced, and the class groaned. "Shut up. Some of these questions will be on the exam tomorrow, so you better get them right," he said, walking down each row and handing out stacks of papers. "Ugh, that test was so tiring." Kaminari groaned, slamming his head on the table. I chuckled while slurping up my noodles. "I heard we have another one in Mr. Mix's class," Todoroki said, and everyone at the table groaned. "Guys, come on, it's just English," Mina giggled, tossing a chip into her mouth. "Yeah, but it's a test." "Tests are the worst," Kiri huffed, crossing his arms. Hayes chuckled and kissed his cheek. "I fully agree." Kaminari lifted a finger in acknowledgement, and Siro patted his back. There, he said. "Are you sure you don't want to eat something, Midoriya?" Nakamura asked. I shook my head, leaning more into Katsuki as he rubbed my stomach. "Yes, my stomach hurts a bit, so I'll wait a while," I said. She nodded, taking a bite of Todoroki's soba. My stomach had been bothering me for some reason, and I had no idea why. I wasn't sick, and I knew it wasn't from Katsuki's breakfast. Maybe it was the Starbucks. When the bell rang, the pain subsided. I wasn't hungry. Whatever, I would eat when I got back to the dorms. Everyone stood up, and we made our way to English. President Mike was already waiting for us. "Etchai, y'all?" he yelled, and we all covered our ears. "We have a pop quiz today to prepare you for tomorrow's exam, so go ahead and find your seats, ladies and gents, so we can get started." This was going to be a long class PRD. As we took the quiz, I had a bad feeling the entire time. My head was pounding, my throat felt dry, and my eyes began to water. My hands were shaking. What was going on? My stomach started aching again, and I felt nauseous out of nowhere. My breath quickened, and I thought of every possibility of what could be wrong with me. Everything came to a halt when my phone started ringing. I felt numb. Izumi's POV. "Come on, Tai, we have to hide." I whispered urgently. Tai nodded, taking my hand as we slipped behind the bookshelf. I was playing hide and seek with Haru, Skara, Tai, and Emi. Emi was it, and was counting with Ms. Togata. "Ready or... She paused. "Ready or not, here I come," she shouted with a giggle. I quietly shushed Tai as he stifled a laugh. Roar! Skara's loud scream made us all burst into laughter. "Should I We're going to get caught. I whispered urgently. Sorry, he giggled. I hear you. Emmy shouted, popping around the bookshelf. Boo! I exclaimed, and she squealed, causing Ty and me to laugh even harder. I got you before you got me. I pointed at her, still giggling, and she laughed too. Now all we have to find is Izumi. I heard someone call my name and looked up to see Mama smiling at me. Mama! I yelled, standing up and running to her. I hugged her legs, and she bent down to pat my head. Hello, baby. I'm here to get you, she said. I looked up at her, confused. This early? I asked, and she nodded. I thought maybe you'd want to help me pick out a Christmas tree. We can decorate it with Izuku when he's done with his exams. She smiled at me. I cheered and nodded quickly. Yes. Let me go say goodbye to my friends first. I told her. She nodded and started talking to Ms. Togata. Hi, Scar, Haru, Emmy. I'm leaving early to find Christmas trees. I announced happily. They nodded and gave me a hug. See you tomorrow, Zumi, they all said. I waved goodbye and turned to run back to Mama. Did you say goodbye? She asked. I nodded. Okay then, we're going to go home. First, I left my wallet, she said. I nodded, grabbing her hand and swinging it as we walked to the car. Mama helped me into my seat, and I buckled myself in. She got into the driver's seat and began driving. Mama? Yes, baby, she responded. When can I learn to drive like you? I asked her. She glanced at me through the rearview mirror. When you're older, she said. I tilted my head. How much older? When you're about 13, she replied. Wow, that's a long time, I giggled, and she didn't say anything back. Mama? Yes, Izumi? Can we get a pink Christmas tree? I asked. She shook her head. We aren't getting a Christmas tree, darling, she said, and I furrowed my brows. But why? Izumi, stop asking so many questions, okay? She said sternly, making me flinch. I nodded. She sighed, rubbing her temples. Did I make Mama mad? We got home, and Mama got out of the car. I unbuckled myself and got out too, but I tripped and fell. Zuzu always helped me get out of the car. Clumsy girl, Mama shook her head as she walked away. I struggled to get up, my ankle hurt a lot. I limped inside the house. My ankle hurts. I fell, I told her. She sighed, ignoring me as she went into her room. Shut the door, Izumi, she told me before slamming her door shut. I shut the door behind me. I went into my room and sat down on the floor. Tears began flowing down my cheeks as I hugged myself. I want Zuzu. I was hungry too. I didn't get to eat a snack at school yet. I stood up and limped my way into Mama's bedroom. I opened the door and saw her writing quickly at her desk. There were some spilled pills all over the ground. Mama, you made a mess, I told her as I went to pick up the pills when she suddenly grabbed my arm. Why must you be so nosy, child? She snapped, pushing me away and making me fall. She dropped to her knees and started picking up the pills. I just watched her, tears in my eyes. She looked at me, then at the pills. Mama, what are you doing? I asked hesitantly. Mama sighed and looked up at me, tears in her eyes. She smiled at me, but it felt unsettling. For months, she laughed softly, for months I tried to live without him. She looked at me with a bright smile, tears streaming down her cheeks. She's scaring me. I can't do it anymore, she shouted, grabbing a handful of my hair. I screamed, trying to pull her hand away. You brat. You ruined everything, she yelled, her voice echoing in my ears as I cried. Mommy, you're hurting me. I screamed, trying to pry her hands off my hair, but she only pulled harder. Then something happened. I stared at her with wide eyes. She threw me against the wall, screaming as her hand ignited in flames. Why was it blue? I scrambled up and grabbed a water bottle from her table, pouring it on her hand, but it seemed to vanish before I could douse it. Her hand was burned. She looked at me shocked. Why, you demon child? You gave me more of a reason to leave, she told me, looking down at her hand with the pills. What? Mama, I didn't do it. I shouted. She threw a handful of pills into her mouth. I stared at her, watching as she smiled and lay down on her back. "Ma," I said, but she shushed me. "Hush, child. Let me rest in peace," she told me, then started coughing violently. She coughed and I gasped as I saw blood. "Mama." "Stop, Mama," I cried, pulling on her arm. Then she stopped moving. Her eyes and mouth were open, blood staining her lips. "And Mama?" I questioned, poking her. I screamed, standing up and running to Zuzu's room. I picked up the phone I had hidden under his bed and called his number. "Pick up, please. I don't know what to do." "Hello." Izuku's POV. "Midoriya. You're supposed to keep your phone off at all times." President Mike scolded. I ignored it and answered with shaky hands. "Izumi." "Hello." I asked, disregarding Ida and President Mick's reprimands. "Zuzu." "Mama." "And Mama, she please help," she shouted, and that was all I needed to hear to sprint out of class. "Midoriya." I ignored them. I ignored them all. My baby sister needed me. Katsuki's POV. What was that about? Should I run after him? Nakamura. I turned my head to see her eyes glowing. She gasped and fell to the floor. Todoroki got up and ran to her aid while the rest of us stood up. "Ida, get Eraserhead," Mike demanded, kneeling in front of Nakamura and asking what she saw. Her eyes filled with tears. "Midoriya's mom is dead. And Izumi was there." She said before bursting into tears. "That's all I know," she cried. "Did you see how?" Icy Hot asked calmly, and Nakamura nodded. "Let's wait until Eraser gets here. For now, we need to call an ambulance." "Bakugo, try to get a hold of Midoriya," Mike instructed. I nodded, and for the first time, I didn't resist as I repeatedly called his phone, only for it to go to voicemail. Hayes placed a reassuring hand on my shoulder. "Let's go." With that, we rushed out of the room. President Mike called for us, but we ignored him. I dashed past Four Eyes and Eraserhead. "Please be okay." Izuku's POV. I slammed the door open and rushed into the house. "Izumi!" I shouted, running past Ma's door when I paused. "Oh no. Zuzu, I'm sorry. It was my fault." Izumi emerged from my room and threw herself at me. I hugged her tightly, pulling away to check for any injuries. "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" I asked frantically as she scratched her head. "My head hurts a bit," she replied, and I sighed in relief. "Pack your bags. We're leaving," I told her firmly. Her eyes widened in shock. She stuttered. "Go pack, Izumi," I said more sternly, and she nodded, rushing to her room. I entered Ma's room. "Did she?" I picked up an empty pill bottle, tears welling in my eyes. I noticed a note on her desk. It began with, "Dear Izuku," and I immediately started reading. "Dear Izuku, hello my baby. I know the only reason you're seeing this is because I'm gone. I am so sorry it had to be this way, my Aizu, but I couldn't help it. I couldn't get better no matter how hard I tried. I can't live without him. I'm sorry for all the times I've hurt you and Izumi. I know I was a horrible mother, and I still am. I am so sorry. I wrote this on December 15th while I was sober. I need you to read this slowly. You need to run away. Don't tell anyone where you are, where you're going, or anything. Take Izumi and go. I'll admit this is all my fault. While I wasn't sober, I gambled and now I owe them a lot of money. But they don't want money. They want Izumi. Izuku, these people are dangerous, more dangerous than the League even. So please, listen to me. Run away. He'll be looking for her. He'll take her and hurt you, Izuku. I love you both so much, and I am so sorry for leaving my problems with you. But please, I beg you, protect Izumi." Tears began to fall onto the paper as I crumpled it up and shoved it into my pocket. I wiped my tears roughly and stomped into my room, pulling out a backpack. "I'm so sorry, Dad. I am so sorry I broke your promise. I hope you and Ma are together right now." I began packing my bag when I heard sirens in the distance. I grabbed a black cloak from under my bed, which was supposed to go with my hero costume, but I decided against wearing it. I ran into Izumi's room to see her trying to shove her midnight figure into her bag. I took it and put it in my pocket. I quickly helped Izumi put her backpack on and lifted her up. She wrapped her arms around my neck and hid her face in the crook of my neck. I wrapped my arms around her in my cloak. Shoo, I said, jumping out the window as I heard footsteps approaching. I ran down the sidewalks of Japan, dodging civilians. Some called me a villain because of my cloak, but I didn't care. I'm so sorry, Dad. I ran all the way to the safe house one my dad built for emergencies when Ma and I needed to hide. It was hidden on the outskirts of Tokyo in a forest, looking dirty and abandoned. I was the only one who knew about it. I entered the code and walked inside. It was still furnished, though a bit dusty. I set Izumi down on the couch, which was covered in plastic. Zizuzu, where are we? Izumi asked. I sighed, rubbing my temples. I smiled at her wearily and ruffled her hair. This is our new home, Zumi. I'll protect you. I'll protect you no matter the cost. Even if it meant losing myself in the process. Izuku's POV. It's been 2 months since Izumi and I ran away. 2 months since Ma passed away. 2 months since I broke my promise. After that day, I swore to myself, Dad, Ma, and Izumi that I would never break the only promise Dad left for me before he died. I swore that I would always protect my baby sister and keep her away from all harm. Boys. I wore a black hoodie, black joggers, sneakers, and a disposable mask with my hood up as I walked down the busy sidewalk of Tokyo, sirens wailing in the streets. I was on my way to the market to buy groceries for dinner tonight and more. A piece of paper poorly taped onto a store window flew in front of me and landed in a puddle beside me. Curiosity got the better of me and I paused to pick it up. A blank expression settled on my face. Missing. Izuku Midoriya. Age, 17. If seen or found, call the police immediately. A picture of me from my second year of high school was in the middle of it. I was smiling widely, as if my life depended on it. I looked happy. I scowled and crumpled the paper up, tossing it into a nearby bin. I really have to put an end to this. I don't want anyone looking for us anymore. If I have to find a way to create fake bodies, I will. I'll go that far to keep my sister safe. I walked into the market and got what I needed. As soon as I got home, I went to check on Izumi. She was sitting on the floor in her room, playing with her toys. Upon seeing me, she jumped up and ran to give me a hug. Zuzu, you're finally back, she exclaimed. I hugged her back, patting her head. I'll always come back, Zumi, I told her, and she giggled, taking my hand. What are we doing now? She asked. I knew she was bored. She hadn't left the house in a month, too afraid to do so. Come on, I need to write a letter to Katsuki, I told her. She nodded, jumping up and down. I led her to my room. I sat down at my desk and lifted her onto my lap. And so I began writing. Izumi watched as I wrote, and no, she doesn't know how to read yet, but I'm working on teaching her. Once I finished writing, I put the pen down and cracked my fingers with a sigh. I proofread the paper to ensure I hadn't left anything out. Dear Kat, I know it's been a month since we left, and I understand you're worried and still searching for us. But please stop. Stop with the posters and stop worrying everyone. The reason nobody can find us is that we don't want to be found. I want you to move on and be happy without us. I'm doing this not only to keep us safe but also to protect our friends and family. We are doing well, I promise. Izumi misses you all so much and is sitting here while I'm writing this. Here are a few words from her. Hi Suki, I miss you. Tell Hazy, Shima, Kami, Mina, Tyson, Emi, Haru, Skara. I'm cutting this short because she is naming a lot of people, basically tell everyone she misses them. I can't wait to see you again. I had spicy ramen for dinner, and it was super good. Goodbye, I love you. That was from Izumi. Nonetheless, I'm not as far away as you think. You will most likely see me again when it's safe. I won't be gone forever, just know that, but that doesn't mean you should sit here and wait. This could take years. So please be happy for me. I love you forever and always, my Kaken. Remember that. See you soon, love Izuku. When are you giving it to him? Izumi asked, watching as I folded the sheet of paper. Tonight, I told her, standing up and placing her on the ground. She furrowed her brows, following me out of the room. Tonight? You're leaving? she asked as I walked into the kitchen to unload the groceries. Yes, love, but I won't take long, okay? I reassured her, and she nodded. I made dinner, and we sat down at the table, silently eating. Izumi told me about little things she learned about her quirk. She knows she can change others but doesn't know how. The neutral color is green. Once we finished eating, Izumi went upstairs to wash up while I cleaned the dishes. I tucked her into bed and read her a bedtime story, then cracked the door closed and went to my room to get ready. I dressed in all black and dangled a black mask from my ear. I put on red shoes and my iron soles that go with my hero's costume. I checked one more time to see if Izumi was asleep, and fortunately she was, so I left the house. Once I reached the city, I jumped from roof to Katsuki's house. I knew he was staying with his parents for now. When I saw his home, I waited for the lights to turn off and a little longer before making my move. I hopped onto the roof and peeked inside his room. I saw him fast asleep, thankfully. I knew he had been having trouble falling asleep lately. I quietly jumped onto the window ledge and hoped it was open. It was. What an oversight to leave it. I stepped inside his room to find it slightly messy. Wow, Kaken, the clean freak's room is messy? It made me sad because I knew I was the cause of this. I sighed and walked quietly around, stopping when I heard him shuffling. I slowly turned to see him still fast asleep. I sighed in relief. I walked to his desk and sat down, turning on the lamp. I wrote one last thing before closing the paper again. I stood up and began tidying up his room. Once I was done, I turned off the lamp. I walked to his bedside and set the paper down. I turned to look at him one more time. He looked so peaceful while sleeping. His lips were parted as soft breaths escaped, and his face was slightly scrunched. He moved around more before a frown settled on his face, and he began to mutter. Is he having a nightmare? Small sparks flickered from his palms as his breathing picked up. He began thrashing around, and I jumped into action, rushing to his side. Get away from him, he yelled. I cupped his face, wiping away the tears. Shoo. I shushed him and kissed his forehead. He stopped all movements. I kissed his cheek one last time and stepped back, hoping he was still asleep. It looked like he was. I turned around, about to leave when he said softly, Izuku? I turned to see his eyes on me. He blinked as if it were a dream when he suddenly hopped out of bed and wrapped his arms around me. Izuku, he choked, tears filling my eyes as I slightly pushed him away. I have to go, I said, but he frantically shook his head, grabbing my shoulders. No. You've been missing for a month. You can't leave me again. Katsuki, I said sternly. He shut his mouth, staring at me. He dropped his hands from my shoulders and tilted his head down. Fine, leave, he said, turning away. I sighed, watching as he crawled back into bed. I took my shoes off and crawled in after him. He turned, looking shocked. One night, I have to be gone before morning. Read the note I left when you wake up, I told him. He nodded, then wrapped his arms around me tightly. It made me sad, but I pushed the tears back as I hugged him tightly. I missed him so much. 5 years later. Izumi's POV. Why not? I yelled back. Izuku sighed, running his hands down his face. Because it's not safe, he exclaimed angrily. Like hell. I shouted, stomping to my room and ignoring his gasp. Watch your mouth. Hypocrite. I retorted. Don't you dare slam that. I slammed the door in his face. You brat. Open this door. I heard him shout from the other side. I rolled my eyes and sat on my bed. I heard a sigh. Izumi, you know I'm just trying to protect you, right? I ignored him. Come down for dinner soon, he said softly. I heard his footsteps fade away downstairs. We got into another argument. I'm so sick of this place. I want to go out and make friends, not be cooped up in this house. I've already made up my mind. I'm not staying here long. In 5 years I'll be going to my dream school, and nobody is going to stop me.